The following programs were originally aired live, long before the advent of high fidelity, and they were recorded using a variety of means, from direct recording onto early audio tape and glass records, to simply placing the microphone of a wire recorder in front of the speakers of a radio playing the program. I hope, however, that any variance in audio quality will not take away from your pleasure in listening to these, some of the all-time favorite shows. Hello, Matt from the past here, welcoming you to another nightly old-time radio shows. Happy Church Day. Today it's Sunday, February the 4th, and let's get on with this day in history. In 211, Roman Emperor Septimius Severus dies in Eboracum in England, now present-day York, leaving the Roman Empire in the hands of his two quarrelsome sons, Caracalla and Geta. And you can guess at just about how well that went for the Empire. Oddly enough, one of these characters would go on to get a character. One of these sons would go on to get a character named after him on the remake of Battlestar Galactica. No idea why they did that. In 960, the coronation of Zahanu Kangilian. It's becoming a running gag that I can't pronounce any of the names in this segment. As Emperor Tezu of the Song, initiating 3 centuries of the Song dynasty's dominance in southern China. Northern China wanted nothing to do with them, I guess. In 1789, the first U.S. Electoral College chooses George Washington as president and John Adams as vice president. In 1859, one of the oldest known copies of the Bible, the Codex Sanctius Sini Bible, is seen in Egypt by Constantine von Tischendorf, who takes the manuscript home with him. Wow. Did he... Well, I've heard about finding old stuff at book sales, but that's ridiculous. In 1865, Robert E. Lee is named General-in-Chief of Confederate Forces. Were there any Confederate forces other than his still in the field at this point? In 1969, the Palestinian National Congress appoints Yasser Arafat chairman of the PLO. And everything's been peaceful since then. In 1988, the Pan American General Niamu Norgani, indicted by a U.S. federal grand jury for drug trafficking and racketeering. I wonder if he's related to Hunter Biden. In 2004, Mark Zuckerberg launches Facebook from his Harvard dormitory room. And the internet's never been the same. In 1970, Patton, directed by Franklin J. Schaffner, starring George C. Scott, premieres in New York. Academy Award winner, Best Picture, 1971. In music, in 1977, Rumors, the 11th studio album by Fleetwood Mac is released. Grammy Album of the Year. In sports, in 1991, New Zealand cricketers Martin Crowe and Andrew Jones make a world record 467-run stand against Sri Lanka at the Basing Reserve in Wellington. And that was This Day in History. And now let's get on with the shows. Who's on first? Why, it's Bud Abbott and Lou Costello. Coming up next.
C-A-M-E-L-S. The Abbott and Costello program, starring Bud Abbott and Lou Costello, brought to you by Camel, the cigarette of costlier, properly aged tobacco. The Abbott and Costello program, with the music of Carl Hoff and his orchestra, our singing star Amy Arnell, and spotlighting that chunky, chubby little cherub who, when caught putting a stick of dynamite in his Uncle Artie Stebbins' hat because he heard him say he felt like blowing his top, calmly said,
I'm a bad boy! I fly through the air with the greatest of ease. I'm the little fat man on the flying trapeze. It makes me feel good to hang by my knees. But it would be awful if I had to sneeze.
Yeah. I'll say it would be. Costello, for heaven's sake. What is that outfit you've got on?
I'm going to join a circus. These are my circus tights.
Circus tights?
Yeah.
That thing you are wearing is nothing but a suit of long underwear.
Long underwear?
Yes.
I thought I had an awful big hip pocket.
Costello, go take that outfit off and forget about the circus.
Oh, but I can't forget about the circus habit.
Why not?
I come from a family of circus people. My Uncle Artie Stebbins was the world's greatest tightrope walker until he broke his neck.
How did he break his neck?
One night he got up to walk the rope. He was tight, and the rope wasn't. Boom!
Will you please talk sense, Costello?
Oh, then I had another uncle in the circus. He was 7 feet tall.
7 feet tall?
Yeah, he used to stick his head in the lion's mouth.
What's his name?
Now we call him Shorty.
Short. Costello, what could you possibly do in a circus?
Oh, I like to take care of the animals. I love animals, Abbott.
I know that.
Just consider the elephant.
Oh, what's so marvelous about the elephant?
I wrote a poem about elephants.
You did? Let's hear it.
Elephants are useful friends. They have handles on both ends. When elephants travel, they don't have to pack. They have a trunk in the front and a suitcase in back.
Costello, will you stop this nonsense, please?
But really, I love animals, Abby. Yesterday I was watching a circus parade, and the old mama kangaroo was crying her heart out. So I walked up to her and I said, "Poor mother kangaroo, why are you crying?" And she says, "My son ran away and left me holding the bag."
That's all. I've heard enough.
Ah, big cut. Go ahead. Oh, Abbott, I love all animals except the wits enough.
Yeah, well, that's... Wits enough. What's that?
That's a little animal with black fur with a white stripe down its back.
You idiot, that's a skunk.
That's what I said. A wits enough.
I wish... Oh. Costello, you know absolutely nothing about wild animals. Tell me, have you ever had a biting, kicking, clawing wild thing in your grasp?
Yeah, last night at the Palladium.
No.
And did I just scratch?
I don't mean that. I mean, you don't seem to understand. I mean, have you ever been big game hunting?
Oh, I do that every night on Hollywood Boulevard.
You go game hunting on Hollywood Boulevard?
I beg your pardon. I thought you said dame hunting.
No. Please answer my question.
Yes, sir.
Have you ever come face to face with a savage animal in the jungle?
Now you're talking my language, Abbott. One time I climbed up a tree and I bagged a ferocious lion.
You went up a tree after a lion?
No, he come up after me.
But you said you bagged him.
I did. I bagged him to go away.
Then what happened?
Then my brother came to my rescue, and I finally brought the lion home stuffed.
What was he stuffed with?
My brother.
With your brother? Costello, if you're so fearless around wild animals, you don't have to join a circus. I can get you a job here in the next Tarzan picture with Johnny Weissmuller and Maureen O'Sullivan.
Oh, do I have to make love to Miss O'Sullivan?
No, Weissmuller does that.
Oh, I see. I'm just one of O'Sullivan's heels.
No, Costello. You're going to be the stunt man. You see, in this picture, Weissmuller is supposed to say Miss O'Sullivan. Are you listening to me?
I'm listening.
I said that
My tights are falling down.
Pull her up. Come out with those kind of things on. You'll be wearing those kind of tights. What's wrong with you? Now, listen to this. Weissmuller is supposed to save Miss O'Sullivan from a man-eating lion.
Yeah.
But instead, he calls for you to fight the lion.
How loud can he call?
Why?
I'll be in Patterson, New Jersey.
Costello, this lion is tame.
So am I, but I get hungry.
I know.
How much money do I get for fighting the lion?
Oh, what do you care about the money? It's the experience you need. Now, here's the scene. You're my stuntman, and I'm Johnny Weissmuller.
You're Johnny Weissmuller?
Yes.
You must have left your muscles home in your other suit.
No. I'm just trying to paint you a picture.
Well, don't smear it up in the middle.
All right, well, keep quiet a minute, please. Now, we're going through the jungle on all fours.
Mm-hmm.
First, I slunk through the bushes. Then you slunk through the bushes. Then I slunk again.
You slunk twice as much as I
Well,
do.
all right.
Are you sure it ain't slink? I slink again?
Now, never mind. What's the difference?
A lot of difference.
Will
There's
you
no
keep-
joke now.
Will you keep quiet? Listen, I'm not looking for jokes. Now, keep quiet. I'm serious. I've got you out in the jungle. Now, keep quiet.
And are you lost?
No. Now, watch your step, please. Watch your step and follow me. Come on. Wait a minute. Was that a lion?
Well, it wasn't something I yet.
Quick, peek through the bushes there. Do you see anything?
Yes, there's a mama lion and a papa lion.
Where are the cubs?
They're playing Brooklyn this week.
Watch out, Costello. Here comes a lion.
What am I going to do?
do whatever the lion does. He's staring at you.
I'm staring back at him.
He's showing his teeth.
I'm showing my teeth.
He's wagging his tail.
That lets me out.
Lay out. Suddenly, the lion sees Miss O'Sullivan, and he gets ready to spring. Move in closer, Costello, so he'll get you instead.
Wait a minute. How much money am I getting for this?
Oh, what do you care about the money? It's the experience you need. Here comes the lion.
Quicksand! Quicksand!
What do you mean, quicksand?
Quick! Send for help!
Stand where you are, Costello. Stand where you are. As the lion runs by you, grab him by the mane.
The main what?
Mane, lion's neck.
Let him neck. I'm not in the mood.
Look, quick. Quick, Costello, grab the lion in your bare hands.
Wait a minute. How much money did you say I'm getting?
What do you care about the money? It's the experience you need. Finally, you defeat the lion. And there he goes, slinking through the
That's
bushes.
better. Slinking through the bushes.
Never mind slinking or slushing it. Makes no difference.
Slinking through the bushes. Even the lion slinks in this picture.
Well, that's laid there.
Now I'm lost, too.
Well, Sullivan is so happy she throws herself into the hero's arms and kisses him.
That's what I've been waiting for. Come into my arms, babe.
Wait a minute, Costello. Weissmuller's a hero. You're just a stuntman.
But I saved her life. Why can't I kiss her?
You're not being paid to kiss her.
What do I care about the money? It's the experience I need.
Have you heard?
According to a recent nationwide survey, more doctors smoke Camels than any other cigarette.
Yes, more doctors named Camels than any other cigarette when three leading impartial research organizations surveyed 113,597 doctors from coast to coast. What cigarette do you smoke, doctor, was the query. And the brand most named by doctors was Camel. Well, doctors, like all of us, smoke for pleasure. The rich, full flavor and cool mildness of Camel's costlier tobaccos are just as appealing to their tastes and throats as to millions of tastes and throats the world around. If you yourself are not smoking Camels now, well, try them on your T-zone. That's T for taste and T for throat. Perhaps you, too, will find that Camels suit your T-zone to a T.
Carl Hoff and the Camel Orchestra featured the top rhythm favorite, Sioux City Sue.
Costello, you finally got a job in the circus, eh?
Yeah, stick around, Abbott, until I get through watering these elephants. Here, Jumbo. Here's your first bucketful. Well, come on, Jumbo. Do I have to stick your head in the bucket?
Costello, the other end is his trunk.
Oh, yeah. I have a hold of his valise. Here you are, Jumbo. Hey, you, Jumbo. Don't squirt that water all over me, Jumbo. You do that again and I'll tie a knot in your trunk. Okay, Jumbo. I told you what I'd do.
Well, Costello, did you tie a knot in his trunk?
Yeah. What do you know? He tied a knot in my nose.
Well, come on, you're through with the elephants. Let's go over to the Midway and have some fun, huh?
Hurry, step right up, folks, the greatest array of freaks in the world. Come in and see the Ubangi, the only girls in the world that can lick an envelope after it's in the mailbox. Hey, you, fat boy. Step in and see the snake charmer, the human skeleton, the tattooed lady, all for a quarter.
I won't pay a quarter to go in there.
Say, ain't you Lou Costello?
That's me.
You can go in for nothing. Courtesy, they're all freaks.
Gee, how did you happen to become a dog-faced boy?
When I was a baby, I was scared by an Airedale. What's your excuse?
Well, I was. Get out of here!
Hey, Costello, who's that young lady waving to us?
Oh, it's the actress, Bessie Mimucho. Hello, Bessie.
Oh, I'm having such a jolly time here looking at all the attractions. Could I offer you boys some of my croaker joke?
Croaker joke?
Ah, sure, Abbott. You know what croaker joke is. That's peep corn. Why you talk right, Mucho?
Miss Mucho, have you seen any of the wild animals?
Oh, yes. I saw the monkeys, the baboons, and the crocodiles.
Oh, wait to see the allicators and the hip on top of the omnibus.
Mr. Costello, you talk so quaint. Do you by any chance come from Alabama?
No, I come from Peterson, New Jersey.
Well, I'm going into the main tent to see the acrobats perform. A bonsoir, monsieur, to you.
And a bony squaw and a sword to you, too. Help, mother, please, help.
Hey, holy smoke, Costello, it's our old friend Scotty.
Hey, Scotty, come here. What's the matter?
I'm going to sue the circus. I was watching the bareback rider and somebody stepped on my face.
Oh, how could anybody step on your face?
Well, I was crawling under the tent at the time. The whole circus is a fake anyway, laddies. I just bought a big bag of cotton candy.
Well, what's the matter with it?
It was pot rayon. Well, laddies, I got to go find a place to sleep here at the circus.
Scotty, you mean you're going to sleep out here at the circus grounds tonight?
Aye, laddie. I can ride into town with a parade tomorrow and save car fare. Put man, laddies.
Pardon me, gentlemen. I'm the India Rubber Man. Have a smoke on me.
Gee, thanks, India Rubber Man.
This is a big day in my life, boys. Congratulate me.
Oh, you have an addition to your family?
Yes, my wife just presented me with a 7-pound hot water bottle.
I bet if his wife ever has twins, it'll be a pair of rubber boots.
Oh, never mind him. Here comes the bearded lady. I've always wanted to meet one of them.
Hey, Abbott, there's no such thing. That's a man.
No, it isn't.
Here, I'll prove it to you. Hello, bearded lady.
Hello.
You're not really a lady. You're a man, ain't you?
Oh, darn it. A fella can never keep a secret.
Costello, is everything around this circus a phony?
No, look. Here comes something genuine. It's the biggest attraction in the circus, Abbott. The human skeleton. Hello, skeleton.
I beg your pardon.
It's Mrs. Niles.
Now, just a moment, Costello. Are you implying that my wife is skinny?
Ken, if she swallowed a bottle of olives, she'd look like a string of beads.
Costello, remember, you're working here. Now, if you insult the customers, you'll lose your job. Now, remember
Oh, Costello, so you're with the circus, eh? Why aren't you in your cage?
Well, I just stepped out. Mrs. Niles, maybe I only have a little job now bringing water to the elephants, but next week I'll have a bigger job.
A bigger job?
Yes, ma'am. I'm going to wash the elephants.
Next week, you may not be with the circus. My wife happens to be chairman of the Women's Charity Club that was responsible for this circus.
Yes, Costello. I'll have you know that I helped bring this circus to town.
What did you do? Pull one of the wagons?
Now, just a minute, Costello. You can't compare my wife to a horse.
You're right, Ken. Her ears are too long.
Kenneth, did you hear what he said? My ears is too long. Are you going to let him get by with that?
No, dear. Costello, that should read, her ears are too long.
Don't give me any of that education, Niles. Just because you're running for mayor of Studio City, what are you going to be, the old gray mare?
Never mind him, Kenneth. Costello, I'm going to the manager of this circus and have you thrown off the lot.
Don't do that, Mrs. Niles. Please don't get me fired. I need the money for my animals. Last year I went in the rabbit business and I lost a lot of money.
You did?
Yes, ma'am. I bought 2 rabbits. And do you know how many rabbits I have now?
How many?
2. The man didn't tell me they were brothers.
Picture this. Black night. A city asleep. It's 3 o'clock in the morning. Darkness. Darkness except for one intense and concentrated blaze of light. A white searching light high in a tall building. The building is a hospital, and it's an emergency case. That light says doctors at work. 24 hours a day, the doctor stands sentry duty, guarding the health and welfare of mankind. He doesn't want bouquets. He isn't interested in making speeches and taking bows on the magnificent job he does. He's just interested in doing that job with all the skill and devotion he has. The makers of Camels cannot help but take great pride in the standing of this cigarette with the men of the medical profession. In a recent nationwide survey of 113,597 doctors, conducted by 3 leading impartial research organizations, this query was put forth. What cigarette do you smoke, doctor? The brand most named was Camels. Yes?
According to a recent nationwide survey, more doctors smoke Camels than any other cigarette.
For Camel fans everywhere, here is lovely Amy Arnell to sing.
Shoe fly pie and apple pan dowdy makes your eyes light up. Your tummy say howdy. Shoe fly pie and apple pan dowdy. I never get enough of that wonderful stuff. Shoe fly pie and apple pan dowdy makes the sun come out when heavens are cloudy. Shoe fly pie and apple pan dowdy. I never get enough of that wonderful stuff. Mama, when you bake, Mama, I don't want cake, Mama, for my sake. Go to the oven and make some ever-loving shoe fly pie. An apple pan dowdy makes your eyes light up. Your tummy say howdy, shoe fly pie. An apple pan dowdy, I never get enough of that wonderful stuff. Shoe fly pie, an apple pan dowdy makes your eyes light up. Your tummy say howdy, shoe fly pie, an apple pan dowdy. I never get enough of that shoe fly. I never get enough of that wonderful stuff.
What is it, Mr. Niles?
Where's Costello? I have something to tell that young man.
Costello, where are you?
Hey, here I am. I was over by the bear's cage feeding the little cubs some cookies.
You're giving cookies to the bear cubs?
Yeah, they were cub cakes. Why do the writers make me say things like that?
Costello, I went to the manager and told him that you insulted me. And this time, young man, I think I have fixed your wagon.
And you got just the wagon tongue that can do it.
Costello, she's trying to tell you that you're going to be fired.
Mrs. Niles, why did you have to go and do that? I didn't really mean what I said. I think you're really a beautiful woman. You have lips just like petals.
Rose petals?
No, bicycle pedals.
Oh, I've never been so insulted in all my life. I'm going right back to the manager.
Well, Costello, what are you going to do now?
Who cares about her? Hey, look, Abbott. Look. Look over there. The dancing girls are coming out on the midway. Come on.
All right, folks, step right up and meet that great dancing girl, Princess Zaza.
Zaza?
Zaza.
Zaza, pretty name.
Now the Princess Zaza has the cleverest pair of feet in the world of Terpsichore. But I warn you, don't watch her feet too closely or miss her dance. And here, folks, is the lovely princess in person.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, I will fill any request numbers. Now, what would you like for me to do?
Come on over here and kiss your poor old father.
Oh, you are such a cute little man, monsieur.
Princess Zaza, you have a figure like Venus.
For that, you may hold my hand.
You are as beautiful as Helen of Troy.
For that, you may put your arm around my waist.
You are as bewitching as Cleopatra.
For that, you may squeeze me.
If I could only think of a couple of more names.
You are really such a cute little man, but you are too fat. You should take setting up exercises.
I wouldn't have to take him if I was set up like you.
Costello, you're holding up the show.
Yes, folks, step up and get your tickets on the inside. You'll see the princess dance, and what a dance! She moves her muscles in every direction.
Are you going to buy a ticket, little fat boy?
Yeah, but don't move anything until I get there.
Hey, what's going on out here? What's going on? Oh, it's you, Costello. I've been looking for you.
What are you doing here, Melonhead?
I'm the manager of this circus, Abbott. All my life I've spent under the big canvas.
Don't look now, but your head is pushing through it.
Costello, I don't want any more cracks about my shiny dome.
You'd better get it back to the crystal gazer before she misses it.
Look,
I see a Ford in that head.
Never mind about the head. Now, look here, Costello. I didn't come here to argue with you. I've had a complaint about you from Mrs. Niles, and you're fired. Now, get off the lot.
Please, Mr. Melonhead, don't make me leave my animals. I love them all. I even love that Dangaroo Skippewa in that cage.
Dangaroo Skippewa? That's as dangerous. Keep away.
Please, Melonhead, give Costello another job. You don't have to give him any M-O-N-E-Y.
Well, all right. But he don't get any W-A-G-E-S.
You guys don't have to spell in front of me. I don't like candy anyway.
Well, Costello, I'll give you one more chance. I've got just the job for you. You see that hole in the canvas there? I want you to stick your head through it.
What for?
Well, you'll see a lot of people on the other side with baseballs in their hands. Now, when you stick your head through the canvas, the game starts.
Hey, Abbott, I'm going to see a baseball game. Maybe if I use my head, I can get one of those balls.
All right, folks, step right up and hit the little boy on the head.
Come on, folks, step right up and hit the little boy on the head. Wait a minute. Hit what boy on whose head?
He means you, Costello. People throw baseballs at your head.
Yeah, and if they hit you on the head, they get a pound of sugar.
And all I get is a lump.
Don't be silly. You can't get hurt.
Now, what happened to the boy that had this job before me?
Here he comes now. Step aside and let the stretcher get by.
Hey, just a minute. I want to ask that kid on the stretcher a question. Hey, boy, how do you feel? Is your head all right?
Oh, yes, it's perfectly all right. I feel absolutely normal. And I'm so happy you came to see me, Miss Lamar.
That's all I want to know, brother. Let me out of here, Rabbit. I'm getting out of here.
Costello, stay where you are. Keep your head in that hole.
That's right, Costello. Now, here, I'll throw a few practice balls to show you how simple the game is. Get ready, Costello. Here comes the ball.
Costello, get up. Get up off your knees and quit picking up that popcorn.
What popcorn? I'm picking up my teeth.
Oh, a coward, huh?
I'll show you who's a coward, Melonhead. You got me into this, and I'm going to settle with you. I dare you to take your coat off.
Oh, yeah? There. My coat's off.
And my coat's off. I dare you to take off your shirt.
Oh, yeah? There. My shirt's off.
My shirt's off.
All right, now, what are you going to do about it?
I'll scratch your back if you'll scratch mine.
Please, help!
Hey, Costello.
Help!
Costello, that's Ken Miles yelling.
Help! Help! Somebody do something.
What's the matter?
Oh, my lovely wife dropped her purse in the lion's cage, and she went in after it. She's in there alone with the lions.
Those poor lions. They'll have to defend themselves.
Come on, Costello. We haven't got a minute to lose. Open the door and let Costello in.
Yeah, open the door. And you... Wait a minute. I just happen to think I got to see Princess Zaza right away.
But we've got to wrestle the lion.
You wrestle what you like, and I'll wrestle what I like.
Get in there, Costello. Here comes the lion, Costello. Grab him.
All right. I gotcha. Thought you were tough, eh? Take that. There you are, Rabbit. There was nothing to it. She's an old lion. I got my hand rammed right down her throat. Look, she She hasn't even got any teeth.
Costello, you fool. Take your hand out of my mouth.
And now, tonight's salute to the men in the armed forces who won through to victory.
Tonight we hail the men of Air Transport Evacuation Squadron 1, commended for outstanding heroism by the Secretary of the Navy, for evacuating over 9,600 casualties from Okinawa, and for delivering over 2 million pounds of vitally needed war material to the island, in the face of hazardous weather and the still more hazardous enemy. Since the beginning of the war, the makers of camels have sent more than 150 million free camels to our fighting men overseas. But now, with demobilization in progress, free camels are sent to servicemen's hospitals instead. This week, the camels go to Veterans Hospital, Lake City, Florida, U.S. Army Old Farms Convalescent Hospital, Avon, Connecticut, U.S. Naval Hospital, San Diego, California, U.S. Marine Hospital, Buffalo, New York, and Veterans Hospital, Mendota, Wisconsin. In your honor, men of Air Transport Evacuation Squadron 1.
Broadcasts go out to the United States twice a week. Our rebroadcast to practically every area in the world where our men are stationed, and to our good neighbors in Central and South America. And now here are Bud Abbott and Lou Costello with the final word.
You made quite a hit tonight, Costello, as a line damer.
That's nothing, Abbott. If the people in the studio audience will wait till the program's over, I'll do some stunts on the flying trapeze right over your heads.
No, not that. This guy weighs a ton. If he falls on you, you'll be a grease spot. Get out, everybody. Get out!
Wait a minute. Don't run out of my circus.
Your circus? Why, you fathead, you don't know the first thing about a circus. You couldn't tell one animal from another.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah. Tell me, Fatso, what's the difference between a horse and a mule?
Well, there's really only one anatomical difference. A mule is a hybrid animal with elongated ears. Ha! Well, I had the right answer that time, didn't I?
Yeah, but only another jackass would have known it.
Good night, folks.
Good night. Good night,
Be sure to listen in next week for another great Abbott and Costello show brought to you by Camel Cigarettes. And remember, try Camels in your T-zone. See if they don't suit your taste, your throat, to a T.
C-A-M-E-L-S.
Question: what pipe tobacco is smoked in more pipes year after year than any other tobacco on earth? Answer: Prince Albert tobacco, of course. Because Prince Albert is choice tobacco, crimp cut to burn slower and cooler, and specially treated to remove tongue bite. For more smoking pleasure, put some Prince Albert in your pipe and smoke it. Saturday night, be sure to listen to Prince Albert's Grand Ole Opry. You'll hear Red Foley, Grand Ole Opry's sensational new singer. He's got a voice that's romantic as moonlight on the mountains, warm as southern hospitality. And the way Red Foley sings our great American folk songs makes mighty fine listening. Remember Grand Ole Opry Saturday night on NBC with the Duke of Paducah, Minnie Pearl, and Red Foley.
Be sure to listen at this very same time next week for another Abbott and Costello show for Camel Cigarettes. Thursday night is All-Star Night on NBC. Stay around now for Rudy Valley over most of these stations. This is Ken Niles in Hollywood wishing you all a pleasant good night for Camels. This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
Now let's join a true legend of American comedy who also entertained troops for nearly 60 years, Bob Hope.
For the safety of your smile, use Pepsodent twice a day. See your dentist twice a year.
The Pepsodent Show, starring Bob Hope.
Your tax envelope has left you with a mope. Here's Pepsodent, so good defense that get against Bob Hope.
Ah, thank you so much. How do you do, ladies and gentlemen? This is Bob Walt Disney Hope, telling you to use Pepsodent. You won't have any dumbos in your gumbos. Or, this is Bob Tire Conservation Hope, telling you if you change to Pepsodent, your teeth will always have white sidewalls, you'll get better smilage, and never need a new set of treads in your head. Well, everyone is talking about the rubber shortage, and you have to be awfully careful these days. They'll steal anything that's made of rubber. Some poor guy had a suspender stolen on Hollywood Boulevard yesterday, and his pants fell down. But I was wearing my bloomers at the time. And today I saw one of the dead-end kids rolling a new tire past my house, so I said, "What did you pay for that tire?" He said, "I don't know. What did you pay for it?" You know, you can save your tires by putting your brakes on easy and by starting up slow at red lights. I started up slow when the light turned green this morning, and I drove 10 miles with 3 cars from Glendale on top of my Pontiac. Everyone will have to help. The women will have to sacrifice and keep wearing their old girdles. That's no snap. But I don't mind giving up rubber, metal, paper bags, wood, and even tinfoil. But gee whiz, I hope they won't make Nelson Eddy stop delivering my shortening bread. And with the shortage of automobiles, we may even have to go back to the days of the horse and buggy. Can you imagine walking down Hollywood Boulevard and seeing horses on the street, and some of them in slacks on the sidewalk? Everyone out here is practicing riding a bicycle in case we have an auto shortage. I took Hedy Lamarr bicycling yesterday over all the big hills around here, and it was a lot of fun, but I kept falling off the handlebars. And I saw Edward Arnold walking down the street today, and I said, "You know, Ed, you ought to start riding a bicycle." He said, "Look closely, I am." But I'm really an expert bicycle rider, though. I was riding down the road in front of my house, and I turned to some friends and said, "Look, no hands." And you should have heard them cheer as I disappeared down that open manhole. Bing Crosby has a bicycle built for two, and it sure looks cute as they go by, just him in the store clapping along. But I want to tell you, Bing is really doing his bit for the country. Crosby sent all his horses to the cavalry, but they sent a note back saying, "No thanks, they did their bit in the last war." But there's one man on this Kelowna. Oh, Professor.
No rubber on my heels.
Well, tell me, Professor, what are you doing to conserve your tires?
I worked out a simple scheme. I use 2 at a time and put them on my car corner caddy.
Kelowna, caddy corners.
Corner caddy.
Caddy corners.
Corner caddy.
Caddy corners.
What's the difference? Somebody swiped them anyway.
You know, Kelowna, there are a lot of shortages. For instance, I'm having a problem with my sugar.
What's that?
Kelowna, my sugar. My sugar.
Too bad you didn't speak sooner. I got engaged yesterday.
Kelowna, you know you awakened the beast in me.
I know. He left the 7 o'clock call.
Kelowna, I can see that you're not patriotic.
Don't be silly, Hope. I'm very patriotic. All this week I've been busy collecting defense blondes.
No. Look, Professor, you mean you've been busy collecting defense bonds.
Blondes.
Bonds.
Blondes.
Bonds.
Well, you have your fun, and I'll have mine.
But, Kelowna, I'm speaking about our country's defense bonds. Something new has been added all around this year. I'm working for a new sponsor.
New sponsor?
That's right, Skin.
Man, I just learned how to say composite metaphosphate. Now we're changing sponsor.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, Bob Hope and Company have a new sponsor starting tonight. This is the first announcement of it. Folks, I'm proud to tell you our new sponsor is an old friend in a new dress. A real smoothie, the new Pepsodent toothpaste.
Yes, it's true. The new improved Pepsodent toothpaste is one of the smoothest, one of the best-tasting toothpaste you've ever known. It's snowy white, creamy, with a flavor that tastes like springtime. And it's more active, works faster. That's because it's more Irium active. Did you get that? More Irium active. And let me tell you what that is all about. The new improved Pepsodent toothpaste contains 180% more Irium than before. 180% more. Now, you know what that means.
It goes to work faster.
That's right.
It's foamier.
Right again.
It makes teeth feel cleaner, quicker.
Sure it does. And that delightful, fresh flavor cools your mouth, wakes up your taste, makes you feel good all over. Don't wait another day to try this delightful new Pepsodent toothpaste. Your drugstore is stocked with this new Pepsodent, So go down to your drug counter tonight and say, Pepsodent toothpaste, please.
And here's Francis Langford and the Six Hits and a Miss singing You Made Me Love You and dedicating it to the boys at Camp Forest, Tennessee. Sing it, Francis.
You made me love you. I didn't want to do it. I didn't want to do it. You made me love you. And all the time you knew it, I guess you always knew it. You made me happy sometimes. You made me glad. But there were times, dear, you made me feel so bad. You made me sigh, for I didn't want to tell you. I didn't want to tell you. I want some love that's true. Yes, I do. Indeed, I do. You know I do. Gimme, gimme, gimme what I cry for. You know you got the brand of kisses that I die for. You know you made me love you.
I didn't wanna, but baby, you made me. I didn't wanna, but baby, you made me. You made me love you.
I didn't want to do it. I didn't want to do it.
You made me want you.
And all the time you knew it. I guess you always knew it. Sometimes I'm happy. Sometimes I'm glad. But there were times, dear, you made me feel so sad.
You made me sigh for.
I didn't want to tell you. I didn't want to tell you.
I want some love that's true.
Yes, I do. Indeed, I do. You know I do. Gimme, gimme, gimme what I cry for. You know you got the brand of kisses that I die for. You know you made me love you.
You made me love you.
Oh, yeah. My mother told me about that one, Francis. That was Francis Langford and the Six Hits and a Miss singing You Made Me Love You for the boys at Camp Forest, Tennessee. And the way you sang that, Francis, you made me love you.
Now, Bob, don't start giving me your line again.
Why, Francis, in all the time you've been on this program, I've been a perfect gentleman, haven't I? I've never kissed you or tried to hug you or hold your hand, have I?
No, Bob.
Is your brother really a cop?
By the way, Bob, I want to thank you for inviting me over to Fairmount to see you making your new picture with Madeline Carroll.
Say, Francis, you notice my dressing room window faces Maddie's dressing room window.
Yes, and that's a cute idea she has. Barbed wire curtains.
Yeah, they keep the sun out, my mother's. But, Francis, don't I make a romantic figure in my love scenes with Madeline?
Oh, yes, Bob. I love the way the light in your brown eyes shines on the bags below.
You add things after rehearsal.
But I'm only kidding, Bob. Skinny Ennis, Betty Hutton, Ben Gage, and myself all think you're a great actor. And we went around telling that to everybody.
Oh, thanks, Francis. That was nice of you. After all, I don't like to blow my own horn.
Well, just keep a firm grip on our options, Bob, and you've got a brass section for life. See you later.
Thank you, Francis. And now, ladies and gentlemen, it is my privilege to present one of Hollywood's finest actors and comedians, soon to be seen in the Warner Brothers picture Arsenic and Olays, Mr. Edward Everett Horton.
Thank you. Thank you, Bob. Thank you. Thank you very much indeed.
There you are, Eddie. Did you like that introduction?
Oh, it was nice, wasn't it? What I mean is it sounded so sincere. Do you always sound so sincere, Bob?
No, but I'm getting a little practice. I appear before my draft board tomorrow.
You appear before the draft board. My word, they must be desperate for men.
Why, what's wrong with me, Eddie?
Oh, nothing. I just thought they were taking the young fellows first.
Oh, I'm ready to go any minute, but I've got dependents.
Yes, I suppose you have, but isn't that overdoing it, walking up and down in front of the draft board all day long with baby Snooks in your arms?
Yes, and I kept tripping over my skirt.
Tell me, Bob, what part of it do they build? What part of it do they build here in this room?
Just a minute, Edward. This is NBC. I was tripping over that egg there, too. This is NBC. No one's building anything. I'm just in here to tell jokes.
My word, really? You mean there's a place this size left in Los Angeles where they don't make airplanes?
Why, Eddie, whatever gave you the idea that they were making airplanes here?
Well, when I came in, Bob, you were standing, so all I could see was your profile, and boy, oh boy, just look at that propeller.
Well, it comes in handy for prying tires off parked cars anyway.
Bob, how come your nose tilts so much?
Well, the stork that delivered me was up the night before playing a pinball machine. Tell me, Eddie, say, where'd you get that middle name?
Oh, Everett? Well, my father reads history books. What's your middle name?
Panatella. My old man reads cigar wrappers.
But seriously, Bob, you mean you haven't got a third name that people call you by?
Well, yes, I have.
What is it?
Oh, it's hardly worth going off the air for. By the way, do you listen to our show, Ed?
Yes, indeed, Bob. I always tune in on your show, and you are one of the funniest men on the radio today.
Oh, really? Well, that's quite a compliment you've given me.
Yes, well, this is quite a script you've given me.
Why, I thought I was doing all right, Eddie. I've been on this program 4 years.
Really? Well, I don't see why you spent your time so foolishly in 4 years. My word, you could have gone through high school.
Why, I went to high school. At least I went 2 years.
Why didn't you finish?
Well, by that time I got so I could figure out the Esquire cartoons and what else does a guy need.
Oh, that's very funny, huh? Esquire cartoons? Are there cartoons in Esquire? I never noticed them.
Would you like to appear in Hobby Lobby? Oh, by the way, Eddie, I saw you last week at the El Capitan Theater here, and you were swell in your play, Springtime for Henry.
Oh, thank you, Bob. And if I do say it myself, I made quite a bit of money with Springtime for Henry.
Yeah, well, you're going to be sorry around March 15th.
Why? What's March 15th?
Springtime for Henry Morgenthau. But I saw your play, Ed, and your performance was great.
I saw you in Louisiana Purchase.
And my performance was...
And in Technicolor, too.
What are you doing these days, Eddie?
Well, I just finished making a new picture for Warner Brothers, Arsenic and Old Lace. It's a horror picture.
Oh, how nice. You know, I've appeared in some horror pictures, too.
I know, but this one is intentional. The picture, Bob, the picture's about two ladies who murder all their male roomers.
Gosh, they really mean it when they tell you your week is up, huh? Well, I'd like to see how they murdered those fellas. Could we act out a little picture right here?
Why, I guess we could. Have we got anybody we could use for a corpse?
Oh, sure, that's Skinny Ennis. See him over there?
Oh, really?
I thought we could use him for a corpse.
Oh, don't you think he's a little too far gone? Bob, really, so that's Skinny Ennis?
Yes, Eddie.
Oh, yeah. He must have had a lovely funeral.
Well, Eddie, it's been swell having you here. You know, most people in Hollywood have been on this show 3 or 4 times, but this is your first visit, isn't it?
Yes, Bob. I insisted on money. Well... But really, Bob, I had a purpose in appearing here tonight. I'm going to turn your check over to the government.
Oh, why, Eddie, that's mighty generous of you.
Well, you know, Bob, anything to help out during this rubber shortage.
Thank you, Edward Everett Horton, and he'll be back in a few minutes, folks. And here is Betty Hutton and the Six Hits of the Mist singing Hey, Lady Bird. Let me hear it, Betty.
Lady bird, fly away home. Your heart's on fire, you'd better go home. Lady bird, sure as you're born, leave the boy blue, come blow your horn. I'm gonna be a shady lady bird. I got an awful lot to learn. And if you tell me that my heart's on fire, I'm gonna let it burn. I'm gonna be a shocking mockingbird. I'm gonna mingle with the best. I'm gonna try to find my heart's desire. I'm gonna rob the nest. Just like little Miss Muffet eating her way in curd. When I act a bit tough, it frightens away the bird. I'm gonna be a slumming hummingbird. I'm gonna pass along the word. I'm gonna have my fun and never tire. And if my technique seems absurd, that's because I've never been a shady ladybird.
You're gonna be a shady ladybird. You've got an awful lot to learn. Shady, shady ladybird.
I'm gonna let it burn.
Gonna jock the mockingbird. You're gonna mingle with the best. Baby, look out.
I'm gonna rob the nest. Not like little Jack Horner eating his pudding pie. I won't sit in a corner saying what a good girl am I. I'm gonna be a wicked chickadee. I'm gonna sit up on the fence. I'm gonna build myself a lovely dream. And if I don't, you come and see. That's because I've never been a shady lady. A shady lady bird.
That was Powerhouse Hutton and the 6 hits and a miss. Betty Hutton singing Shady Ladybird. Okay, Larry.
Well, Bob, tonight I want to tell the folks about a new and very important last-minute checkup on their attractiveness. It's called Pepsodent's new 2-second beauty test for teeth. Pepsodent Tongue Test. It tells you quickly and conclusively if your teeth are as clean and bright as they ought to be. It tells you in a flash if your smile will register as you want it to. It's very simple. Try it right now and you'll see what I mean.
Right now, run the tip of your tongue over your teeth. Feel that filmy coating? That's what dentists call materia alba. And it doesn't belong on teeth. It collects stains, makes teeth look dingy, makes your mouth feel unhappy. And what's more, it's a sign that your present toothpaste may be letting you down. It's a sign that you ought to switch to the new improved Pepsodent toothpaste because Pepsodent fights this filmy coating in 2 ways.
First, because of the higher irium content, it acts quickly to loosen and wash away the sticky coating. And second, its exclusive polishing agent buffs teeth to such a shiny smoothness that coating slides off, doesn't collect and stain. So run your tongue over your teeth right now. You can tell in 2 seconds that you need the new high-speed action of this new Pepsodent toothpaste. And when you use it, you've got a thrill coming. It's so smooth, so tasty. It will make your mouth feel like a fresh spring morning. Go to your drug counter tonight and say, Pepsodent toothpaste, please.
Once again, ladies and gentlemen, we resume reading The Life of Bob Hope, They Got Me Covered. We take it out and very... In the past weeks, we have shown you how Robert grows up. In growing up, he passes through many periods. First, babyhood. We find him uttering his first words to the baby in the next crib.
Hiya, babe.
During his infancy, Robert's mother was very proud of him. And here we find her showing baby Robert to a neighbor for the first time.
Oh, Mr. Horton, look, I have a surprise for you. This is Robert.
Oh, my, how cute. But hasn't he got awfully large ears for a bloodhound?
Yes, Robert's mother was very proud of him. She used to put him up where all the neighbors could see him, where he was in plain sight of everyone. And she used to say,
Come on, folks, try your luck. It's only a nickel for 3 baseballs.
Several baseballs hit Robert on the head, and he decides to become a comedian. He comes... He comes to Hollywood and at once decides to make a name for himself in Hollywood's fastest-growing industry. He goes to work. But the tires are glued on. However, Bob soon gets a job in pictures. His great success continues in Hollywood, and finally, Bob Hope decides to hire a valet. He interviews applicants.
Are you a gentleman's gentleman? Yes, sir, but in your case, I'm willing to make an exception.
So he hires Edward Everett Horton as his valet. And now we find them getting ready for a big evening.
Oh, Mr. Hope.
Yes, Edward.
I have a hot tub ready.
A hot tub. Ain't we got enough tubs without you stealing another one?
Well, for goodness sake, somebody join me. What I meant to say, sir, was that your bath is ready. Here, get in.
All right, I'll get in. Here I am, and the water is just right.
Sir?
Yes, what is it, Edward?
Well, perhaps it's none of my business, sir, but don't you think you're getting a bit too big for the sink?
All right, I'll get out and get dressed. Now I'll dab myself with some of this OD cologne. There, I spill quite a bit on. Take a deep breath, Edward. How does that smell?
Use a little more, sir. You're gaining on it.
I want to be well dressed tonight, Edward. Remember, this is an important affair, so put out my best clothes. I want to walk in there feeling solid.
There. How is that now? Do you feel solid?
No, lace me tighter.
I can't lace you tighter, sir. You've got more bustle than I've got muscle.
Well, say, Edward, we better hurry. I've got to go to the premiere of Madeline Carroll's new picture this evening. Say, did Maddie call me yet?
Yes, sir. Everything.
Oh, well, I'm taking Betty Hutton anyway. I phoned for a cab a half an hour ago. I can't understand why it isn't here. Hello?
Hello. This is cab driver Colonna, master of transportation, expert driver of safety cabs, guardian of public conveyances, also special rates for running over jacks.
Listen, Professor, you were supposed to be here long ago in your taxi. Where are you?
Well, Hope, I'm on a very winding street. I think I went a couple of blocks out of my way. Just a minute. There's a street sign here.
Well, what does it say?
Say, Hope, where's the Burma Road?
Colonna, stop fooling. You can't be on the Burma Road.
Chinese woman driver.
Listen, Professor, you're acting silly. Do you feel all right?
Of course, I'm in good condition. I always keep myself in the punk.
No, pink.
Punk.
Pink.
Punk.
Pink.
Oh, let's call it table tennis and the heck with it.
Such talk, Colonna. Where's your brain?
Working nights at Lockheed. Say, Hope, if you haven't got anything to do tonight, how about you and me playing a game of tiddly tink?
No, you mean tiddly-wink.
Tink, wink, tink.
Wink.
Oh, anyone listening to this program knows it's tink.
No applause in there, please. Well, never mind him, Edward. He'll be here soon. I better hurry and get dressed. Open the closet and get my dinner jacket out.
Yes, sir. Why, there are a lot of moths in there. And really, sir, moths that are really up to date.
They're up to date. Are they eating my tuxedo?
No, sir, they're flying over it and bombing it with mothballs.
Well, come on, Edward. Let's go outside and get a cab. Yes, sir. Here comes the taxi. He's coming pretty fast. Oh, taxi! Taxi! Stop! Who, me? Come on, Edward. Let's get in. Start the motor, Colonna.
Motor? You mean other cabs have motors?
Certainly.
No wonder I feel so tired. I have to pedal all day.
Oh, Bob, here I am. I hope I'm not late.
No, you're just on time. Come on, Betty. Hop in the cab.
Say, Bob, before we go any further, there's one thing I want to know. Who's paying for this cab?
Why, Betty, how can you ask a thing like that? You know what a gentleman I am, and you know how I arrange for paying everything when I take a girl out.
Okay, get out the dice.
Betty, please, Betty, don't talk that way to Bob. After all, he's taking you to the theater tonight, to an opening.
Yes, to an opening.
Gee, Bob, you think I'll be able to fit through that hole in the wall?
Well, come on, Colonna. Drive us to the Paramount Theater.
Why, it's rather crammed back here in the cab.
You're right, Mr. Horton. It is pretty crowded back here. Mind if I sit on your lap?
On my lap? Oh, well, Richard, dear me, how embarrassing. Well, why should you want to do a thing like that?
Well, I'm getting a little tired of holding you on mine.
You know, Edward, Betty here is a wonderful jitterbug. Did you ever jitterbug?
Jitterbug? No, sir, but I have sometimes stepped on Japanese beetles.
Say,
eyes in the back of the cab. Are you kissing that girl?
Nope.
Are you holding hands with her?
Nope.
Are you hugging her?
Nope.
Want to get out and wait for the bus?
Listen, Professor, attend to your driving. Attend to your driving, will you?
Well, I'll do my best.
Run it right in through there. Attend to it, old boy. Right in through there. Go on.
Okay, Hope. Say, we're coming to a crossroads, and on my left is a big truck coming at me doing 60 miles an hour.
Doing 60 miles an hour. Kelowna, stop and let the truck go through first.
Nonsense, Hope. If the truck is on my left, that means I have the right of way. And if I have the right of way, that truck has to stop for me. Here goes. Think anybody believes this?
Okay, Bud, pull up to the curb.
Yes, officer.
Now tell me, Bud, where do you think you're going? To a fire?
Yeah, we're going to a fire. What about it?
Well, take me. I'm just a big squirt.
What do you know? We're out of gas. Luckily, we're near this gas station, and it has a grease pit. All the car needs is a little gas and grease. I'll hop out and run the car up to the top. Well, car's way up on top of the grease pit now, and I'm standing under it.
Oh, Kelowna, you better get out from under the car. Only mechanics know how to work those things.
Don't be silly, Hope. Watch. I'll lower it very slowly. I'll have plenty of time to get out of the way.
Kelowna!
Just call me Flathead.
All thanks for the memories, each schooner and her friend. Upon you we depend, and if our miking's to your liking, we all bow and bend to thank you so much, and thanks for the memories.
Adventures in Space await you with Buck Rogers coming up next.
Buck Rogers in the 25th century.
Buck Rogers is on the air, brought to you by the makers of Popsicle, Fudgicle, and Creamsicle, those delicious frozen confections on a stick. And now a message from the famous fellow who won the contest for the typical American boy, Popsicle Pete.
Hello, everybody. Did you send in any popsicle bags for presents yet? Gosh, it feels like Christmas when the postman brings you a package. Better read Popsicle, Creamsicle, or Fudgicle every day and save up those bags.
And be sure you get genuine Popsicle, Creamsicle, or Fudgicle, fellas and girls. Those names must be printed right on the bag if you want free presents. And if you want to get frozen confections that are extra delicious and extra big, genuine Popsicle, Fudgicle, and Creamsicle. My, are they good, and good for you. When you're tired, they pick you right up because they're full of nourishment, full of energy, and so refreshing.
Oh, boy. Do they taste delicious?
Sure they do, because they're made fresh every day of the finest ingredients, made only by the best ice cream manufacturers in town, the biggest 5 cents worth anywhere.
Yeah, man. Say, kids, ask at your ice cream store for a free illustrated Popsicle gift list. A free coupon comes with it, worth 10 bags.
And now let's get back to the thrilling adventures of Buck Rogers in the 25th century. And let's see. Kane and Ardelia, you remember, sent Black Barney out from their secret headquarters to get supplies. Buck and Wilma, meanwhile, have been following Kane's old rocket trail toward the ruins of ancient Philadelphia. But as we pick up our story tonight, we find that the trail has suddenly stopped. Let's join Buck and Wilma there in the control cabin of their rocket plane. Here we go, 500 years into the future.
Yes, sir, Wilma, the trail has dropped right off.
But, Buck, if Kane turned off the power completely, his ship would drop down and crack up.
Not if he used plenty of inertron lifting power. Yes, and it's an old trick of his to zigzag and coast in order to hide his rocket trail.
What are we going to do?
Cruise around in circles, I guess, until we pick up the trail where it starts again.
Better take it easy then. In this darkness, he might be only a couple of miles away from us, and we wouldn't be able to see him.
Unless we spotted the flames from his rocket tubes.
Yes, that's true.
I'll start swinging us around, and I'll keep an eye on the gas analyzer dials while you keep a sharp eye ahead.
Okay, shoot.
And hang on, because I'm going to fly in a tight circle.
Sure. Gas analyzer say anything yet?
Well, the direction needle gives a little hop now and then, but it's only from traces of old rocket gas that may have been left by most any ship anytime.
Well, when we do pick up Kane's trail again, we can be sure it'll be plenty strong.
And so fresh we can't miss it. Only thing that can keep us from finding it is a cyclone.
This slow circling around takes so much time, though.
Yeah, and lets Kane get farther and farther away from us.
Just what I was...
It's a rocket trail, Wilma. Heading almost due west.
Kane.
Must be. Watch the analyzer dials turn up to...
What's the matter, Buck?
Say, didn't that ship Kane took give us readings of 7, 26, and 1.9?
That's right.
But look, the dials say 122, 13, and 4.
Sounds like the exhaust from a ship that carries a rocket dampener.
Yes, sir. Was there one of them aboard when Barney and Willie first took off in it?
I doubt it, Buck. Just before it was lined up for the test flight, Dr. Hewer had every bit of unnecessary equipment taken off.
You sure?
Quite sure.
Well, let's call Dr. Hewer by radio and check on it.
Okay. Say, didn't Dr. Hewer say he was going out to Omaha to look over the impenetrite situation?
Yeah, but surely he hasn't got started out there yet. Go ahead and call him while I keep us circling around in the hope of picking up another rocket trail.
Right.
Better use the confidential wavelength, too.
Got it. Calling B121. Calling B121.
This dampened rocket trail is a strong one, though, Wilma.
Wilma Deering, calling B121.
And whoever made it must have been traveling pretty fast, because there's so much of it. Makes a real impression on the dial readings.
Calling B121. Of course, Buck.
Yeah?
Most any commercial ship might have made that trail.
But why would a commercial ship use a dampener?
Yes, that's true. Calling B121.
You better try Central Radio Bureau. If the doctor had taken his confidential wave receiver to Omaha with him, well, he'd have answered before this.
I guess so.
And if Central Radio aren't able to connect you with him, they should at least be able to get a message through to him.
I'll try them. You know, as I want them to know why I'm calling the doctor, though.
Oh, don't worry about that. They've handled more confidential messages and handled them well than you could shake a stick at.
Okay. Calling Central Radio Bureau.
Doggone it, I'd certainly like to know about this dampened
Central
rocket
Radio,
trail.
Davidson speaking.
This is Lieutenant Wilma Deering.
Oh, yes, Lieutenant.
I've been trying to reach Dr. Hewer, but haven't had much luck. Do you know where he is?
Why, he's on his way out to the city of Omaha, Lieutenant.
Oh, already?
Yes, to consult with Elmo, the head of that city. Regarding a possible source of impenetrite, I believe.
Well, have you any idea how soon he'll arrive there?
Yes, about 6 or 7 minutes, I should judge. Is what you have to say to him of a confidential nature?
Why, yes. Why?
Well, then, I'd suggest you wait a few minutes and call on a wavelength of 8.3 centimeters. Yes, that'll get your call directly to Elmo's office without danger of interception.
Well, thank you very much. I'll do it. Signing off.
Signing off.
You hear that, Buck?
Yeah. Give the doctor time to get there and then call him.
Right.
Meantime, we'll just keep circling around and hope and pray the gas analyzer will pick up the trail we want.
Come in.
Well, good evening, Elmo.
Why, Dr. Hewer. Great day. I'm glad to see you.
It's good to see you again. And how are you?
Splendid, thank you, sir. Sit right down and be comfortable.
Thank you. Before we go any further, let me congratulate you on the way you've been handling things here in Omaha.
Aye?
Yes, indeed. You and your people have done a mighty fine job of things since that time we picked you up on the little planetoid out near the orbit of Mars.
But if it weren't for you and Captain Rogers, we might still be out there on that desolate little world. How is Captain Rogers, by the way? And Lieutenant Wilma?
Both fine. They asked me to convey their best regards to you.
Well, return them, Doctor, 1,000-fold. And when are those two coming out here to visit me?
Well, not for some time, I'm afraid.
Oh, engaged on another thrilling trip into interplanetary space?
No, Elmo. No, something far more important than that.
Really? What?
Well, please remember that what I tell you is in the strictest confidence.
Oh, most assuredly, Doctor.
Have you ever heard of Killer Kane and Ardela?
I certainly have, sir. They're the people who tried to burn up our little planetoid before you rescued us from it.
Oh, of course. Yes. I'd forgotten that incident.
Yes, but it's true that I haven't heard much about them since that time.
Well, not long after, we succeeded in locating them on another small world, one that lies considerably further out in our solar system than the one you and your people occupied.
Oh, could it be one of the black planetoids we've all heard so much about?
Yes, one that lies out toward the orbit of Pluto.
You found them there, eh?
After a rather strenuous time of it, we captured them and brought them back here to Earth. They were placed in the Niagara Municipal Prison on a sentence of life imprisonment.
Well, then, congratulations. That's splendid.
It was splendid, Elmo.
Well, what do you mean, sir?
Well, they're at large again.
Great day.
Buck and Wilma are right now doing everything they can in an attempt to run them down again.
Well, have Buck and Wilma found any clues as to their whereabouts?
None very tangible, I'm afraid.
Well, Doctor, I have boundless faith in those two. If anyone is capable of bringing the criminals to justice, they are.
I agree with you, Elmo, wholeheartedly. But you see, the situation's been somewhat complicated by the fact that Black Bonnie...
Yes, Doctor?
I quite forgot. I really haven't told you the purpose of my visit.
But you started to say something
about... What I
about...
came here for is to determine whether we'll be able to get a worthwhile amount of impenetrite from the ore fields we discovered near the city a couple of years ago. A new instrument I've developed requires that certain parts be made of impenetrite.
Yeah, well, I'll tell you...
Ordinarily, we get that element from far off Pluto, but if the ore here is rich enough, save a great deal of time and expense to use it.
I'm afraid that's not, Doctor.
Oh, you've already investigated it?
Yes. As a matter of fact, I was taking some pride in the fact that we'd be able to surprise you by having gone ahead with the necessary experiments entirely on our own initiative.
And the result of these experiments?
Well, samples of the ore with complete analyses probably are waiting for you at your laboratory in Niagara now.
Oh, really?
As a matter of fact, you must have passed a ship that was carrying them on your way out here just now.
Oh, that's splendid. Well, then I'll go on back right away. I really had no business leaving Niagara tonight. There's so much demanding my attention there. But it was a good excuse to see and talk with you again, so I just hopped into my ship and came along.
Well, I'm mighty glad you did.
But now I must go. I'll go out the back door of this office if you don't mind, because it's more convenient to where I park my rocket plane.
Why, certainly, Doctor. Yes, sir.
Thank you.
And the next time you come to Omaha, you must plan to stay longer. And bring Buck and Wilma with you.
All right, Elmo. Goodbye.
Goodbye, Doctor. Yes?
Well, hello there, Elmo.
Oh, Black Barney.
Yeah. Surprised to see me?
Oh, yes. Too bad you couldn't have arrived a moment ago.
Huh?
Well, Dr. Hewitt just left.
What was he doing here?
Well, really more of a visit than anything else. At least it turned out that way.
Oh.
What can I do for you, my friend?
Well, Elmo, I'm on what you might sort of call official business. Yeah. Maybe you don't know it, but Killer Kane and Ardela,
yes,
you know...
I know. Dr. Hewitt just told me about them.
Oh, he did?
Yes.
Well, did he tell you I'm out looking for him?
No, I don't think so.
Well, I am, see? And I gotta have a lot of equipment and stuff. Can you give me it?
Well, I'd be glad to.
Okay. I got a ship parked out front so as we can start loading the stuff and things onto it right away. The old men can pick out my ship on account of it has a rocket dampener onto it.
Well, yes, of course.
Now, first I gotta have a battle cruiser and a long-range atomic disintegrator, paralysis rays and rocket guns, and a lot of other stuff.
Doggone it, Wilma. I wonder why we don't pick up that rocket trail. I mean the right one.
Well, Buck,
Yeah?
you suppose Kane could have done something to Barney's ship that would make it leave the kind of trail we found?
Sure, it's possible. It's much more likely, though, that the ship has a rocket dampener on it we don't know anything about. But say, isn't it about time you put through that call to Dr. Hewitt to check up on it?
Oh, yes, I guess.
What's the matter?
Nothing, but directly below us.
What?
The ruins of ancient Philadelphia, where Professor Smith, the mad scientist, had his headquarters.
By golly, Wilma, I wonder.
Just what I was thinking.
Yes, sir. Hang on while I swing us.
No, listen.
Calling Buck Rogers.
It's Dr. Hewitt. I'll take it. Hello, Doctor?
Buck,
I'm on my way back to Niagara from Omaha.
So soon?
Yes. I just got a call from Elmo to the effect that shortly after I left there, Black Barney dropped in on him.
What?
Barney picked up a lot of equipment, a whole rocket plane full, as a matter of fact, and then left immediately.
Great day.
So my suggestion is that you and Wilma in your fast ship go out there to Omaha immediately.
Doctor, we're on our way.
Good.
Wilma, hang on for power. Well, chasing out there after Barney are really getting somewhere. But I'm certainly sorry that it didn't stop and investigate the old headquarters of Professor Smith.
Gee, some excitement. Do I feel warm? Wish I had a great big frozen fudgicle. Say, can you imagine anything better than that creamy chocolate fudge frozen ice cold on a stick?
Well, I can't. And fellas and girls, what's the best, purest, biggest nickel's worth you can get? Right, a fudgicle. Delicious and full of healthful energy. Yes, a genuine fudgicle is as rich in milk solids as a glass of milk. Swell to eat, easy to digest, and made fresh every day. Don't forget to save bags from Fudgicle, Popsicle, and Creamsicle for those wonderful free prizes. Cameras, dolls, sweatshirts, and just lots of other things.
Listen, kids, be sure to get your free Popsicle gift list at your ice cream store. Don't take no for an answer. Buck and Wilma's picture's on it, too.
Orson Welles and his supporting cast of Academy Award-winning actors present yet another classic tale in The Campbell's Playhouse, coming up next.
The makers of Campbell Soup present The Campbell Playhouse. Orson Welles, producer. Good evening, listeners. This is Ernest Chappell speaking. Tonight, the Campbell Playhouse presents Orson Welles in his own radio version of Counselor at Law. Heading the cast are Aline McMahon of the theater in Hollywood and Gertrude Berg, who leaves her role as Molly Goldberg on her own program, The Rise of the Goldbergs, to appear on another broadcast for the first time. Let me ask what comes to your mind when I mention chicken for dinner. I think I know. You visualize a fine, plump chicken sizzling brown and falling into tender slices under the touch of the carving knife. And you recall the eager anticipation as the plates were passed from place to place. A grand dish, chicken. A special occasion treat that's always welcome. But remember that between these special occasions, your family can still enjoy the good taste of chicken soup. Because just as sure as you like chicken, you like Campbell's chicken soup. You'll see how chicken rich it is and the very golden glisten of it. You'll taste deep down chicken flavor in every tempting spoonful. What's more, you'll find pieces of tender chicken meat in it and fluffy, snowy rice. I know you'll agree that Campbell's is the real old-fashioned kind of chicken soup. Why not keep several cans of Campbell's chicken soup on hand?
Good evening. This is Orson Welles. The Campbell Playhouse, as I've already mentioned, is a radio show and not a broadcast from the stage. Our stories are addressed to you in your homes and not to an audience that we can see. And only on special occasions are inhabitants of the outside world admitted to the mysterious privacy of the studio from which these words are originating. Tonight is such an occasion. But tonight our story is about courtrooms and judges, laws and lawyers, and nobody knows less about these things than I do. And nobody knows more than my good friend, Mr. Samuel S. Leibowitz, who's been kind enough to come up here and check my script for inaccuracies and to advise me on points of legal procedure. Under the circumstances, the least I could do was to ask him to stay for the broadcast. For Mr. Leibowitz, as everybody knows who can spell out a headline, has been prominent in more celebrated trials than you could shake a docket at. It is hardly necessary to remind you of the Irwin case, the Vera Stretz case, the Scottsboro trial, the bread knife murderess, the Mother Honor slayer, the Vendetta woman, or the Gigolo murder. With this enviable and unprecedented career behind him, I am fairly sure that Mr. Leibowitz examined my case very thoroughly before he took it on. I can hardly hope that he will defend my performance of counselor at law. I can only hope that our broadcast will not detract from his record. Ladies and gentlemen, may I present counselor at law, my legal advisor for tonight, Mr. Samuel S. Leibowitz.
Thank you, Orson. I'm very curious to see what you're going to do with one of my favorite plays. As you know, the original author, Elmer Rice, was a law student, so his legal details are mostly authentic. As far as I can see, there's nothing in your script that would be ruled out of court.
I hope you're right, Sam. And I hope you like our show. And now, if you'll just sit over there with Mrs. Leibowitz and pretend you're the jury, Aline McMahon, Gertrude Berg, and the rest of us of the Campbell Playhouse will present our case to you, and I promise you we'll all be very interested to hear your verdict. Ladies and gentlemen, and Mr. and Mrs. Leibowitz, the Campbell Playhouse presents Counselor at Law by Elmer Rice, and remains obediently yours.
And gentlemen of the jury, I ask you to put yourself in Zadora Chapman's place. She loved the deceased with all the tender emotion that a woman can lavish upon a man. The small finger that pressed that fatal trigger was the desperations of a loving heart. I know, gentlemen, as you look into the face of this poor widow, oppressed with grief and remorse, you will not find it in your hearts to condemn one whom heaven has already punished for no other crime than that she loved not wisely, but too well.
Simon and Tedesco. Hello?
Is Mr. Tedesco there?
Yes, I'll put you through. Hello? Simon and Tedesco. Who's calling, please? Mr. McGee?
No, Mr. McKee.
Mr. McKee, Kaylight and Kitty?
That's right, of Bartlett McKee.
One moment, please. Mr. McKee of Bartlett McKee calling Mr. Tedesco. Oh, Henry.
Yeah, what is it?
Say, Henry, will you distribute this mail?
Oh, gee, I got to get out these notices of trial. Can't you even sort it?
Say, who's the office boy around here, you or me? Simon and Tedesco. One moment, please. Hello? Simon and Tedesco.
Hiya, Bessie. This is Little Al.
Oh, so it's you, is it? I thought you was dead and buried.
Did you wear mourning?
No, I don't look so good in black.
You miss me, babe?
Yeah, sure, I missed you.
Did you, Bessie?
Yeah, like Booth missed Lincoln. Gee, I'm glad I'm wearing long sleeves so I can laugh in them.
You go for me, Bessie. You know you do.
All right, now I'll tell you one. Wait a minute. Simon and Tedesco. Yes, who's calling? One moment, I'll give you Miss Gordon, his secretary. Wilson and DeVore calling Mr. Simon. Here's Miss Gordon, Mr. Simon's secretary. All righty, go ahead. Hello.
I'm still waiting.
Yeah, you had another call.
Well, here's your chance, babe. You and me stepping out tonight.
I can't tonight. Say, you must have your hats made in a barrel factory. You better call me back later. I'm busy now. Hello? Simon and Tedesco. One moment, please. Who did you wish to see, madam?
Is Mr. Simon busy?
Yes, he is. Would anybody else do?
I'll wait for him.
Well, he may be busy for quite a while.
Oh, that's all right. I got plenty time.
All right, take a seat.
Thank you.
Hello? Simon and Tedesco. Who's calling Mr. Simon? I'll put you through to Miss Gordon, his secretary.
Bessie. Tongue on rye and chocolate mountain.
Oh, thanks, Charlie.
30 cents and here's your change.
You should tell him to put a lot of Russian dressing on it.
Yeah, smeared it on thick.
Simon and Tedesco. Hello? Mr. Bellini? Yes, you can have Mr. Tedesco now. Mr. Bellini's calling Mr. Tedesco.
Excuse me, ma'am.
Yeah? What is it, please?
Ain't you Mr. Simon's mother?
Sure, I'm Lena Simon.
I thought I recognized you. I guess you don't remember me.
Well, think I saw you somewhere before.
I'm Charlie McFadden. Used to be the helper to Barney O'Rourke, the plumber on 3rd Avenue. When you and your old man had the bakery shop and George was selling papers.
Oh, shoot. Shoot, of course, shoot. Oh, when we lived on 86th Street.
Yeah. I'll say you're looking great. Well, you don't look a day older than the last time I saw you.
Well, I have my health, thank God. My boy gives me everything. More than I want. Why shouldn't I look well?
Well, you sure got reason to be proud of your son, Mrs. Simon. He's a prince among men, that's what he is.
Yes, that's just what he is, Mr. McFadden.
Well, gave me a new start in life, that's what he did. You know, I was nothing but a jailbird.
You're working here for Georgie.
Yeah, nearly 4 years now. Process server. Now and again, I do a little private detective work for Mr. Simon. You see, I got ways of finding things out.
He's a good man, my Georgie. He always worked hard. Since he was a little boy, he's working hard. Always working and studying and trying to better himself. Sure. That's how he made his success.
Well, I'll tell G.S. you're here, Mrs. Simon.
No, Mr. McFadden, I'll sit and wait for Georgie. It's all right. He's so busy and I have all day.
Hello? Simon and Ted, hello. Who's calling me? I can Mr. Simon's secretary, Miss Gordon. One moment, please.
Good morning, everybody.
Oh, good morning, Mrs. Chapman.
Good morning, Betsy.
Well, congratulations, Mrs. Chapman.
Thanks, Charlie.
Well, you sure must be feeling good this morning, Mrs. Chapman.
I feel just like a new woman. That's how I feel.
Yeah, I'll bet you do. After all you've been through.
Of course, after Mr. Simon talked to the jury, I had a feeling that everything was going to be all right. Why, do you know I just sat there and cried like a baby? And when the acquittal came, would you believe it? I was out like a light.
Gee, I wish I could have heard Mr. Simon speak.
Bessie, will you tell him I'm here?
I sure will. Oh, Miss Gordon, Mrs. Chapman's in the office to see Mr. Simon. All righty, I'll tell her. Mr. Simon's on long distance. Miss Gordon says you will please take a seat and wait a minute, Mr. Chapman.
Okay, hope you don't make it too long.
Simon and Tedesco. Oh, good morning, Mr. Simon. Oh, Mr. Simon, he's on long distance just now, ma'am. Well, Miss Gordon is talking on another wire. Do you want to hold on?
I'll call later.
All right, Mr. Simon, I'll tell him you called. Goodbye. That was Mrs. Simon.
Does she come around here a lot?
Oh, well, not so much. They live up in Westchester.
Yeah.
She's one of the 400, you know. Her father was the governor of some state.
Kind of ritzy, huh?
Well, you know the way those society dames are.
Sure.
They never wear the same dress twice. And... Yes, Miss Gordon?
Mr. Simon will see Mrs. Chapman now. You ask her to step in?
All righty. You can go right in now, Mrs. Chapman. You know the way?
Yes, I know the way.
Hello, Zadora.
Hello, George, darling.
Sit down.
Thank you, George.
Pretty busy, Zadora. What's on your mind? Anything special? I got clients waiting for me.
Oh, well, let them wait. George, darling, how can I ever thank you
You
enough?
thanked me last night. It's my business to tell people when they get into trouble, and hereafter don't keep any firearms around the house. It might turn out so well next time, you know.
Oh, George, you were so wonderful when you talked to the jury. All those beautiful things you said about me. Gee, it made me feel that you were the first man that ever really understood me.
Well, anyhow, I understand juries. It's very nice of you to come in, Zadora. Any time I can be of any further use to you. I'm very
Why are
glad.
you so cold to me, George? Don't you know how fond I am of you? Oh, George, dear, I've learned to grow so fond of you. And I realize you're a
Now,
married man.
listen, Mrs. Chapman. I was engaged to defend you on the charge of murdering your husband. There's nothing in the retainer that requires me to fall in love with you.
Well, of all the darn
There's
nerve.
a way out, Mrs. Chapman. Come
Are
on.
you throwing me out of your office?
That's what it looks like.
You go to the devil.
Goodbye, Mrs. Chapman.
You're going to pay for this.
Say, Bessie, if that woman comes in or calls me, I'm out. You understand?
Yes, Mr. Simon.
So help me, that's the last of those female murder cases I'll ever handle.
Hello, Georgie.
Mama. Mama, I didn't know you were here.
That's all right, Georgie.
How are you? Have you been here long? Bessie, why didn't you tell me my mother was here?
Only a few minutes, Georgie.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Simon. I didn't know the lady was your mother.
What do you mean you didn't know? Don't you ask people who they are when they come in?
Georgie, please. I got plenty
The next time my mother calls, I want her announced right away, no matter who's in the office. Do you understand?
Yes, Mr. Simon.
Come in the office, Mama. Have your lunch?
Sure. Long time already.
Sit down, Mama. Make yourself comfortable. Well, Mama, I decided to go to Europe with Cora next week.
That's good, Georgie. That's good. You need a good rest. You work too hard.
I don't need any rest, but... Well, hard work's good for me, Mama, but I promised Cora that we'd celebrate our 5th anniversary by taking a trip together. You know, I haven't really had a chance to be alone with Cora much.
That's what you should do, Georgie. A man and his wife should be just as close together as possible.
Especially when a man has a wife like Cora. She's a wonderful, wonderful woman, Mama.
Well, she has a good husband, and you too, Georgie.
Oh, yes, of course. According to you, nobody would be good enough for me. It's wonder the King of England never asked me to become his son-in-law.
Well, I'm sure his daughters couldn't do any better.
Mama, you're sweet.
All right, laugh. My opinion you don't change. Georgie, I want to talk to you.
Is anything wrong? You feeling all right?
Oh, I'm feeling fine. About me, you mustn't worry, Georgie.
Well, what's the matter, then? What do you look so serious about?
Georgie, you mustn't be angry.
I'm not going to be angry. What is it?
Georgie, your brother David called me up this morning.
Well?
He told me you wouldn't be angry.
I'm not angry, Mama. Go ahead.
He needs a little money.
Money? What does he need money for this time?
Check came back from the bank.
You mean he gave somebody a bum check?
He made a little mistake in his balance.
The devil, he made a little mistake in his balance. He's a crook, that's what he is.
Georgie, is that a way to talk about your brother?
Yes, brother. A fine brother he is. But I'm through with him. He can get himself out of this one.
Georgie, be a good boy. It's the last time. He won't do it again.
Yes. How many times have I heard that one before? I'm through with him, I tell you. I'm supposed to be an important lawyer around here. I'm mixed up in more front-page cases than any lawyer in New York. People from old families come in and think I'm doing him a favor if I accept their retainers. If I don't happen to like a millionaire's looks, I throw him out of the office. Yeah, it's fine for me, isn't it, to have a brother going around getting himself pinched in gambling raids and handing out rubber checks. It's great, isn't it?
George, please. For me, do it. Not for him.
Oh, no.
I don't always ask you for something, Georgie.
All right, then, Mama. Put it that way. Rexy, you come in?
Thanks, Georgie. You're a good boy.
Yes, Mr. Simon. Oh, hello, Mrs. Simon. How are you?
Can't complain. Thank you, Miss Gordon.
Rexy, make out a check. My brother for... how much is it, Mama?
$450.
$450. Cash for the mail tonight.
Yes, Mr. Simon. Oh, Pete Malone from the county clerk's office is outside. He says it's important.
A few minutes. Can't be that important. He can wait.
Yes, sir. A nice girl, George. That's Miss Gordon.
Yeah, she's a wonderful secretary. Couldn't get along without her.
How is it such a nice girl like Miss Gordon don't find herself a husband?
I don't know. I don't think she's interested in men.
Well, George, I see you're busy, and I think I'll go home now.
All right, Mama. Take a taxi up.
Oh, bus is all right, too. The bus is good enough. And thank you, Georgie, for David. And from now on, I'm sure he'll be a good boy, like you. And every night, George, I say a prayer for you and for him.
Goodbye, Mama.
Bye, Georgie. Take care of yourself.
Goodbye. Rexy.
Yes, Mr. Simon?
Rexy, how much did I tell you to send a bill to Mrs. Richter for?
Oh, 5,000.
I better make it 6 and send it to her as soon as the separation agreement is signed. I wanted to get it while she's still grateful.
Yes, sir. Oh, Mr. Simon.
Yeah, what is it?
Motion to dismiss Palin against White National comes up this morning.
Getting a German.
And here's a money order for $50 from Mrs. Moran in that accident case.
Send it back. She can't afford to send me $50.
Hello, Mr. Simon's office. Miss Gordon speaking.
What is it now?
It's Mrs. Simon.
Oh. Hello, darling. How are you?
How are you, dear?
I'm fine.
I had a hard time getting you.
Yeah, I was talking to Washington.
You didn't get home last night.
No, the jury didn't come in till after midnight, and by the time I got it out, it was nearly 2.
George?
Yeah?
Did you check on the reservation?
Oh, yes, darling, on the Paris. Say, why don't you have lunch with me?
Can't. I have a date.
Oh, I see.
I'm sorry.
Oh, that's all right, darling. I'll see you this afternoon around 3.
Thanks.
Goodbye, sweetheart. All right, anything else?
Well, Pete Malone's still waiting to see you. Oh, and there's a wire from Washington. I don't understand it. All it says is yes, and it's signed XYZ.
Let's see it. Swell. Get Joe Fishman of Fishman & Company right away. Tell him to buy 5,000 shares of Gulf Coast Utilities at the market.
But, Mr. Simon, you said only last
I
week...
know it's a lousy start, but that wire's a hot tip. The court's going to dismiss the complaint against the company, and the stock's due for a little whirl. Go on, hurry. What are you waiting for? Do what I tell you and send in Pete Malone.
Yes, Mr. Simon. Bessie?
Yes, Miss Gordon.
Mr. Simon will see Mr. Malone.
Yes, Miss Gordon.
Oh, and Mr. Simon, before you go out, Mr. Tedesco would like to have a word
All
with
right,
you.
all right. Come in.
Hello, George.
Oh, what's on your mind, Malone?
Plenty, George. I'm afraid it's not good news.
Sit down, spill it.
You know my brother Ed, the warden up at Elmhurst.
Sure, I know him. How's getting along up there?
Oh, he's getting along all right. They tipped me off to something I think you ought to know.
All right. You ever remember handling a case for some fellow named, wait a minute till I think of his name. It's some Dutch or Hebrew name, something other Stein. Wait, I think I wrote it down somewhere. Yes, here it is. Breitstein. Johann Breitstein. Remember him?
Yeah, I remember. Johann Breitstein, this German boy. I defended him on a larceny charge about 8 or 9 years ago and got him acquittal. What about it?
Was there something about an alibi?
Yeah, he had an airtight alibi. That's why the jury acquitted him.
Yeah, well, it seems there was another guy who was mixed up in the case. Is that right?
Yes, he established the alibi for Breitstein.
That's it. Well, this bird's doing a stretch up at Elmhurst, and it seems he had a session with a friend of yours who's a member of the parole board.
What are you talking about?
A man by the name of Francis Clark Baird. Ever hear him?
Yes. Well, what about him?
Well, this bird's been giving Francis Clark Baird some song and dance about that alibi being framed up.
What do you mean, framed up?
Well, I'm just telling you what Ed told me over the phone last night. This guy Baird on the grievance committee of the Bar Association, too?
Yes, I think so.
Well, that's what Ed said. He says he's got a hunch that Francis Clark Baird would like to get something on you, George. I guess that's right, too, ain't it?
Sure he would. I licked him to a fare you well in half a dozen cases.
Well, that's what I said to Ed. There's nothing to it, Ed, I says. George is too smart a boy, I says, to let himself get mixed up with anything like that. Only I thought I'd better tip you off.
Thanks, Pete. It was swell of you to let me know. Hey, what do you think of those silk stockings trying to pull a thing like that on me?
Well, you know how it is, George. These guys that came over on the Mayflower don't like to see the boys from 2nd Avenue sitting in the high places. We're just a lot of riffraff to them.
Yeah. Rexy, come in, please.
Yes, Mr. Stone.
I got to be getting back to the office. So long, George. Come around the club some night.
Yes, I will, Pete. Thanks for the steer.
Keep the change. So long.
So long, Pete.
Yes, Mr. Simon?
Listen, Rexy, I got a job for you. It's important.
Yes, sir.
About 8 or 9 years ago, I defended a fellow named Johann Breitstein in General Sessions. I want you to get hold of Breitstein right away. Let everything else go until you locate him, understand?
Yes, certainly will.
And get me all the papers out of the files and have them here for me this afternoon. People against Johann Breitstein. Then send up to General Sessions and order a transcript of the stenographer's minutes of the trial and locate Breitstein. And ask Mr. Tedesco to step in here right away, and I don't want to be disturbed.
Yes, Mr. Simon.
Okay.
Yes, Mr. Simon?
Is Charlie McFadden out there?
He's gone to the bank.
All right. Get a hold of him as soon as he gets in. I want to see him. Hello, John.
What is it, George? You want to see me?
John, you're my partner. Got a right to know this before anyone else. You ever hear of Francis Clark Baird?
Baird? Yes, I heard of him.
He's got something on me, and he's going to break me.
What do you mean he's got something on you?
Well, you think I'm crazy when you hear this, and maybe you're right. I once helped a fellow out of a jam by putting over a fake alibi.
Subordination of perjury?
Yeah, that's right. They can't get me on a criminal charge. The statute of limitations is run, but they can disbar me, and they will.
Disbar you?
What I said.
George, how did you ever get yourself mixed up in anything like that?
Don't ask me. I was just a fool, that's all. I'll tell you how it happened. 9 years ago, a kid by the name of Breitstein had stolen $12 out of a locker in a bathhouse. Well, I advised him to plead guilty and get off the few months. Then I discovered that he was a fourth offender and that a conviction meant a life sentence. Well, I didn't know what to do about it, so finally Breitstein said he could get a fellow to swear that he was in his house in Jamaica the day the robbery was committed. I couldn't refuse, John. I'd known the kid and his family. I knew he'd go straight if I got him off, and he has, too. I just couldn't see that kid get a life sentence, so... Like a sucker, I went into it. Now the chickens are coming home to roost.
But, has this fella Breitstein been squeezed?
No, the guy that fixed the alibi's been talking, making a play for parole. And, of course, Francis Clark Baird has to be on the parole board. It's funny, in a way. For years, that Yankee's been trying to get something on me. Every time he's drawn a blank, and now this one thing that was dead and buried and forgotten falls right into his lap, and it's as good as if I'd misappropriated $1 million.
Well, can't you bluff it through, George?
Well, maybe yes, maybe no. Trouble is that the case won't bear any investigating.
Oh, good Lord.
What am I going to do, John? They're going to disbar me, sure as fate. It's rich, isn't it?
I guess there's not much use going to Francis Clark Baird with the whole story.
That's a laugh, John. Might as well throw a biscuit into a cage of a man-eating tiger.
Well, I know some ways that you could get him that would put an end to his funny business forever.
John, listen, we're a long way from Sicily, boy. Put it out of your mind. You'll make me sorry that I told you in a minute.
Well, what good is a rat like that? He's out after our scalps, isn't he? And why? Because we came from the streets and our parents talk with an accent.
Oh, what's the good of talking about all that? He's technically right and he's doing his duty.
Well, you're not licked yet, George. We'll pull all the wires we can.
Thanks, John. I know I can count on you to the last drop of blood. It's one bright spot in the picture. Got you and one or two other friends that'll stick to the finish. And a wife that's 100%. That makes it worth fighting.
That's the boy.
You know, maybe I'm building this thing bigger than it really is. See how it works out. I just wanted you to know about it, John, that's all. Yes? What is it?
Harry McFadden's come in, Mr. Simon.
Send him in right away.
Well, I guess I'll be going, George. I'll see you later.
Come in, Charlie. All right, John, I'll give you a call when I come back for lunch. Thanks.
All right, George. Keep your chin up.
Okay, John. Thanks.
You want to see me, Chief?
Yeah, Charlie. Sit down. Listen, Charlie. Something I'd like you to do for me. It's pretty important.
Okay, Chief.
There's a lawyer by the name of Francis Clark Baird.
Sure, I know him. He's right across the street in the French building.
Yes? What I'd like you to do, Charlie, is to see what you can find out about him.
You want him shadowed, is that it?
Yeah. Well, Rexy, come in, please.
Yes, Mr. Simon.
Yeah, Charlie. I want you to know how he spends his time and who his friends are and where he goes nights.
I get you.
I don't suppose it'll do much good, but you might try.
Leave it to me, Chief. I got lots of ways of finding things out.
Yes, Mr. Simon.
Listen, Rexy. All right, Charlie. Thanks a lot.
So long, boss.
Rexy, did you locate Brightstein?
Well, I found out where he works. He's out on a job, and we're trying to get him.
Well, have him come to the office the minute you find him.
All right.
I've got to go to court now on that Wheelock case. I'll be back in an hour. And you better get something to eat.
I'm not hungry. Oh, Mr. Simon.
Yes, Rexy, what is it?
Mr. Simon, is there anything wrong? Oh, there is, isn't there?
Of course not. Why is there anything wrong?
Well, because if there were anything that I could do, Mr. Simon...
Now you can mind your own business. That's what you can do.
Here, Bessie, drink this. What is it? Well, it's just some bromides to quiet your nerves. Now, go on, drink it.
Does it taste bad, Miss Gordon?
Oh, no, it's nothing at all. Go on, take it. It'll make you feel better.
I hate taking stuff. And what'll Mr. Simon say if he comes in and finds me laying on his couch?
No, I'll take care of that. And if you don't feel better, I'm going to send you home in a taxi.
Oh, no, I don't want to go home. Honest, I don't, Miss Gordon. I really don't. I won't start thinking if I go home.
Oh, are you sure?
Yeah, I'll be back in a... I think I'll be all right in a minute. I think I'll go back to the switchboard. Oh, gee, here's Mr. Simon coming now. I better scream.
Now, what's the matter? Anything wrong?
Well, it's nothing, but Bessie had a little shock just now, and it upset her. She's all right again.
You better jump in the cab, Bessie, and go home.
Oh, no, I'm all right again, Mr. Simon. Honest, I am. I'm going back to the board right now.
Now, listen, if you're not feeling all right, I want you to go home.
Oh, I'm all right, Mr. Simon. Thanks ever so much, Miss Gordon.
Hey, what's the matter with her?
She saw somebody jump out of the window of an office building, and it gave her a bad shock.
Gee, that's awful. Where was it?
Well, I don't exactly know where. It was somewhere on Fifth Avenue.
Imagine a fellow doing a thing like that.
Well, I suppose if you're tired of living, it's as good a way as any to end it.
What, jumping out of a window like that?
Well, why not? A few seconds, and it's all over. I guess people don't do it unless they have a pretty good reason.
What the devil are you so morbid about?
I'm not morbid. Only we don't ask to be brought into this world, and if we feel like leaving it, I don't see that it's anybody's business but our own.
What's the matter? Don't you feel well or something?
Oh, yes, of course. Just talking a lot of nonsense, that's all.
Good. Brightstein here?
Yes, sir. He's waiting outside.
See him right away. Wait a minute. See if you can get me Francis Clark Baird.
Yeah, I'll try him again. Bessie, try Mr. Baird again at his office.
Anything important in the mail?
Well, a check came in from the Murray Packing Company.
How much?
$10,000 plus 200 and some odd dollars for disbursements. I forget the actual amount. Oh, hello?
Sorry, Mr. Baird isn't in.
Oh, I see. Thank you. Now, Mr. Baird isn't in.
Oh, when's he expected? Wait a minute. Is that his secretary?
Yes, sir.
I'll talk to her myself. Hello? Is this Mr. Baird's secretary?
Yes, sir.
This is Mr. Simon speaking. Mr. George Simon. Do you know when Mr. Baird will be in?
I'm sorry, he didn't say.
Oh, I see. Well, do you know where he can be reached?
No,
Well, he's
no,
in town, isn't he?
I couldn't say.
Do you think you're likely to hear from him during the day?
I don't know, sir.
Yes, it's all pretty indefinite, isn't it? Well, okay, if you do hear from him, will you tell him that I called and asked him if he'll be good enough to call me?
Yes, Mr. Simon.
Yeah, thank you very much. Goodbye. I think that Baird could afford to employ a more convincing liar than that. All right, I'll see Brightstein now.
Okay.
Yes, Miss Gordon.
Mr. Simon will see Mr. Brightstein now.
Yes, Miss Gordon.
All right, now, I don't want to be disturbed. By any engagements?
You've a date at 3:30 with Mr. Laporte.
Yes, I must keep that.
I put off all the others. Oh, Mr. Brightstein, would you come right in?
Come right in, Brightstein. Sit down. Rexy, see that I'm not disturbed, will you?
Yes, sir.
Well, Brightstein, glad to see you again.
I'm very glad to see you, Mr. Simon.
How have you been?
Oh, I've been fine, Mr. Simon. I got a good job now.
You have? What are you doing?
I'm assistant cameraman for General Newsreel.
Is that so? That's
Yeah.
great. Listen, Brightstein, has anybody been talking to you lately about that case of yours?
No, Mr. Simon, they haven't.
Nobody's approached you or asked you any questions?
No, sir. Why?
Well, it seems the fellow that fixed that alibi of yours has been doing some talking.
Holy Moses, Mr. Simon. Does that mean that they're going to come after me again?
Yes, they're likely to.
Holy smoke, Mr. Simon. What am I going to do?
Well, don't get excited anyway, Brightstein. I think maybe everything will be all right. You do just what I tell you to.
Well, sure I will, Mr. Simon. Gee whiz, I've got a wife and family now. I don't know what I'll do if anything.
What you've got to do is to stick by that alibi story. Do you understand?
Oh, yeah, sure, Mr. Simon, whatever you say. Gosh, Mr. Simon, everything I got I owe to you. Jimmy, if it wasn't for you, I'd be in for life. I'd go through fire and water
All
for
right,
you.
Brightstein, all right, thanks. Just keep all this under your hat, and if anybody questions you, just stick to your story and act dumb.
You betcha. You think everything's going to be all right, Mr. Simon?
Well, I hope it is. Why, don't you?
Oh, yeah, sure. Yeah, I was just thinking.
What?
Well, I was thinking in case they should look up the hospital records.
What hospital records?
Well, the hospital records of this fellow that faked the alibi.
What are you talking about?
Well, you know, the day it happened today, he said I was in his house. Well, he was in the hospital.
You mean to say that the day you robbed the bathhouse, this man was in the hospital?
Yeah, he used to have fits, and they took him to the hospital.
Holy. Hey, are you sure of this, Brightstein?
Well, yeah, sure. That's why I had to pay him $200 to testify. He was afraid they'd find out about him being in the hospital that day. I thought you knew all about him, Mr. Simon.
First I ever heard of him.
Gee, I hope everything's going to be all right.
Yeah, so do I. What is it, Rexy?
Well,
Goodbye.
Goodbye, Mr. Simon.
Goodbye, Brett.
You,
Yes, Rexy, what is it?
you rang.
Yeah, did I? I rang?
Hmm.
Well, I forgot what I wanted.
Yes. Yes, Bessie?
Mr. Simon is here.
Oh, ask her to come right in. I don't want to be disturbed, Rexy, no matter what it is.
Yes, sir.
And keep trying to get there. Try him at his club.
Yes, Mr. Simon.
Hello, darling.
Hello, George.
You're looking wonderful.
Oh, what is it, George? You were so mysterious on the phone.
Well, darling, I'm sorry to have to tell you this. European trip is off. I know it's a big disappointment to you, and I never in my life looked forward to so much. Something has come up. I can't get away.
But you were so certain only yesterday that nothing could keep you from going. What is it? Another $100,000 fee?
Oh, I wouldn't have called off our honeymoon, darling, for a retainer from the United States Steel Corporation.
And it's not business detaining you?
Well, it is and it isn't, yeah. I don't know just how to tell you.
Well, tell me, George, what it is. It doesn't help matters to pile up the suspense.
No, I guess you're right. Well, darling, I'm in trouble. The worst trouble I've been in my whole life.
Well, tell me.
Well, I'm threatened with disbarment.
Oh, how perfectly ghastly.
Yeah, I knew it'd shock you, and it's been a shock to me, I can tell you.
I don't understand it. Disbarment? Why, I thought... Doesn't disbarment imply...
Yes, it does more than imply. It establishes that a man is guilty of conduct which makes him unworthy to practice his profession. That's what I'm faced with this very minute.
Then, I mean, I'm quite bewildered.
18 years. 18 years. I've been a full-fledged lawyer. 18 years. Nobody's ever had anything on me. And then this one thing, this one little thing that was dead and buried comes up. Ping. Out I go like a candle.
What is it you did, George?
You know what it means to frame up on an alibi?
Yes, I think I do. Getting someone to testify falsely. I don't know much about these things, George. Wasn't that a dishonest thing to do?
Well, it was conniving at a lie to save a poor kid from going to prison for life, to prevent a conviction that nobody wanted, not the judge, nor the district attorney, nor the jury, but that the law made inevitable.
But why do you have anything to do with such people? Thieves, criminals.
Well, I'm a lawyer, darling. Somebody's got to defend people who are accused of crime.
Was this boy guilty?
Guilty of stealing a few dollars, yes.
And now someone's found out about the alibi, and they're going to disbar you. Is that it?
Yes, someone's found out. A man who's had it in for me for years. A gentleman by the name of Francis Clark Baird.
Francis Clark Baird? Why, he's a very eminent lawyer, isn't he? I think I've heard Father speak of him. Isn't he one of the Connecticut Bairds?
Yes, he may be, for all I know, but that doesn't mean much to me. All that I know is that he's got the dope on me and he's going to make me pay through the nose.
Why do you always put things on a personal basis, George? Isn't it the duty of a man like Mr. Baird?
No man has to break another man unless he wants to. Darling, you're not siding with Baird, are you?
I really don't know what to say, George. It's most distressing. I know how you've had to struggle, and it's all very admirable, but it's made it possible for you to accept things that are rather difficult for me to accept.
Well, what things, darling?
Oh, I don't know. There's something distasteful about the whole atmosphere of the thing. This association with thieves and perjurers. And now this scandal. It will be a scandal, I'm sure. Newspaper publicity and all that.
I'll try to spare you all I can, darling.
Now, what are my friends going to say? How am I going to face them?
Do they mean more to you than I do?
That isn't the point. Best thing for me to do is to go to Europe on Tuesday as I'd planned. If this thing blows over, and let's hope it will, you can join me abroad later. If it doesn't, well, there's time enough to think about that.
You mean you're going to walk out on me?
Well, that's a very crude way of putting it, George. And very unfair to me, too. It isn't as though I could do anything for you. I could. I'd be glad to stay, but you've said yourself there isn't anything now, haven't you?
Yes, I guess I did. Just that at a time like this, I thought I'd like to have you around, that's all.
Isn't that just a little selfish, George?
Yes, I guess you're right. Guess it is selfish. I hadn't looked at it in that way. I just thought, Cora, that maybe you'd want to stay.
Oh, please don't misunderstand me, George. Please don't think I'm unsympathetic. Would you like me to ask Father to intercede with Mr. Baird?
No, I don't think you'd better do that.
Well, whatever you say. I do hope everything will turn out for the best. Oh, well, I really got to run now. I'm late as it is. I'm meeting Roy Darwin for cocktails at 21.
Who?
Roy Darwin. Oh, George, will you be coming out to the country tonight?
Well, I don't know whether I'll be able to make it or not. I'll phone you if I can.
Yes, do. Au revoir, George. I do hope everything's going to be all right.
Goodbye, sweetheart. Here, you can go out this way.
Don't bother. I know the way.
Rexy, any luck with that bed call?
No, I called his club. They said he wasn't there.
Sure they did. Lousy. Knows who it is, and he's ducking.
Mr. Simon, it's time for you to leave for your luncheon appointment with Mr. Laporte.
What? Oh, yes. It's time to leave?
Yes, sir.
All right. So, you know, Rexy, maybe that guy wasn't so crazy after all.
What do you mean, Mr. Simon?
The one that jumped out of that window. Maybe he's better off that way. Troubles are over.
But I thought you
I
said-
know I did. Maybe I was wrong. What's the matter?
Nothing.
What are you crying about?
I'm not crying. It's nothing. Nothing at all.
What's the matter with you lately?
Nothing the matter with me.
Don't you feel well?
Yes, of course.
Maybe you've been working too. Maybe you ought to have a little vacation, huh?
No, I don't want any vacation.
Well, maybe I'll be going away myself soon, then you get a good rest.
I don't want to rest. I'll get a cab for you now.
Never mind, I'll find one. If anyone calls me, I'll be back in an hour. And get me a reservation on the 4 o'clock plane to Washington.
Yes, Mr. Simon.
In just a moment, we will continue our Campbell Playhouse presentation of Counselor at Law. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. This is Ernest Chappell speaking. We welcome you back to the Campbell Playhouse presentation of Counselor at Law, starring Orson Welles, Aline McMahon, and Gertrude Berg. This is, frankly, an interruption, but a very brief one. In our first performances of the new year, we wish to thank you for your ever-increasing use of Campbell soups, which make these programs possible. Last year, 1938, you bought more Campbell soups than in any previous year in our history. Naturally, we appreciate it. In these Campbell Playhouse programs, we are making our talks about soup quite short so that they'll not interfere with your enjoyment. From time to time, we shall suggest that you try a certain soup that may be new to you or one that you're not using often. All we ask you to do is to try these various Campbell soups and see for yourself how good they are. We now bring you the second half of Counselor at Law, starring Orson Welles, Aline McMahon, and Gertrude Berg.
Simon and Tedesco. Mr. Tedesco, who is calling, please? I'll give you Mr. Tedesco. 1 moment, please. Mr. Simon's out of town. It's almost 5 now. You better call back in the morning. All righty. Simon and Tedesco. Well, I'll give you Miss Gordon as secretary. 1 moment, please. Simon and Tedesco. Hello. Yes, this is Mr. Simon's office. Miss Gordon speaking. No, I'm awfully sorry. Mr. Simon's out of town. He left last night. Oh, yes, I'll tell him. Hello. This is Mr. Simon's office. Oh, no, Mrs. Simon. No, he's not returned from Washington yet. Are you at the pier now? No, I'm leaving in a few minutes. Well, of course, he might have gone from the airport to the pier. How soon will you be at the pier?
In about half an hour. If I don't say goodbye, what will you?
All right, I will. I hope you have a pleasant trip, Mrs. Simon.
Thank you.
I hope you fall overboard, Mrs. Simon.
Yes, isn't that yet?
No, Mr. Tedesco.
It's almost 5.
I think he may have gone right to the French line pier. Mrs. Simon's boat sails at 6 for Paris.
Oh, I forgot to send out a telegram.
You want me to take care of it for you?
Yes, if you don't mind.
All right, I'll send it right away.
Hello, John.
Oh, good afternoon, Mr. Simon.
Hello, Rexy.
Oh, Mr. Simon, your wife just called up.
Yeah? I'll call up the pier. No, never mind. I'll be down there in a few minutes. Have a taxi ready for me, about 15 minutes.
Yes, sir.
Oh, did you arrange about the books and flowers?
Yes, sir.
Fresh flowers every day.
Yes.
Do they undertake that?
Yes, is that all?
Yeah, that's all. Well, John, Pete Malone and I just got back from Washington.
Well?
Might just as well have saved ourselves the trip.
What did he say?
Oh, he handed out the usual line of bull about what a great guy I am, how he loves me like a brother, about what a tough break it is if this thing has to come up.
Yes, well, is he going to do something about it?
Not a thing. Pete tried to get him to make a personal appeal to Baird, but it wasn't a bit of use.
Oh, the yellow rat. Why didn't you tell him that if it hadn't been for you, he never would have got the nomination?
Oh, what's the use? He doesn't know it already. It's because he doesn't want to know it.
I don't blame you for being good and thawed, that dirty little sneak.
I know, but what do you expect? It's a cutthroat game we're in. It's every man for himself. Well, John, I'm about at the end of my rope. Tomorrow morning at 10 o'clock, the grievance committee meets, and once it gets before them, I can kiss my little career goodbye.
No, you're crazy. We're going to fight, and we're going to get you out of it.
What's the use talking that way, John? You know better. I haven't got a chance. I'm through and finished.
Now, listen. Take my advice and get some sleep tonight. I guess you haven't been sleeping much, have you?
No, not much.
Well, that's what you need. A good sleep. Why don't you lie down and take a nap now? Huh?
No, I've got to go down to the boat and say goodbye to my wife.
Is there anything I can do?
No, not a thing, John.
Good night.
Oh,
Good night.
Mr. Simon,
Yep.
I forgot to tell you, Charlie McFadden wants to see you about something.
Wait till tomorrow. You getting me a cab?
Yes, sir, right away.
Yeah.
Excuse me, Chief. Can I see you for a minute?
Not now, Charlie. I've got to go down to the boat, see Mr. Simonoff.
Well, I've got some news for you, Chief.
I'm sorry. You got some... What kind of news?
It's about our friend across the way.
Oh, Baird?
That's him.
Let's have it. Come on, Charlie. Found out something about him?
Well, I'll say I have.
Well, what is it?
Well, Francis Clark Baird is leading a double life.
What do you mean he's leading a double life?
Well, wait till I tell you now, Chief. Remember me telling you I found out that he's always making business trips to Philadelphia?
Yeah, well?
Well, yesterday off he goes to the Pennsylvania station and boards a train for Philly with me right behind him.
Well?
He gets out of the station
Yeah.
and hops a taxi for Germantown.
Germantown.
So I grabs another hack and tells the driver to follow
Yes,
him.
go on.
Well, we're going along great when all of a sudden we get into a traffic jam. And by the time it gets straightened out, we lose him.
Well, is that all?
Oh, Lord, no. That's just the beginning. I goes back to the station and hangs around, waiting to see if the other taxi's going to come back. Well, after waiting for about 3 hours, sure enough, back it comes.
Was Baird in it?
No, sir, he wasn't.
Well, go on, go on.
Well, I gets talking to the driver and asks him if he remembers. He says he does. He takes the same man out every week to visit his niece in Germantown on Sycamore Drive. Number 1217 it was. So I drive out to 1217, and it's dark by now. So I looks in the window, and there's a girl. A good looker she is, too. And there's a photograph of Baird over the mantelpiece.
Was Baird there?
No, sir, he was not.
Oh, what is all this? What proof you got that he ever was there?
Wait a minute, Chief. I ain't done yet. I says to myself, that little lady don't look like no niece to me.
Is that what you call evidence?
No, sir.
Well, go on.
Well, there's nothing to do till everybody's in bed. Then I goes back to 1217 and takes a look into the house.
What do you mean? You broke into the house?
Well, I wouldn't want to admit that, Chief. I'd be liable to arrest and imprisonment if I did.
Are you crazy? What'd you do a thing like that for?
Now, don't worry about me, Chief. It was an easy job, and I ain't so much out of practice as I thought I'd be.
Well, what'd you find out?
Well, I figured there'd be letters from him, and there was.
You found letters from Baird to this woman?
Yes, sir. A whole stack of them.
Where are they? What do they say?
They're right here, Chief. They're all about how much he loves her and adores her, and about how she don't have to worry about her future? If she'll just lie low and keep her mouth shut.
Charlie, you don't know what you've done for me.
Well, it's the least I could do, Chief, after all you've done for me.
Rexy!
Yes, Mr. Simon.
Get me Francis Clark Baird on the phone right away.
Yes, sir. Give me a line.
Rexy, I think we've got Mr. Francis Clark Baird just about where we want him. And say, Rexy, take dictation.
Yes, Mr. Simon.
To my wife, darling, don't sail. Get right off the boat. Everything's going to be all right, and I'll be able to go with you in a few days. Phone me the instant you get this. All my love, sweetheart.
Simon and Tedesco. Who's calling, please? I'm sorry, Mr. Tedesco's gone for the day. Simon and Tedesco.
Simon, please.
1 moment, please. I'll give you a secretary.
Oh, Bessie, Mr. Simon's not to be disturbed. He's having an important conference with Mr. Francis Clark Baird. Yeah, if any calls come, I'll take them out here.
Okay, Miss Gordon.
Good evening, everybody.
Oh, good evening, Mrs. Simon.
Miss Gordon, is my son here yet?
Well, there's somebody in there with him, and I think it's kind of important. Won't you sit down? He won't be very long.
It's all right. I'll wait. I got plenty time. How are you today, Miss Gordon?
Oh, I'm all right, thanks. And you?
Oh, I can't complain. You know, Miss Gordon, every time I come in the office here, I always think of the first place my Georgie worked.
Oh.
Water Street. Yeah, she was 13 years old. 13. She was an office boy already for Hirsch and Rosenthal. For $4 a week.
Oh, well.
Yeah, $4 a week he started. Yeah, and today he's the biggest lawyer in New York. Miss Gordon, he's feeling all right.
Yes, as far as I know now. Why?
I don't know. Every day this week when he called me up, he sounded so blue.
Oh, well, if there was anything wrong, he'd have told me.
Yes, Miss Baird, that'll be perfectly satisfactory. Now, after you. Thank you. Hello, Mama. What are you doing here?
Hello, Georgie.
Mr. Baird, I want you to meet my mother.
How do you do, Mrs. Simon?
How do you do?
You know, Mr. Baird, she's a regular old shrew. If I don't behave myself, she comes after me with a rolling pin.
Georgie, how can you talk such foolishness?
I'm afraid I really must be going.
Oh, must you? I'm very sorry. All right, Mr. Baird. Thanks for coming in. Why don't you drop in someday and have lunch with me, Mr. Baird?
Thank you very much. Good day, Mrs. Simon.
Bye.
Goodbye. That's my pal, Francis Clark Baird. He's one of the finest, handsomest, blue-blooded, stuffed shirts I ever met.
What's the matter with you,
Now, there's nothing the
Georgie?
matter with me. I'm just feeling good, that's all. Can't I feel good if I want to?
Oh, I'm glad you feel good, Georgie.
I'm feeling fine, Mama. I never felt so fine in my life. Say, how about a little dance? Come on. Give us a dance.
Georgie, are you silly?
You're a fine dancer, you are. You have to give me a few lessons. Now, come on. Give me lessons right now. La da da dee da da blah. Now round here.
Tell him he should behave himself.
That's a beautiful hat you have on, Mama. Is that a new hat?
Oh, God. 2 years ago it was new.
I never saw it before. Here, Mama, buy yourself a new hat.
I don't want a new hat, Georgie.
I want you to buy yourself a new hat. Come on, take it, Mama.
Georgie.
Say, Bessie, go home. I won't need you anymore.
Oh, you're expecting Mrs. Simon to call.
That's all right. I'll take the call myself. Go on, Bessie. Beat it.
Yes, sir.
And say, Bessie, treat yourself to a show tonight. You and your boyfriend.
Oh, gee, thanks, Mr. Simon. Good night.
Good night. Say, Rexy, you can go home, too.
Oh, I'm in no hurry.
Go on home, I tell you. Don't you know there's a law against night work for women?
Oh, is there? Are you sure you don't need me?
Listen, if you don't go right away, I'll drop you out of the window. Go on, run along.
All right, I'll get my things. Well, good night, Mrs. Simon.
Good night, Miss Gordon. Good night. George, why do you act like crazy?
I don't know, Mama. I'm just feeling good, that's all. Would you like to see me feeling good, Mama?
Well, I didn't think you were feeling good, Georgie. That's why I came to see you. Over the telephone, you sounded so blue. I was worried about you.
Oh, there's nothing to worry about, Mama. I had one or two important things on my mind. Everything's all right now. Everything's fine. I feel great.
I knew there was something wrong.
It's all over now, I tell you, Mama. Now, wait a minute. That must be Cora. Hello? Hello? Yes, darling, it's me speaking. Now, listen, sweetheart. Sweetheart. I've got some wonderful news for you. Listen. Everything's all right. Everything's all right, honey. You know, the Baird matter. Well, it's all fixed up. I knew you would be. And listen, darling, get right off the boat. We've only got 10 minutes. Why, did you get my note? Yeah, well, you still got time to get off. Honey, we'll have a little celebration tonight. You know, just the two of us, you and I. Well, but, darling, it's only postponing it a few days. Darling, you mean you don't want to? I see. Yeah, sure. I wouldn't want you to do anything unreasonable, no, dear. No, it's all right. No. 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 Thanks. Well, have a wonderful trip. Goodbye.
Georgie.
What's the matter, Mama? What do you want?
Georgie, something wrong? Tell Mama.
Nothing wrong, Mama. Good night. Tell you, there's nothing wrong.
Why don't you tell me, Georgie?
Let me alone, Mama. Can't you let me alone?
Yes, Georgie. Only if I can help you.
I don't want any help, Mama. Help me by going home. That's how you can help me.
All right. All right, Georgie. If you want me to go, I'll go.
I wish you would. I have some work to do.
Bye, Georgie. Please take good care of yourself.
Yeah, goodbye, Mama.
Bye.
Stop worrying about me.
Bye.
All right. Hello? Hello. I'd like to speak to Mr. Roy Darwin, please. He's out? Oh, is that so? He left for Europe. When did he sail? 6 this evening? I see. Hello. Do you happen to know the boat he's sailing on? The Paris. Thank you.
What are you doing at that window?
Nothing. What do you want here? Didn't I tell you to go home? What's the matter?
Well, I've been putting on my hat and coat.
Don't lie to me. Don't lie to me. You've been hanging around spying on me. That's what
Oh,
you've
no,
been
I
doing.
haven't. Honest, I haven't.
Don't lie to me. You've been spying on me.
Oh, I couldn't go home. I was so worried.
Shut up! Shut up, you hear me, or I'll break every bone in your body. You better start looking around for another job. Leaving this business.
Oh.
I'm through. I'm finished. You work yourself to the bone, and for what? So every snob in town can answer it. Can't you even answer the telephone?
Oh. Hello? Yes. Well, I'll see if he's still here. Who's calling, please? Mr. Theodore Wingdale, the president of the American Steel Company.
Tell him to go to the devil.
Shall I say you're not in?
I don't care what you say.
Well, I'm afraid he's gone, Mr. Wingdale. Is there anything I can do? This is his secretary speaking. No, I don't. Oh, well, just one moment. He says it's a matter of life and death.
All right, kid. Tell him, Mr. Is that Wingdale himself?
Yes, sir.
Well, tell him... Oh, wait a minute. I'll talk to him myself. Hello, Mr. Wingdale. This is George Simon speaking. Yeah, my secretary got me just as I was getting the elevator. What's the trouble?
Oh, I see. Oh, is that so? Say, have the police been there? I see. Mr. Wingdale, have you made any statements? No, that's right. Don't say anything. I'll be right up. Goodbye. Wingdale's son had a fight with his wife this afternoon, shot her dead.
That's how awful.
Say, she was the richest girl in Texas. Can you imagine what a case like that's going to be? We've got to get right on the job.
Well, I'm ready.
You're always ready, Rexy. That's one thing I can count on.
What?
Nothing. Come on, hurry. We'll grab a sandwich on the way up.
Yes, Mr. Simon.
Well, what are you waiting for?
Not a thing, Mr. Simon.
Come on. You don't need a hat. Come on.
Yes, Mr. Simon.
Say, Rexy.
Yes, Mr. Simon?
Rexy, I'm sorry I bored you off this afternoon.
Oh, that's all right, Mr. Simon.
Well, I'm sorry.
Oh, for heaven's sake, Mr. Simon, let's get going.
You have just heard Orson Welles in his own Campbell Playhouse production of Counselor at Law by Elmer Rice. In just a moment, Orson Welles will bring you his guest of the evening, Mr. Samuel S. Leibowitz, noted trial lawyer, and the leading players of tonight's cast, Aline McMahon and Gertrude Berg. But first, as I said a little while ago, you and your family can enjoy the good taste of chicken anytime just by serving Campbell's chicken soup. You see, it's made the good old-fashioned way. Campbell's chefs use all the meat of government-certified plump chickens. Then they simmer the broth long and slowly until it positively glistens with golden richness and delicious chicken flavor abounds in every spoonful. They add snowy rice and pieces of chicken so tender it almost melts in your mouth. But after all, the proof is in the eating. So why not have it this weekend? Because just as sure as you like chicken, you'll like Campbell's chicken soup. Now, here is Orson Welles.
And here is Mr. Leibowitz.
Well, Orson, the jury requires no deliberation. Mrs. Leibowitz and I have reached our decision. We find you guilty. Guilty of a good show in the first degree.
Well, Sam, I won't appeal that. You know, this isn't the first lawyer I've played on the radio.
Yes, I remember you used to be quite famous for your impersonations of me on news broadcasts. For a while there, I thought it was I.
Sam, I'd like you to meet the accessories before the fact. Aline McMahon, please take the stand. Your witness, Mr. Leibowitz.
Miss McMahon, I followed you on the stage and in the pictures.
Well, thanks, Mr. Leibowitz. I followed you in the headlines.
And I'd like to tell you how much I've enjoyed your performance of Regina Gordon tonight.
Is that the whole truth and nothing but the truth?
So help me.
Call Gertrude Berg.
Mrs. Berg, is it not true that during numerous 15-minute periods from Monday through Friday, you are known to millions of radio listeners as Mrs. Goldberg?
Yes, Mr. Leibowitz.
And is it not true that tonight is your first appearance outside that radio series?
I must remind you, Gertrude Berg, that anything you say may be held against you.
Yes, Mr. Leibowitz. And it's been so very pleasant working with Mr. Wells that I hope it won't be the last.
I must caution the witness that it won't be if I can help it.
And now, Orson, as to your performance as George
Objection.
Simon, as your legal advisor, Orson, I urge you not to object to what I'd like to say.
Objection sustained. Such references are irrelevant, immaterial, and calculated to prejudice the radio audience. Thank you, Sam, anyway. And thanks, Aline and Mrs. Berg. Case dismissed. Well, next week, we're leaving offices and courtrooms and taking you out of doors and out to sea for a sea story, a true sea story. For all of the wild yarns that are spun about ships and sailors, the hardest to believe is the thoroughly authenticated adventures of the crew of the HMS Bounty and her master, Captain Bligh. Nordhoff and Hall have retold these adventures in 3 bestsellers. The name of the first of these was the name of a great movie. It is also the title of next week's broadcast. Until then, until Mutiny on the Bounty, until next Friday night, the Campbell Playhouse is obediently yours.
Heard on tonight's program was Manhattan Serenade by Louis Alter. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
True crime stories of the 1940s and 1950s are up next with Jack Webb's Dragnet.
Here's another in NBC's great parade of new shows.
Ladies and gentlemen, The story you are about to hear is true. Only the names have been changed to protect the innocent.
NBC brings you Dragnet. You're a detective sergeant. You're assigned to homicide detail. A 22-year-old girl has disappeared. A letter has been received. It demands $30,000 for the girl's return. The letter is signed, The Wolf. Your job, get him.
Dragnet, the documented drama of an actual crime, investigated and solved by the men who unrelentingly stand watch on the security of your home, your family, and your life. For the next 30 minutes, in cooperation with the Los Angeles Police Department, you will travel step by step on the side of the law through an actual case, transcribed from official police files. From beginning to end, from crime to punishment, Dragnet is the story of your police force in action.
It was Tuesday, October 18th. It was cloudy in Los Angeles. We were working the night watch out of homicide. My partner's Ben Romero. The boss is Ed Backstrand, chief detective. My name's Friday. I was on the way back from the stats office, and it was 3:26 a.m. when I got to room 42. Homicide.
Got those mugs you asked for, Joe. Here they are.
Thanks, Harris. Backstrand leave yet?
In a minute. I'm going out with him. What's the address out there, the Sullivan place?
814 Castro Boulevard. You go straight out Santa Monica, take a left at Castro.
I remember. You ready, Chief?
Yeah, man. Friday, you call Romero yet?
Right now.
Get on it. This one we don't fool with.
Yeah.
Come on, Harris.
Hello.
Sorry to wake you, Ben. This is Joe. How you feeling?
Oh, hi, Joe. What time is it?
3:30 a.m. How do you feel?
Oh, a lot better. Be back to work tomorrow.
You'll be ready in 20 minutes? I'll pick you up.
20 minutes. Okay, what's up?
You remember Martin Sullivan, vice president of the Third National Bank?
Sullivan? Yeah, what about him?
He's got a 22-year-old daughter, or he had one. She's gone.
Good time, Joe. Where are we heading?
Sullivan home out on Castro Boulevard. Ed's out there now with Harris.
Any leads to work on?
No, nothing so far. The girl disappeared a little before 1 o'clock yesterday afternoon. At 11 last night, he got a letter. They want $30,000.
Sullivan hasn't got that kind of money.
Yeah, I know it. Poor guy's almost out of his mind.
Fill me in. How did it happen?
Well, the guy took the girl out of business school. He had her called out of class. Told her father was sick, said he was a friend of the family's.
Well, how about the teachers? What was their story?
Said the girl didn't want to go with the man at first, but he finally talked her into it. Kept telling her father was dying.
That's about as low as they come.
Yeah.
Did he use a car?
Witnesses said it was a blue sedan. They didn't get the license number or the make.
Did they remember what the guy looked like?
About 5'9", 160, brown suit, dark hair.
Nothing else?
No. Here's a copy of the letter. The usual. Read it.
Yeah. I have your daughter, Judy. Get, what's that?
$30,000.
$30,000 quick if you want her back alive. Don't call police or I'll kill her. Contact you later. Signed, what was it?
The Wolf.
Oh, Wolf, huh?
I could think of a better name. Come on, here we are.
Who's got the original note, Joe?
Lee Jones down at the crime lab. He's checking it for prints and handwriting.
Well, if it was... Oh, hi, Davis. Right on the house, boys. Just waiting for you.
Thanks, Dave.
Hi, Joe. Ben. In the living room.
Thank you.
That's the way I see it, Mr. Sullivan. Now, you understand exactly what you have to do?
Yes, sir. I'll do as you say.
All right. Here are the two men who'll help you. Sergeant Friday and Sergeant Romero, homicide.
Yes,
Hi,
how do you
Mr.
do?
Sullivan.
I do.
Mr. Backstrand, are you sure about all this? He might get frightened. He might do something to Judy.
Believe me, Mr. Sullivan, it's the only way. I know how you must feel, but we can't do anything else.
Oh, all right, I want to see Mrs. Sullivan first. I'll be ready in a moment.
Any developments?
Yeah. Come on back in the dining room. There it is on the table. Second note from the guy.
Telegram. When'd this come?
About half an hour ago. Guy phoned it into Western Union from a public booth. Couldn't trace it.
I see. Yeah. Be at Elysian Park, 5 o'clock this morning, near Balkan Drive. Come alone. Bring 30,000. Will return girl. Don't tell cops. Kill her if you do. The Wolf.
4 a.m. now, Skipper. Not much time.
I know it. We'll have to do as he says. No other way.
Then Sullivan's going out there alone?
You're going with him, you and Romero. You'll be hidden out in the trunk of the car.
Any plan?
Get him. That's all.
Ben and I went out the back door and into the Sullivan garage. We jammed ourselves into the trunk compartment, and Harris closed the door on us. The latch was fixed so that the door could be pushed open from the inside. A few minutes later, Mr. Sullivan came out, got in the car, and we drove off. At 3 minutes to 5, we pulled up at the meeting place in Elysian Park. We waited. Nothing happened. At 5 minutes past 5, it started to thunder.
That's all we need now. Thunderstorm.
Stuff in here in this trunk, isn't it?
Oh, yeah.
Ben, listen.
Must be. Wonder if he's seen anything.
Sounds like he's pacing up and down alongside the car, doesn't it?
Yeah, listen. Can you hear anything else? Can you?
No, we better stay undercover.
Yeah. Rain's starting in. Wonder what happened to the wolf.
Cold feet, maybe. Let's wait it out.
Joe.
Yeah?
What time you got now?
Move over a little. Let me get my watch in there.
Yeah.
A little past 5:30.
Sergeant.
Mr. Sullivan?
Yes. Do you think he's coming? It's late. It's getting daylight.
We better wait it out, Mr. Sullivan. Now, look, don't come back here again. If he's watching, you might tip him off.
Oh, all right. All right.
Poor guy. I hear it. Coming up the road toward us.
Stop it.
Yeah. Swinging over to our car. You ready?
Right. Talking with Sullivan.
They're coming back here. Now watch it.
Brandy, Romero?
That you, Ed?
Yeah, the meeting's off. Come on out.
All right.
Got a cramp in my leg.
I'm cramped all over.
Mr. Sullivan, drive back home. We'll contact you there.
All right, Chief.
Ben, Joe, come on over to the car.
What's the story, Ed?
The guy had no intention of following through with his meeting tonight.
Well, how come?
He told us. Phoned at 5 o'clock. Tried to trace the call. He wouldn't stay on the line long enough.
What do you have to say?
He wanted more money. Bragged about how smart he was. How we'd never get him.
When he knows Sullivan's called in the police.
Sure. Said he didn't care. We'd never get him anyway.
Yeah, pretty cocky.
Pretty smart. Take my word for it. He's no dummy.
Control 1 to 80K. Control 1
I'll get it.
80K.
80K to Control 1. 80K to Control 1. Go ahead.
80K, go to your office. Code 3. Go to your office. Code 3. GMA 367.
All right, Romero. Let's roll.
More than 12 hours had passed since word of Judy Sullivan's disappearance had been phoned in a homicide. During that time, an all-points bulletin containing the descriptions of the suspect, his car, and the girl had been sent out on the teletype to law enforcement agencies throughout the area. The same descriptions were broadcast over the police radio every hour. The Sullivan home had been placed under strict surveillance, and Mr. Sullivan instructed not to contact the suspect without knowledge of the police. He'd raised almost $10,000 in cash to buy him off. The serial number on each one of the bills had been copied by a police stenographer and then rechecked by a homicide officer. So far, the Wolf, as he called himself, had made 3 separate contacts, but he'd covered his tracks well. We knew that he was somewhere in the city, 500 square miles of it, and we knew we had to find him fast. It was 18 minutes past 6 when we got back to homicide.
Hi, Chief. Fellas.
You got something for us, Mac?
Here, this letter. Special delivery. Came in about 25 minutes ago.
Can I see that, Mike? Yeah, that's him.
According to the postmark, he must have mailed it right after he grabbed the girl.
Listen to this. Stay away from Sullivan. If the kid's found dead, it's your fault. Stay away, the wolf.
All right, Mike. Get it over to the crime lab and have Lee check it for prints.
Right, Chief.
Lee find any prints on the second note, Mike?
2. Running through R&I now.
Friday, Romero, get down there and see if they got a make. I'll call out to Sullivan's and check with Harris.
Right, Ed. Let's go, Ben.
Who's watching the Sullivan house beside Harris?
Carpenter and Davis. Backstrand's afraid the girl's father will try to make a deal with the guy.
Has he tried it yet?
No, he hasn't yet. You couldn't blame him if he did. Worried sick.
Oh, yeah.
Here we are.
Hi, fellas. Just coming down to see you.
You got something, Larry?
Those 2 prints Lee Jones lifted off that letter got a make on them from the single print file.
That's good, Larry. Let's see, huh?
There it is. Pull the whole package on him. Donald Alfred Kiefer. Looks like a real bad one, doesn't he?
Donald Alfred Kiefer, male, Caucasian, age 29, 5 feet 8 inches, 170 pounds, brown eyes, dark brown hair. He had one previous arrest for forgery in Los Angeles 10 months before. Kiefer's occupation at the time of his arrest was listed as bank clerk at the Third National Bank. Ben went back into the files and pulled the crime report. Then we called Ed Backstrand.
There's the answer, Skipper. At the time Kiefer pulled that forgery job at the bank, Mr. Sullivan was one of the vice presidents.
Go on.
Sullivan was the one who preferred charges against Kiefer and saw that he was prosecuted.
Where's this Kiefer now?
Let me see. He was placed on probation, and on May 16th this year, he returned to his home in Omaha, Nebraska. That's 1380 Mackinac Avenue.
All right, Romero. Get Omaha on the phone and have them check out Kiefer.
Right, Skipper.
Friday, take Kiefer's package and this note down to Don Myers. Have him check the handwriting. And get over to the crime lab and see what Jones lifted off that last letter we got.
All right, Ed.
The faster we work, the faster we'll put this guy behind bars. Now move.
How's the writing compared, Don? What'd you find?
Yeah, looks good. See here? Slants as crosses, double oops as L's, open A's, pressure on the downstroke. Donald Kiefer, the wolf, same handwriting.
Lifted 3 prints off this last note, Joe. Brought them out with the iodine fume gun. They match with the first.
Thanks, Lee. Did you find anything else?
I don't know if it'll help you much. We examined the paper for watermarks and texture. Both notes are written on the same kind of paper. Impressions show both pieces of paper from the same tablet. Checked the density of the carbon and the pencil he used. Both specimens match. Same pencil.
By mid-afternoon, Donald Kiefer's description had been broadcast throughout the area. Bulletins were dispatched to all departments, and an APB was teletyped to the entire state. Men were stationed at every post office in the city to watch for notes that might come through the mail. The bus depots, railroad terminals, the airports, and all the main roads leading out of the city were under strict surveillance. The entire Los Angeles area was broken down into single square-mile districts, and a house-to-house canvass was started. A squad of men were assigned to cover each square mile. Outlying towns and cities were requested to do the same. By 5 o'clock that afternoon, the greatest dragnet operation in the history of the city was underway. We were sure Donald Kiefer was somewhere inside. At 12 minutes past 5, Ben got the call back from the Omaha police.
Yeah, I got it. 6 X-ray 419. Nebraska plate, right. Well, thank you a lot. Yeah, bye.
They had a make on the car.
Lots more. The Omaha cops are looking for Kiefer, too. Want him for a robbery there 2 months ago.
Yeah?
In that robbery, he used a stolen 1939 blue sedan. Nebraska license plate, 6 X-ray 419.
How about his family and his friends back there? They all been checked?
Yeah, they said Kiefer left Omaha about 6 weeks ago. Didn't know where he was heading.
Well, get that car description to communications, huh? APB, teletype, and broadcast. I'll tell Ed.
Yeah, right, Joe.
Right in, Romero.
Yeah, Ed.
What are you tied up with?
Well, just got a call from Omaha. A make on Kiefer in the car.
Give it to me. You two get out to the Sullivan house fast as you can. T. Harris.
What's happened, Skipper?
Martin Sullivan's disappeared.
All right, Harris, how'd it happen?
About 3 this afternoon, Mr. Sullivan got a phone call. Said he had to go down to the bank. I went with him. He had me wait in the reception room, and he went in his office. After waiting 10 minutes, I got suspicious and went in. He was gone. That's it.
Did he get any more money?
This morning, $5,000.
Did you get the serial numbers off the bills?
Yeah. Shouldn't have let him get out of my sight.
Forget it. Right now, we've got to find out where he's gone to meet Kiefer.
Did you talk to Mrs. Sullivan about it, Harris?
She says she doesn't know anything about it.
Let's try her again. Come on, let's go inside.
Hi, fellas.
Hi. Where's Mrs. Sullivan, Dave?
Back in the sitting room, lying down. Doctor's with her.
Come on. What time you got, Ben?
6:35.
I'll get it. Hello? Where are you? Oh. Where are you now? Where are you now? We'll be right out. That was Martin Sullivan. He met with Kiefer out in Laurel Canyon.
Did he get his daughter back?
Yeah. Wrapped in newspapers. All cars in the area were notified that a contact had been made with Kiefer. We got in the car and drove out to Laurel Canyon. The entire area had been blocked off. We found Martin Sullivan standing in the middle of the road at the end of East Winding Way. 500 feet down the hill was a private residence where Sullivan had telephoned us. It was the only building in the immediate vicinity. A few yards beyond the point where East Winding Way ended, back in a clump of tall grass, we found the body of Martin Sullivan's daughter. We notified the crime lab, Chief Backstrand in the coroner. Despite a severe state of emotional shock, Martin Sullivan tried to tell us the story.
He said Judy was all right. I believed him. I wanted her back. Judy. I tricked the officer, the one watching me. He said, come along, no police.
Did you see his car, Mr. Sullivan?
I wanted her back. I wanted Judy back. I did as he said. I drove here at 6 o'clock and I waited. I put the money on the front seat like he said.
Did he get the money, Mr. Sullivan?
And I got out. I left parking lights on. I stood up there by the end of the road, waiting.
Mr. Sullivan?
And he drove up. He took the money. Then he came up to me. He had a gun. I wanted Judy back. He had a gun.
Did you see his car?
He said she was up there, beyond the road, tied to a tree. I wanted her back.
Mr. Sullivan, did you see his car?
I went to look for Judy. He drove away. She wasn't there. By the tree. Couldn't find her. On the way back, I saw the bundle on the way back. Let me find it. Judy. Let me find it.
Before he went into a state of complete collapse, we showed Martin Sullivan a picture of Donald Alfred Kiefer. He definitely identified him. The information was immediately relayed back to Central Division, rebroadcast to the entire police radio system. A teletype was dispatched to sheriff's offices, and communications were sent to police stations throughout the country. The house-to-house search throughout the entire city intensified. The dragnet in which we hoped to trap Donald Kiefer was drawing slowly inward. It was 12 midnight.
Street, Sullivan girl murder. Next Street, read all about it. Citizens join search for killer.
Friday, did the papers get a list of the numbers on that ransom money?
Yeah, got them in the final net edition. 2.5 pages of serial numbers. Gave it a big spread.
Look at these pictures of Kiefer here, all over the front page.
The more the better, Romero. I hope this town never forgets that face. Good reminder. You don't make deals with killers.
Hi, fellas. Come on over.
Find anything yet, Lee?
We're checking over these towels here. Found them wrapped around the girl's body, inside the papers. Funny thing about those papers,
What's that, Lee?
they're all yesterday's. Every story about the girl's disappearance has been clipped out.
Maybe the guy's making up a scrapbook.
How about the towels, Jones? Any laundry marks?
Not a one so far, Ed. Every one of them was clipped off. Pretty smart. The morgue post the body in?
They're doing it now.
Nasty one.
Yeah. Did you get any footprints or tire marks out where they found the body?
Lots of them, all cast. Bossy and Taylor are checking them now. One thing...
What is it, Jones?
I don't know. Under the seam here. This towel. Wait a minute. Joe, that pair of snippers there.
Yeah. Here you are.
Thanks. That's back under the seam. There. That's one tag he missed.
Any markings, Lee?
Yeah. Greenway Apartments, Los Angeles.
One look at the apartment was enough. In an adjoining garage, we found the car which Kiefer had used, a blue sedan. Nebraska license plate 6X-ray 419. When we got back to the office, Chief Backstrand immediately issued a cancellation of the want order for the blue sedan, and then he ordered a detail of men to stake out the car in the event Kiefer decided to come back for it.
Here's the coroner's report, Joe.
Oh, let's see it. Cause of death, strangulation. Time of death, Monday, October 18th, approximately 2 p.m.
1 hour after he grabbed it?
That can't be right.
Skipper in his office?
No, he's out for a minute.
Hey, Joe, Ben, take the call off 2503, will you?
Thanks, Mike. Right. Would you give me the call on 2503, please? Thanks. Hello? Yeah. Yeah, when? We'll be right over. Some of the ransom money, Ben, just showed up. Beverly and Highland. Come on. The man's name was Ralph Donahue. He operated a used car lot on the corner of Beverly and Highland. He told us that early that morning he sold a dark blue late model coupe to a man who gave his name as Fred Sims. The man paid for the car in cash. Donahue told us that he checked the serial numbers on the bills after the man had driven away.
Serial numbers check out, Joe, every one of them.
If I only thought to look, officer, and you know I generally do. I'm the suspicious kind anyway, but, this morning I must have been asleep.
You got the full description on the car, Ben?
Yeah, Joe.
All right, let's get it on the air right away.
I saw his mug in the paper while I was waiting for you. Too late. Sorry.
Yeah, thanks. At 10 minutes past 3 that afternoon, another piece of the ransom money turned up at a busy downtown department store. The clerk was unable to remember who gave her the bill. The detail throughout the general downtown area was strengthened. The house-to-house search of the entire city for Judy Sullivan's murderer went on. The afternoon dragged into the early evening. At 20 minutes to 7, Ben and I had a hamburger and a cup of coffee in the drugstore at East Broadway and 3rd. And then we got back in the car, checked with communications, and started cruising the neighborhood again. At 9 minutes to 8, a man answering the description of Donald Kiefer was seen crossing Sunset Boulevard just below Highland. 7 minutes later, the same man was reported near the intersection of Hollywood Boulevard and Las Palmas. Communications relayed the information. At 21 minutes past 8, our car, 80K, along with a dozen others, were concentrated in the Hollywood Boulevard area from Gower Street to La Brea, Franklin Avenue to Santa Monica Boulevard. At 24 minutes past 8, another piece of the ransom money was passed at a cigar store on the corner of Hollywood Boulevard and Hawthorne Street. The number of men and radio cars in the area was redoubled. Plainclothes officers were stationed at every intersection to keep an eye on pedestrian traffic. At 18 minutes to 9, the dark blue coupe which Kiefer had bought that morning was spotted parked in an alley just below Hollywood Boulevard and Cahuenga. We called Ed Backstrand.
City Hall.
2503.
2503.
Chief of Detectives Office, Hannah.
This is Friday, Mike. Chief there?
Yeah, wait a minute. He's just going out the door. Ed, it's for you.
Backstrand?
Friday, Ed. Just spotted Kiefer's car, the one he bought this morning, parked in an alley off Cahuenga.
Harris and I are on our way up there now. We'll take care of the car. You take care of this call. Just came in.
What do you got?
The theater on the corner of Hollywood Boulevard and Fairview. The girl in the box office just took in a $10 ransom bill.
Yeah?
She got a good look at the man who passed the bill. She says it's Kiefer.
All right, Ben, come on.
Yeah. You got the list of serial numbers?
Right here. Let's check at the window.
Yes, sir. How many, please?
Police officers. Sergeant Romero, Sergeant Friday.
Oh, yes, sir. Mr. Rayburn, the police are here. Would you step around to the side door, Sergeant?
Yes, ma'am.
Margie, relieve Francis for a minute. Francis, come here. Bring that $10 bill with you. Sharp girl, officer, that Francis. Sharp.
Here it is, Mr. Rayburn.
All right, Sergeant. There you are. $10 bill and the list of serial numbers.
Check out all right, Ben?
That's it, Joe. Good work, miss.
You reported the man came in about a half hour ago. You're sure it was Kiefer?
Yes, sir. I had his picture in the box office just behind the change machine. I recognized him right away.
And as far as you know, he hasn't left the theater.
That's right, sir.
All right, Mr. Rayburn, I'm sorry. I'm afraid we'll have to interrupt the show.
Anything you say, Sergeant. Anything.
Ben, you keep an eye on the front exit. I'll call communications.
Right, Joe.
80K to Control 4. 80K to Control 4.
80K, go ahead.
Control 4, clear all frequencies. The Sullivan murder suspect, Donald Kiefer, has been located in the theater on the southeast corner of Hollywood Boulevard and Fairview. Have all units around the area.
80K, roger. Attention all units. Attention all units. Assist 80K at the theater on the southeast corner of Hollywood Boulevard and Fairview. The Sullivan murder suspect has been located in the theater. Go ahead, 80K.
Control 4. Have all units converge in the general area, Hollywood Boulevard and Fairview. Unit 62R to block off the intersection at Hollywood Boulevard and North Cherokee. Stop all pedestrian and vehicular traffic. Unit 61A to block the intersection at Hollywood Boulevard and Hudson Street. Stop all pedestrian and vehicular traffic. Unit 71 and 72R to block the alley behind the theater. Unit 66 and 67R to assist at main entrance to the theater. Within a few minutes, the 1/2 mile area around the theater was completely blockaded. Every exit and entrance to the theater was covered. At 9:23, we met Harris and Ed Backstrand in the theater manager's office. Backstrand outlined our plan of operation. At 9:28, a detail of 14 men walked down the side aisles on the main floor of the theater and took up their posts on either side of the orchestra pit. The picture was stopped and every light in the theater was turned on. Ed Backstrand, Harris, Ben, and I went down the aisle and up onto the stage. Backstrand made the announcement.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're sorry to interrupt the picture, but this is important. We're police officers. We've traced the murderer of Judy Sullivan to this theater. He is in this theater now. Now we're going to search the theater row by row, and we'd like to ask your cooperation. There's no need to be panicky or afraid. Those who wish to leave now may do so. Leave by the main entrance. Each one of you will be checked as you go out the door. And for the benefit of the man we're looking for, don't try to escape. Every exit is covered and the entire area is blockaded. Don't place any more lives in jeopardy.
Come on, Ben.
Backstage, Joe. We can make it from there.
All right, let's go. Come on, hustle it, Ben.
Yeah. The next building. You'll probably try to jump for it.
All right, watch it. I think this door leads out to the roof.
There he goes.
All right, keeper, hold it.
Don't shoot, I give up.
Throw your gun down. Over here.
Don't shoot. Don't.
Let's get him.
All right, coppers. I got it figured. They won't top me for this. Didn't know what I was doing.
Put the cuffs on him, Ben.
Get away from me, you crumb!
You shouldn't have hit him, keeper. All right, Ben. Try the cuffs now.
Yeah.
Come on, let's get him in out of the rain.
What's the hurry?
Why spoil a good rain?
The story you have just heard is true. Only the names were changed to protect the innocent.
Donald Alfred Kiefer was tried and convicted of murder in the first degree. He was executed in the lethal gas chamber at the state penitentiary. You have just heard the 15th in a new series of authentic cases transcribed from official files. Technical advice for Dragnet comes from the Office of Acting Chief of Police, W.A. Wharton, Los Angeles Police Department.
Tonight's program is dedicated to Deputy United States Marshal John B. Glenn of Boise, Idaho, who on the morning of July 31st, 1940, gave his life so that yours might be more secure. Dragnet came to you from Los Angeles. Theater Guild on the Air returns tomorrow night on NBC.
Take a trip back to Dodge City with Marshal Matt Dillon in Gunsmoke, coming up next.
Around Dodge City and in the territory on west, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with the U.S. Marshal and the smell of gun smoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad. The story of the violence that moved west with young America. The story of a man who moved with it. Matt Dillon, United States Marshal.
It was the dust. The heat was bad enough in Dodge City, but out on the plain, it was the dust. The sun was a burning red-brown chip in the sky, and the sweat on a man never had a chance to drop. It was blotted and dried with dust. Doc, Chester, and I had ridden to old man Gore's place 10 miles out. He'd had some trouble with one of the hands. Fellow had gone loco with liquor and had been shooting up the cattle. We found him, stripped naked nearby on his haunches, crying, drunk over a parched water hole. Doc had got him to bed and fixed him up some. And now we were heading back for Dodge.
Darn horse. Seems he's just bound to stomp all the dust in Kansas in my eyes.
Maybe the marshal will buy you a camel, Chester.
This keeps up, we'll all buy camels. I remember the time back in Waco when I was just
Doc,
a small...
Chester,
boy.
You see something ahead on the side of the trail there?
Yeah, maybe.
It looks like some poor calf strayed off and dropped.
I don't think so. It looks like a man. Come on. Chester, get the water bag.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, let me have a look, Marshal.
Yeah.
Let's see. Heat.
Is he all right?
Well, depends on how long he's been lying here.
Here you are, Mr. Dillon.
Huh.
Open up his shirt, Marshal. Chester, get some of that water on his wrists.
All right.
It looks like an Easterner, huh?
Sure not dressed for this country. Oh, no, that's better. That's better. Try to get a few drops in him.
All right.
No, not too much, Chester.
Not in his nose, Chester, his mouth.
Well, my gracious, I'm sorry, Mr. Dillon, but he moved his head. It's not so easy to... Hey, look, he's awake.
You're all right, mister. Just take it easy for a bit now.
Oh, that this too solid flesh would melt, thaw, and resolve itself into a dew.
What did he say?
Oh, it's out of his head, Chester.
For this relief, much thanks.
Forget it. Chester, get around the other side and shade him from the sun.
Yes, sir. The sun. I begin to be weary of the sun.
I don't blame you. What happened?
My wagon shed a wheel, I fear, along the high road. I know not where I am.
You're about 4 miles out of Dodge City. Kansas.
Kansas. I would give all my fame for a pot of ale and safety.
We better get him to town quick. He's in a bad way. It's delirium.
You think you can make it on a horse? We'll take him into Dodge. And he passed out again. We tied him across Doc's horse. Doc and I doubled up, and Chester rode behind. The stranger was a tall, skinny man with a face like a friendly mule. Big hands and thin wrists stretched out from his sleeves. He had no papers on him, nothing. And until he woke up, we wouldn't even know his name. Doc settled him down in the back of his place, and he was still asleep when Chester and I rode out to where we figured he'd left his wagon. Wasn't hard to see when we found it.
What color wagon would you call that, Mr. Dillon?
Puce, Chester. Puce.
I guess so. Seems to be some writing on the side there.
Yeah. Oh, Irving Henry, Thespian supreme, disciple of the immortal Bard.
I should have known he was a religious man.
He's an actor, Chester, the immortal Bard. Shakespeare, William Shakespeare, wrote plays, poems.
Aha.
But
You think he let the horses go, Mr. Dillon?
well, I was wondering that. Seems to me he'd have ridden for help instead of trying to walk.
Horses couldn't have got out of the harness themselves.
Let's take a look at the wheel.
I wish we could wait till the sun goes down. It's going to be awful hot work, Mr. Dillon.
It's not too bad. The pin fell out. Must be another in the box at the back. Take a look, will you, Chester?
Yes, sir.
I'll prop the wheel up here. Now.
Mr. Dillon?
Yeah, can't you find it?
Will you come here a minute?
What's the matter?
Take a look in there.
It took a second or two to get used to the darkness inside the wagon. And then I saw the hand sticking out from behind the trunk. You didn't have to be the doc to know that it was a dead hand. The body was of a man about 40. He was dirty. And in a greasy, torn waistcoat, I found a pocketbook with his name. Sam Matchett. And that was all. Below his left shoulder and his back was a patch of dried blood. And in the middle, a bullet hole. We got the wagon wheel on, hitched up our horses, and drove into Dodge. Doc?
Oh, that's you, Marshal.
Yeah.
Yeah, be right out.
All right.
Get that fella's wagon fixed up?
Yeah, I brought it in. Is he awake?
Oh, I haven't looked in the last half hour. I was making coffee. You want some?
No, thanks.
Oh, it's a funny thing about coffee. When it's hot weather like this, drink it scalded and it makes you feel cooler outside.
Look, Doc, I got to see that fellow. I want to ask him a couple of questions.
Oh, that's so?
I found a dead man in the back of his wagon.
You don't say.
You better take a look. Chester's bringing him in the side.
Oh, sure. You want to go on back?
Yeah, thanks, Doc. Mr. Henry? Mr. Henry, wake up.
Yes, what? Oh.
Your name, Irving Henry?
Oh, Irving Henry. What is this place?
Now, you got to listen to me for a minute. We found your wagon.
Ah?
Did you let the horses go before you sat on your own?
Of course. I could not let them remain to die.
Well, how come you didn't take one to ride?
I have a loathing of horses. I cannot bear one under my body. There is a carafe of water beside the bed. Would you be good enough, Mr.
Dillon, Matt Dillon. I'm the marshal here in Dodge City. Here you are.
Oh, my thanks.
Now, what were you doing with a dead man in your wagon, Mr. Henry?
A dead man?
A dead man shot in the back, lying in your wagon.
This is very midsummer madness.
I won't argue about that, but I'll thank you to answer my question.
But it is impossible. It isn't true.
I say it is.
You lie in your throat if you say that I'm any other than an honest man.
Look, mister, I didn't say you weren't honest. You're an actor. And you got a fine way of saying things, but murder's murder. I don't care how you say it. Now, I'm asking questions, and I want straight answers.
Your pardon, sir. What you tell me, in truth, if it were played upon a stage, I would condemn it as an improbable fiction. I swear to you, I know nothing of a body.
Did you come through Hayes City?
Yes.
Do you know a man there called Sam Matchett?
No.
You had no trouble in Hayes City?
No.
What are you doing in these parts, Mr. Henry?
I am touring the provinces. An actor eating the bitter bread of banishment. And my talents are not taken for their worth in the East. Therefore, I bring the immortal bard to the hinterlands. And now, sir, that the interview is ended, pray give me leave to depart.
I'm sorry, I can't do that. You'll have to stay until we get this thing cleared up.
Dillon, Doc would like to see you.
All right, Chester. Stay here with Mr. Henry, will you?
Well, sure, Mr. Dillon, sure. How you feeling by now, Mr. Henry? Would you like some more water?
These evil manners live in brass.
Doc?
Right here, Marshal.
Yeah.
Fill me cup, father's boy. What was that?
What'd you find?
Well, there's one thing. This man didn't die right away. I mean, not right when he was shot.
Is that so?
No. More likely bled to death. Inside.
Uh-huh. You think he might have been able to climb up in the wagon after he was shot?
He might. There's another thing.
Yeah?
You see the way he's dressed? Now, you take a look at that. What the... Help!
Come on, Doc. Chester.
What's the matter with him?
Chester.
He took my gun when I was pouring him some water, Mr. Dillon.
He must have gone through the window, Marshal.
I tried to get it back. It went off.
Take care of Chester, Doc. I'm going after him.
We will return for the second act of Gunsmoke in just a moment. But first, do you know how old the school building in your community is? If it's over 25 years old, the chances are that it's woefully inadequate to the present demands on it. Certainly thousands of schools all over America are unable to meet the needs of a greatly increased enrollment. And all our school children will suffer unless all of us work actively to improve conditions. Join with the groups in your community working for better school conditions. Remember, better schools build a stronger America. Now, the second act of Gunsmoke.
When I went out of there, I didn't know how badly Chester was hurt. There was a lot of blood on his head and over his face. It was nearly dark outside, and the street was empty. It was supper time. I could see the women through the windows getting food ready. The kids were inside, too. Sure looked peaceful. But with Henry out with a gun, well, that wasn't a good thing to have running around loose in Dodge. Just see a man run down the street, Miss Fletcher?
Well, no.
Oh, you better get inside and lock your door. Don't come out again. There's a killer loose. I walked the length of the street, listening, waiting. And when I got to the end, there was nothing. He hadn't taken a horse, I'd have heard that. And in a way, I was sorry, because if he'd tried to hide and dodge, there'd be no way to get out of shooting that wouldn't get women and kids hurt. A breeze came up and swirls of dust flew around, and then settled as the air became still and hot again. I went back to Doc's place.
Oh, did you find him, Marshal?
No. How's Chester?
Oh, I'm fine, Mr. Dillon. Just creased my head. More mess than hurt.
Oh, good, Chester. Look, you want to go home or you want to work?
I want to work.
All right. Go down to the office, get yourself another gun, and round up some men. Many as you can. As long as Henry stays in town, we're in trouble. Now, keep your eyes open. Meet me back here.
Yes, sir, Mr. Dillon.
Take my gun with you, and if you see him, watch out. All right, now get going.
Yes, sir.
Now, Doc, I'm going to have to make you a deputy, too.
Well, maybe instead of digging out bullets, I'll be putting some in.
It's not funny, Doc. Now, come on. All right, we'll start here. I'll take this side, you take the other. Get the men to go through their houses and tell them to look for their horses. Tell them what's happening. By 10 o'clock that night, as far as we could tell, Henry hadn't left town. There were plenty of places for him to hide, though. We had 50 men out searching. Chester and I were working along back of the express office. There were a couple of houses there we hadn't covered.
You wouldn't think a man like that'd be a killer, now would you, Mr. Dillon?
I never saw a man yet couldn't be, Chester. Depends on your reasons for killing, I guess. Now, let's take a look behind these boxes. Huh?
You think he could have got this far?
Yeah, he might. A lot of back streets to sneak around in the dark. That's Miss Cullen's place there, isn't it?
Yes, sir. Looks like she's still awake. Light burning back there.
Yeah.
Seem a bit cooler to you tonight, Mr. Dillon?
Yeah, a bit. Oh, evening, Miss Cullen. I'm sorry to get you up, but we're looking for a man, a stranger around. He's tall, thin. You seen anyone about tonight?
No. No, I haven't.
Oh? How's the kids?
Oh, they're fine. Thank you, Mr. Dillon. Fine.
Uh-huh. Well, you keep the place locked tight, Miss Cullen. Don't let anybody in tonight unless you know who it is.
All right. Good night, Mr. Dillon.
Good night, ma'am.
Well, now that's strange. She didn't even say hello to me, and I know her better than you do, Mr. Dillon.
Chester, round up the others. Get them over here.
I don't know why she...
He's in there with her. I think he's got the kids in the sleeping room.
Oh.
Sent her out to get rid of us. Now, I'm going to try and get in. Don't do anything when you come back. Just put the men around the house.
Yes, sir.
I'd seen Miss Cullen make a move with her head, and her eyes said the rest. When I told her to lock up, I shook my head, and I hope she understood. I wanted that front door to stay open.
Keep my promise as soon as I can.
He was in there, all right. I could hear him. I wanted him alive, but I wasn't going to risk hurt to Miss Cullen or the kids getting him.
Please. I did what you asked. Don't hurt the children, please.
They will never know this night. And in the morning, when they're awake... What's that? You said you locked the door after you.
No, don't. Don't.
I shall keep the pistol turned to the girl's head, madam. Someone is here. They try to take me. Who is it? Who?
Mr. Dillon, go away. Please. He'll kill us.
You lied. You lied. Oh, tiger's heart wrapped in a woman's hide. Listen to me, Marshal Dillon. Throw your pistol in here, and then come in with your hands before you. I have no stomach for child killing, but I will not hesitate to do so.
Now, give me the gun, Henry.
No.
You won't be able to get out of this.
I must.
There is living to be done.
You know, that fancy talk isn't going to help either. Now, why don't you climb down? What happened to Matchett?
Nothing happened to Match.
Why'd you kill him?
I didn't.
In 5 minutes or less, there'll be 50 men or more around here. Now, what are you going to do?
I don't know.
If you didn't kill Matchett, you'll get a chance. I'll see to that. There's no use going on this way. Give me the gun.
I cannot. It is my prop of salvation.
No gun is salvation to anybody. Put it down.
You must tell the men to go away, Marshal Dillon. I'll have to take one of these children with me for my protection.
No!
Shed a tear for me, madam. I have the greater need.
You do a lot of talking, mister. I'd like to see you turn the gun away from that kid's head. That'd take more than talk, wouldn't it, though?
I have no skill with such a weapon. Why should I match with you? I want to live.
You're going about it the wrong way.
The smallest worm will turn being trod upon.
Meaning?
You gave me no choice when you brought me here. Would have been better to have left me lying in the dust. You don't understand. You don't know.
Well, why don't you tell me?
What good would it do?
It depends.
My life has been the theater. As a boy, I was a student of Shakespeare. You would look at me. Who would accept this face for Hamlet? This ill-shaped body for Romeo? His speech has become my speech, but when the fools only look, they cannot listen for laughing.
There have been ugly men before you. It hasn't been cause for murder. Why'd you kill Matchett?
In New York, there was a man, a gross, stupid man who fancied himself an interpreter of the bard. He took me, as his apprentice, and together we set out for the tour. I would play only the voices. Never Richard, never Henry, never Lear, only the voices. Whilst he, stumbling, drunken, he muddled and tore to a tatter the words that I should have spoken.
You killed a man because you wanted to play a hero?
How easily murder is discovered.
Yeah, sometimes, I guess.
It was yesterday. We were leaving Hayes City. We'd played there for 2 days, and it made me a laughing stock. It was night, and he became drunk and threatened to leave me in the next town. I made him stop the wagon, and taking up a pistol, I shot him. He did not die at first, and when I saw what I had done, I wanted him to live. And I put him into the wagon, and I drove on, hoping to find a doctor. Then, as the night passed, I saw that he had died. And I was afraid.
The wagon broke down?
Yes, I put my purse into his clothes and took his name for mine. How I've hated the name of Sam Matchett. But you wouldn't understand.
I wouldn't? Well, what now?
I want to live. I want my chance.
You've done a murder. I can't let you go. You know that. Don't make it harder.
I lost my husband 2 years ago. I know what it is to be alone. You've been alone, haven't you? I'm sorry. But you killed someone.
We may pity, though not pardon, dear. I'm going now, Marshal.
If you walk out of there with your gun, you're a dead man.
Death's a great disguiser. I must have my chance.
Don't do it, Matchett. There'll be killing.
Madam, forgive me. I would not have harmed your children.
Matchett, put down your gun.
Let me go my way. Please.
There are a lot of men waiting for you out there, Matchett. You know what'll happen if you open the door. Don't do it, Matchett.
Sleep, perchance to dream. Aye, there's the rub. For in that sleep of death, what dreams may come.
Matchett. He knew he was going to die. The minute he opened that door, he knew it. And maybe he wanted to, because he fired first, a single shot. We buried him in back of the church, and I found some words in a book to put on his grave. He that dies pays all debts.
Gunsmoke, under the direction of Norman Macdonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. Tonight's story was specially written for Gunsmoke by Anthony Ellis, with music composed and conducted by Rex Corey. Hans Conried was featured as Henry, with Mary Lansing as Mrs. Cullen. Parley Bear as Chester, and Howard McNear as Doc. Join us again next week as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal, fights to bring law and order out of the wild violence of the West in Gunsmoke. Roy Rowan speaking. Remember, Gangbusters going to action Saturday nights on the CBS Radio Network.
America's favorite miser is coming up next. It's the Jack Benny Program.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, I present to you our master of ceremonies, but a gentleman nevertheless, Mr. Jack Benny.
Hello again. This is Gentleman Jack talking, America's representative youth, and unless I am mistaken, the Beau Brummel of the air, and by my own consensus of opinion, a swell guy.
I must say you're modest.
Oh, yes, Aloys, I'm not a bit egotistical. In fact, I'm much nicer than I think I am.
That may be, but I certainly think you could be a little more careful about your appearance on the Sunday night program.
Why, Aloys Chevrilla. Yes, the first time I thought of that, you know?
Right. Well,
what do you mean?
I mean this, that you might at least wear a collar and tie.
But, Aloys, I'm broadcasting. I mean, who can see me?
Oh, that isn't the idea. You must wear a collar on Sundays.
Listen, Avril, in New York State, only dogs must wear collars.
Maybe that's what he meant.
Listen, I wish you fellas had let me alone. I have so many clever things to say tonight, really.
Well, I didn't mean to get personal about your collar and tie, Jack.
No.
But after all, our listening audience imagines this is an elaborate studio.
Yes, of course.
They also imagine that we're immaculately dressed.
Yeah, well, let them imagine that I'm wearing a collar and tie.
He's right, Jack. Look at that suit you've got on.
Yeah, what's the matter with it?
Nothing, but you can get a press for 40 cents.
Yeah, I'll remember that.
Where's your other suit, Jack?
This is it, Aloys.
Is that the only suit you've got?
No, I have two. Of course, the other one is a bathing suit. It's still pretty cold out, you know. You know, this suit I'm wearing now was made to order.
Made to order?
Yes, for Slim Somerville. That was Frank Black's line, folks, but I beat him to it, you know.
Hello, everybody. Hi, Jack.
Hello, Mary.
Say, Jack, why don't you get a shave before you come to the studio?
It's none of your business.
Well, it's a barber's business. He has to eat, too.
Ah, friends, don't let my gang disillusion you. I'm just a little eccentric, that's all.
Frank, what does eccentric mean?
Cheap.
Oh, sure. I think Jack's very eccentric.
Thanks.
Well, here I am if it means anything.
Oh, hello, Parker. Say, Parker, do you see anything the matter with me?
Well, you're all right, but your shoes need to shine, and I don't like that shirt.
Well, as long as I'm all right, why worry, you know?
Is that a first-run shirt you're wearing?
What do you mean, first run?
Did it make its first appearance on your back, or did somebody else break it in?
Listen, this shirt... No, wait, this shirt belongs to me.
Well, it looks pretty bad.
Yeah.
Say, when you're as old as that shirt, you'll look bad, too. You didn't beat me to that one.
Yeah. That was Frank Black, who gets more mileage out of a pair of socks.
Well, at least I wear them.
Oh. Well, I could say something, but one of us has to give in, you know, folks. You can't fight all night.
Say, why don't you fellas leave Jack alone? You're always picking on him.
Thanks, Mary, thanks.
You're welcome. But for heaven's sake, comb your hair. That doesn't cost anything.
Yeah, well, I haven't got a comb.
Well, put a chalk line in the middle.
Now, listen, wait a minute. Listen, all of you. I had enough of this tonight. Clothes and appearance mean nothing. It's all bunk about clothes making the man. Did Columbus wear a tuxedo when he discovered America?
No, it was an old Spanish costume.
All right, wait a minute. All right, I'll grant you that gag. But when Lincoln posed for the penny, did he worry about clothes?
Yes.
Yeah, all right, then let's take Washington. When he crossed the Delaware, did he wear an evening suit?
No, he crossed in the morning.
All right, then, let's take, oh, never mind. Play, Frank. See what... That was Frank Black and his tailor-made men playing Going to Heaven on a Mule from the motion picture Wonder Bar. Frank, you should have put that mule in reverse, you know. And now we're going to hear from Frank Parker, our romantic tenor, who will sing, Frank, what are you going to sing tonight?
With a song in my heart from Spring is Here.
What, no smoke gets in your eyes?
Well, I cut out smoking. I'm just going to sing.
Oh, I see. Well, Parker, listen, before I forget it, I received a fan letter this morning requesting that you sing a certain number. It's, Mary, hand me that letter, will you?
Oh, this job is just one thing after another. No rest, no recreation, just 1/2 hour of solid toil.
Give me that letter, will you? Here it is, Frank. It says, Jack Benny, care front of Ritz-Carlton Hotel, New York. It's funny how people find out where you're living. It says, we'll be listening to your program Sunday night. Please ask Frank Parker to sing Home Again. I'm John Dillinger.
John Dillinger?
Yes, it says John Dillinger, FRD 7, Iowa, Illinois, Nebraska, or where do you think? Just a man about town. I think we better answer that. Mary, take a letter. Say, Mr. John Dillinger.
USA?
Or Canada. Dear sir, if you will send us a 3-cent stamp and your address, we will be glad to mail you a copy of this song.
Is that all, Jack?
That's all. Sing, John. I mean, Parker. I hope you like that, Mr. Dillinger. That was With a Song in My Heart, sung by Frank Parker. Now, ladies and gentlemen, for our weekly surprise. I know that many of you have seen that very entertaining motion picture, Henry VIII. Now, tonight, we are going to offer...
Say, Jack.
Yes, Aloys?
Some of my friends listened into our program last Sunday, and they were talking about that duel you fought with Frank Black.
Well?
Well, I hate to bring this up, Jack, but it's the general opinion among my friends that you lack courage.
Tell him to perish the thought, Aloys, really. I mean, in the first place, we were only kidding. And personally, I think fighting a duel is rather foolish. You don't gain anything by it.
Oh, that's true.
But you know, Aloys, I'd like to find some other way of showing Black that I'm gamer than he is.
So would I.
You see, he's always ready to start an argument.
Well, there ought to be some way of settling this little feud between you two to find out who is the gamer.
I think so, yeah.
Why don't you fellows toss a coin and see which one buys a drink?
No, I think that's overdoing it a little, you know.
Yes, there must be some other way of...
Yeah, I think so. I wonder what would be a real test of courage.
Hey, boys, I've got a great idea.
What is it?
Listen, I know where there's an old haunted house, the weirdest place you've ever seen. People are even afraid to pass there.
Where is it?
Oh, about 12 miles out on Gun Hill Road.
Mm-hmm.
Nobody has lived there for years. And the only 3 people who ever entered that house were never seen again.
So what?
Well, why don't you and Frank each spend a night there? And the fellow who comes out alive wins.
Oh, isn't there any place money?
No.
Oh.
Well, how about it, Frank? Are you game? How about you, Jack?
Me too.
These heroes come to you through the courtesy of Chevrolet, the most dependable car in the low-price field.
Well, I suggest we drop the whole thing and...
Nothing doing. You will hurt the dignity of this program.
Don't be afraid, Jack. I'll go with you.
Is it all right if I take my orchestra along? No. This is a test of courage between you 2 men. Now, which one of you will volunteer to spend the first night in the haunted house? I said, which one of you 2 will spend the first night there?
This is a quiet program tonight.
How about you, Black?
I'd love to, but I have some musical arrangements to make tonight, and I...
How about you, Jack?
Well, I have to help Frank. I know something about music, too, you know.
I'll tell you what. I'll toss a nickel, and the loser will have to spend the first night in that haunted house alone.
What do you say, heads or tails?
Yes.
Here goes. Heads. Tails it is. You lose, Jack. Congratulations.
Okay, I'll go. Well, so long, gang.
So long, Jack. Don't forget to write.
Wait. Let's all ride down with Jack and see that he gets in the right house.
Oh, you don't have to come along. I'll find it.
Oh, yeah?
Don't bother. What the...
we're going with you. Come on. Everybody, I'll drive you out there. Okay with me. Me, too.
Play, boys. We'll be right back. Here we are. This is the house, Jack.
Yeah.
Gee, what a lonely spot. There isn't a house within miles of here. I wouldn't let a dog sleep in there.
Thanks.
It's all right. Nothing bothers Jack.
Here's some cigarettes, Jack, in case you get nervous.
What kind are they?
Oh, what's the difference? This is an automobile program.
Gee, it's windy. What a gloomy place. shutters are all business.
I'll say it gives me the creep.
This place is over 150 years old.
Yeah. Looks like rain, too. That's all I need. If somebody says boo, I'll die. Boo! Oh, my pal.
Well, gang, guess we might as well get back. So long, Jack. Sleep tight.
Goodbye, Jack.
Mary, aren't you going to stick around?
No, I'm going to the Cotton Club.
Oh, have a good time, huh?
Come on, fellas, let's go.
Goodbye, Jack.
So long. I guess I better get in the house before it rains. Sure is windy. Well, 12 feet. Come on, we're going places. Let's walk up those steps like a little major. So this is a haunted house, eh? I bet it's just an old shack with a bad reputation. Well, here's a bell. Maybe there's someone home. Nobody home. Well, might as well go in, get to bed. It's inside now. See, everything looks nicely arranged in the parlor. From the time I played Bridgeport, there was nobody in the theater. What's that? Oh, just an old clock ticking. It's funny how these little things upset you. Well, I guess I might just as well sit down. All alone, just all alone. Just the wind blowing the shutters. Gee, everything scares you. Wait till Black gets here tomorrow. Oh, boy. Say, I wonder if this is really a haunted house. Mice, I'm going home. Who's that? Who's that coming down the stairs? Funny, I can't see anyone.
Did you ring for me, sir?
What?
Did you ring for me?
That's strange. I hear a voice, but I don't see anybody. Who are you?
I'm the ghost of the maid who used to work here.
Yeah, but where are you?
Right here beside you.
That's news to me.
Don't be afraid. I suppose you're hungry after your long trip here.
Yeah.
What can I bring you to eat?
Funny, I don't see you, but I'll have a ham and egg sandwich.
Good. I will bring you a phantom ham and egg sandwich.
Can be a phantom egg, but I must see the ham.
First, let me show you around the house. Follow me.
But I can't see you.
I heard you broadcast, and I can't see you either.
Gee, that's good.
Come with me.
Where are you? Where are you, I say? Oh, Jack, it must be your imagination. That was no maid. What's the matter with you? Are you losing your nerve? Oh, yeah, I'm getting out of here. Where's that door? That's funny. I could have sworn there was a door here, and now it's a fireplace. Oh, maybe. Just my nerves. I better sit down here and take it easy. I must quiet myself.
Smoke it in your eyes, smoke it in your eyes, smoke it in your eyes.
Who's that singing? That's queer. I've heard those songs so much, I imagine I'm hearing them now.
Chevrolet, 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 Chevrolet,
Just as plain as day. Who said that? Who said that? Calm yourself, Jack. It's just mental, that's all. Oh, sit down, Emperor Jones. You was all right. You're just hearing things, that's all.
Come up sometime. Why don't you come up sometime? Why don't you
Who's that? Who's that?
Why don't you come up sometime?
It's May. Where are you, May? I can't see you.
I'm not making any personal appearances.
Sit down, Jack. You're expecting too much from a haunted house.
Chevrolet, 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 Chevrolet.
Quiet.
Chevrolet.
You're overdoing it. I must get out of here. I don't care if Frank Black does win this bet. Who are you?
Oh, just a bed sheet running around.
The ghost of Mahatma Gandhi. Say, ghost, come here. I'd like to ask you something.
Chevrolet, Chevrolet,
He's
Chevrolet,
gone.
Chevrolet, Chevrolet.
There it goes again. Don't tell me you didn't hear that. I'm getting out of here before I go mad. There must be an exit someplace. Ah, there's the door. I wonder where it leads to. I'll try it anyway.
Hello again. This is Jack Benny talking.
Hey, wait a minute. Who are you?
I'm the ghost of Jack Benny.
But I'm not dead yet.
That's what you think.
I must get out of here. There's a place marked exit. It says walk, don't run. It's a fine time for jokes. Gee, but it's dark.
Stop.
Who are you?
Sarah Livingston.
Sarah Livingston?
Mary Livingston's great-great-grandmother.
Funny, you don't look a day older than Mary. What are you doing here?
I'm looking for the ghost without a nose.
You're telling me, huh? How do you get out of here? Please tell me. Huh?
Walk up that flight of stairs, and there you will see an exit. Follow that exit to the bathroom.
The bathroom? Can I get out that way?
No, but you can take a bath.
Thanks. Now we're getting someplace. I must try something else.
Try the new 1934 Chevrolet. That will take you
I'm
anywhere.
going upstairs. There must be a way out of this house if it's through the chimney. Wait a minute. I'm not alone on these stairs. I hear lots of feet.
Hey, thank you. Go home now.
Oh, the ghost of Garbo. Well, here I am upstairs and still no place. If I don't get out of here, I'll go crazy. Now, here's the door. This must lead to the roof. I'll open it.
Hello, stranger.
What?
How's by you, pal?
For heaven's sake, are you a ghost, too?
What else?
Get out of my way.
I can't. I'm haunting this house.
Haunting?
Of course. I was a haunter all my life. I used to haunt lions and tigers in Africa.
Well?
So one day a big lion chased me.
And what happened?
I was killed.
Oh.
And here I am.
I know, but what brought you to this house?
Say, once a hunter, always a hunter.
Don't you get lonesome here?
No, my wife is here with me. Becky. Come, baby.
Yeah, I like him thin. Listen, Mr.
Ghostberg.
Mr. Ghostberg, listen, please. Tell me how I can get out of this house, will you?
Oh, you're leaving so soon?
Yes, I'm going nuts.
Well, I'll tell you what to do. Put on my bed sheet and walk right through that third door.
Why do I have to wear that sheet?
Well, they only let ghosts out of here. So remember the password. If any other ghost stops you, just say, herring.
With onions?
No, just plain herring.
All right, give me that sheet. Is that the door there?
Yes, and remember, herring is the password.
Goodbye, Mr. Ghostberg, and thanks.
So long, stranger.
Herring, I say. Herring. Why, Frank, Parker, Mary, what are you all doing here?
You're some brave guy. What are you doing with that sheet?
Say, what's the idea of this anyway?
Why, this is Frank Black's house. We're all here to play a little joke on
A
you.
joke on me, eh?
Sure, we were making all those noises in the other room.
Oh, you were, eh? You guys killed me. I knew it all the time. Play, Frank. The rat. 23rd program on the 11th of March. Well, we must leave you now and be with you again next Sunday night. I hope you folks didn't think I was really frightened in that house. You know? As if I didn't know they were kidding, you know. Still windy out. Well, Mary, come on, let's go.
All right, Jack. We'll take that bed sheet off first.
Good night, folks.
This program has come to you through the courtesy of the motor car dealers in your community who represent the 1934 Chevrolet 6. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Lux Radio Theater brings you another classic story coming up next.
Hollywood, California, Monday, September 14th. The Lux Radio Theater presents Ruth Chatterton and Brian Ahern in Sir James Barrie's play, Quality Street. presents Hollywood with Ruth Chatterton, Brian Ahern, Kathleen Lockhart, Mervyn Leroy, and Harold S. Bouquet. Our producer, Cecil B. DeMille. Our musical director, Louis Silvers. This hour in Hollywood comes to you with greetings from the makers of Lux Toilet Soap. Our welcome also goes to the distinguished audience gathered here in our theater on Hollywood Boulevard, which includes the following Boston dramatic critics who have just returned from Santa Cruz, where the picture Maid of Salem, starring Claudette Colbert, is being filmed. Marjorie Adams, Peggy Doyle, Helen Eager, Prunella Hall, Eleanor Hughes, and Don Messenger. And a hearty welcome also to our old friend, Al Jolson. We hope our program brings you as much pleasure as your presence brings to us. We wish you could visit the homes of Hollywood's glamorous stars. We wish you could visit their dressing rooms at the famous motion picture studios. For then you could see for yourself that 9 out of 10 of our most beautiful actresses protect their flawless complexions with Lux Toilet Soap. Lovely women everywhere prefer Lux Toilet Soap because they know its active lather removes cosmetics thoroughly, assures daintiness, and leaves the skin clear, smooth, and delicately fragrant. Order some tomorrow. It's so inexpensive that everyone can use Hollywood's favorite beauty care every day. And now, the producer of the Lux Radio Theater, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. Given a microphone or a monoplane, Ruth Chatterton and Brian Ahern are completely at home on the air. Miss Chatterton has the distinction of being the first actress to make a solo flight across the United States, and Mr. Ahern has just obtained his pilot's license. Sir James Barrie, who wrote tonight's play, Quality Street, also dabbled in aviation. Recalling Peter Pan, you will remember that his character, Wendy, had a great deal of flying to do. To stop children who loved the story from trying to follow Wendy's example, Sir James wrote a warning to them that before they could fly, it would be necessary to sprinkle them with Peter Pan's magic dust. But to rise in the world, tonight's stars needed no magic dust. Brian Ahern was acting on the English stage when he was only 5, while Ruth Chatterton, at 13, gave a song recital in Carnegie Hall. For her first job in stock, Ruth earned $10 a week, 6 of which went to the landlady. Soon after, Henry Miller spoke to Ruth on the telephone and gave her the lead in his new play without even having seen her. She was only 17 then and totally unknown. But at the end of her opening performance, she won an ovation that lasted 10 minutes. Brian Ahern, at the age of 10, went to London and lived all alone, just so he could study acting. After leaving college, he rose to immediate success in England and Australia, while his performances in this country, in The Barretts of Wimpole Street and Romeo and Juliet, will long be remembered. We hear him tonight in the role of a young physician, Valentine Brown. The part of Phoebe Throstle will be played by Miss Chatterton, and that of Susan, her spinster sister, by Kathleen Lockhart. And now, the lights overhead in the Lux Radio Theater fade to pinpoint, then go out. Footlights flash on, and the curtain rises on Sir James Barrie's famous play, Quality Street, a gentle love story of the early 19th century, when ladies were incredibly prim and gentlemen endowed with a chivalry little known to our present generation. Quality Street stars Ruth Chatterton and Brian Ahern with Kathleen Lockhart. It is the winter of 1805, and Napoleon's greed for empire casts a threatening shadow over all Europe. We're in the home of the Mrs. Susan and Phoebe Throstle on Quality Street, a refined but by no means wealthy district in an English town. As the curtain rises, Miss Susan Throstle, Phoebe's old maid sister, is knitting in the parlor. We hear the sound of the doorbell, an old-fashioned pull bell, whose continued tinkling surprises Miss Susan.
Hetty! Hetty, answer the bell, please.
Yes, ma'am.
Oh,
Oh, come in, Miss Phoebe.
Thank you. Oh, Susan. Susan, I'm so excited.
I should think so. I thought you were going to pull that bell out by the roots. What's happened?
Patty, will you please take my bonnet and fur tippet into the bedroom?
Yes, miss. What is it, Phoebe?
Just a minute. I didn't want Patty to overhear. Susan, I have met a certain individual.
Not Mr. Phoebe.
Yes.
My dear, you're trembling.
No. Oh, no.
Oh, yes, you put your hand to your heart.
Did I?
Has he proposed?
Oh, Susan.
Then what?
I think it is too holy to speak of.
Even to your sister?
Susan, I was visiting an unhappy woman whose husband has fallen in the war against Napoleon. When I came out of her cottage, he was passing.
Yes, Phoebe.
He offered me his escort. At first he was very silent.
We know why.
Please not to say that I know why. Suddenly he stopped and swung his cane. You know how gallantly he swings his cane.
Yes, indeed.
He said, I have something I am wishful to tell you, Miss Phoebe. Perhaps you can guess what it is.
Go on, go on.
To say I could guess, sister, would have been unladylike. I said, please not to tell me in the public thoroughfare, to which he instantly replied that I shall call and tell you this afternoon.
Phoebe!
Susan, to think that it's all happened in a single year.
The village doctor. Such a genteel competency as he can offer. Such a desirable establishment.
Oh, I hadn't thought of that, dear. What a romantic name. Mr. Valentine Brown.
Do you remember when he first called? At the tea table, he humorously passed the cake basket with nothing in it at all.
Oh, he was very amusing from the very first. I'm thankful that I have a sense of humor, too. I'm exceedingly funny at times, am I not, Susan?
Yes, indeed.
You know, he is absolutely fearless. Susan, he has smoked a pipe in this very room.
Oh, smoking is indeed a dreadful habit.
But there is something so dashing about it.
Ah, and now I shall have to live alone.
Oh, no.
I cannot bear to leave this room. My lovely blue and white room. It is my husband.
Susan, you must make my house your home. You see, I have something distressing to tell you.
What? You alarm me.
You know Mr. Brown advised us how to invest half of our money.
I know it gives us 8%. Though why it should do so, I cannot understand. But very obliging, I'm sure.
Susan, all that money is lost.
Lost?
Something burst, dear. A bubble, I believe they called it. And then the officers of the company absconded.
But Mr. Brown?
Oh, I haven't told him yet. He might think it was his fault.
How much have we left?
Only £60 a year. So, you see, you must live with us.
Oh, but Mr. Brown...
If he is not proud to have my Susan live with us, I shall say at once, Mr. Brown, the door.
Dear Phoebe.
That knock.
He never rings. He knocks. So dashing.
So imperious. Susan, I think he kissed me once.
You think?
I know he did. He was squiring me home from the concert. It was raining, and my face was wet. He said that was why he did it.
Because your face was wet?
It doesn't seem a sufficient excuse now.
Oh, Phoebe, before he had offered marriage?
I fear it was most unladylike.
Oh, good afternoon, Mr. Brown.
Good afternoon, Patty. Ah, Miss Susan. How do you do, ma'am? And Miss Phoebe? Miss Phoebe of the pretty ringlets? How are you?
Always so dashing.
May I sit on this chair, Miss Phoebe? I know Miss Susan likes me to break her chairs.
Indeed, sir, I do not. Phoebe, how strange that he should think so.
The remark was humorous, was it not?
How you see through me, Miss Phoebe. Ah. So, I am dashing, eh, Miss Phoebe?
A little, I think.
Well, I've something to tell you today which I really think is rather dashing.
Oh, dear.
I say, Miss Susan, you're not going before you know what it is.
Oh, I know, Mr. Brown.
Susan!
I don't know. I can guess. Oh, please, Phoebe, you explain.
Oh, so you both know. And I flattered myself 'twas such a secret. Am I to understand that you had foreseen it all, Miss Phoebe?
Nay, sir, you must not ask that.
Anyhow, it was you who first put it into my head.
Oh, I hope not.
Your demure eyes flashed every time the war was mentioned.
The war? The war? Mr. Brown, what is it you have to tell us?
But I have enlisted, Miss Phoebe. you surmise it was something else?
You are going to the wars? Mr. Brown, is this a jest?
Not at all. I've chafed for months. I want to see whether I have any courage.
I think you have done bravely, Mr. Brown.
I leave tomorrow for the barracks in London. So this is goodbye.
I shall pray that you may be preserved in battle, Mr. Brown.
And will you write to me when occasion offers?
If you wish it.
With all the stirring news of Quality Street.
It seems stirring to us. It must have been merely laughable to you who came here from a great city.
You delicious Miss Phoebe. When I first came here, I felt sorry that one so sweet and young should live so grey a life. I wondered whether I could put any little pleasures into it.
Oh, you mean the picnics we had together, chaperoned by Miss Susan?
Oh, that was only how it began. Soon I knew that it was I who got the pleasures, and you who gave them. You have been to me, Miss Phoebe, like a quiet, old-fashioned garden, full of the flowers that Englishmen love best, because they have known them longest. The daisy that stands for innocence, and the hyacinth for constancy, the modest violet, and the rose. When I am far away, ma'am, I shall often think of Miss Phoebe's pretty soul, which is her garden, and I shall shut my eyes and walk in it.
May I come back in again? Have you... Is it... Why, Phoebe, you seem so calm.
Susan, what Mr. Brown is so obliging to inform us is not what we expected. Not that at all. He's enlisted for the wars, and he came to tell us goodbye.
Going away?
Am I not the ideal recruit, ma'am? A man without a wife or a mother or a sweetheart?
No sweetheart?
Have you one for me, Miss Susan?
Susan, we shall have to tell him now. You dreadful man, Mr. Brown. You will say it is just like Quality Street. But ever since you told me earlier today that you had something to tell me, we've been puzzling over it, and we concluded that it was that you are going to be married.
Was that it?
So like women, you know. We thought perhaps we knew her. We were even discussing what we should wear at the wedding.
I shall often think of this. Oh, I wonder who would have me. But I must be off. So, God bless you both.
You are going?
We shall miss you very much, Mr. Brown.
Oh, there is one little matter that I forgot. That investment I advised you to make. I am happy it has turned out so well.
It was good of you to take all that trouble, sir. Accept our grateful thanks.
Oh, I am indeed glad that you are so comfortably provided for. You must remember I'm your big brother. Well, goodbye again.
Goodbye, Mr. Brown. A misunderstanding. Just a mistake.
A mistake. Oh, Phoebe, my dear, don't. Don't, Susan, don't. He is a fiend in human form.
Nay, don't say that either. He is a brave gentleman.
The money. Why did you not tell him?
So that he might propose marriage to me out of pity.
Oh, but Phoebe, how are we to live with half our money gone?
We could keep a little school for genteel children. Only, of course, I would do most of the teaching.
You, a schoolmistress? Oh, Phoebe of the ringlets. Why, everyone would laugh.
I should hide the ringlets away in an old maid's cap, and people will soon forget them. And I shall try to look staid and to grow old quickly. It will not be so hard as you think, dear.
Oh, there are other gentlemen who were attracted to you, Phoebe, and you turned them away.
I did not want them.
Oh, they'll come again, and others too.
No, never speak of that to me anymore. I let him kiss me.
You could not prevent it.
Yes, I could. I know I could now. I wanted him to do it. Oh, never speak to me of others after that. Perhaps he saw that I wanted it and did it to please me, but I meant that I gave him the kiss with all my love. Sister, I could bear all the rest, but I've been unladylike.
Before we continue with Quality Street, starring Ruth Chatterton and Brian Ahern, we want to take you to an attractive one-story house on one of Hollywood's numerous hills. A man and his wife and their pretty daughter live there. We'll say their name is Brown. And Mrs. Brown is saying...
Peg's awfully late tonight. They were to shoot her big scene today. You know, sometimes I think she works too hard at this moving picture business.
There she is, I guess. Now, don't scold her.
Peg, you're late. Have a good day.
Oh, Mother, don't ask me. We had to shoot that telephone scene 22 times. Seemed to me I was running up and downstairs all day long. Maybe you don't think that's work.
Of course it is, but it's worth it. Now, calm yourself and let's have some dinner.
Oh, I can't. Davy's coming for me at 8, and I can't pass up the Coconut Grove with him. Oh, dear, he'll expect me to be full of pep, and I'm so tired I could flop. I'll never make it.
But Peg did make it. She took a warm, fragrant Lux toilet soap bath, just as screen stars do when they're worn out from too much work. A Lux toilet soap beauty bath makes you feel refreshed, alive. And, most important, its active lather sinks deep into your pores and frees them of impurities that may remain to choke them. When you use Lux toilet soap, you're sure you're dainty, certain your skin is sweet. Peg's found out that daintiness pays dividends in popularity. She knows that's why Davy says to her as they glide past at the Coconut Grove,
Gee, Peggy, you are a peach. Let's stay until the music stops, Honest, I could dance forever when I'm dancing with you.
Be sure you protect daintiness the Lux toilet soap way. Keep skin clear, smooth, dainty with this soap the screen stars use. Start today. And once again, Mr. DeMille.
We continue with Quality Street, starring Ruth Chatterton as Phoebe Throssell and Brian Ahern as Valentine Brown. "10 years have passed. Phoebe and Susan are now teaching school, and the once charming sitting room is a jumble of maps and blackboards. Miss Phoebe, her ringlets hidden under an old maid's cap, is seated at a desk, looking careworn and tired. From the classroom comes Miss Susan, looking very agitated.
Phoebe, if a herring and a half cost 3 halfpence, how many for 11pence?
11.
William Smith says it's 15, and he's such a big boy. Do you think I ought to contradict him? May I say there are differences of opinion about it? Oh, no one can really be sure, Phoebe.
It's 11. I once worked it out with real herrings. Oh, Susan, Isabella's father insists on her acquiring algebra.
What is algebra exactly? Is it those 3-cornered things?
It's X minus Y equals Z plus Y and things like that. And all the time you're saying they're equal, you feel in your heart they're nothing of the sort.
Listen, Phoebe.
Huh. Yes. The music for tonight's ball.
The ball. Oh, a gay evening for some people.
We must not grudge their rejoicing, Susan. It is not everywhere that there is a Waterloo to celebrate.
No, I was not thinking of that. I was thinking that he will be at the ball tonight, Valentine Brown. And we've not seen him for 10 years.
Yes, 10 years. We shall be glad to welcome our old friend back, won't we, Susan?
You're not going to the ball?
No. Dancing is not for the village schoolmistress. But he might pay us a call. Oh, dear me. I must get back to the children.
Good afternoon, Patty.
Oh, sir, good afternoon. Come in, sir. Who is it, Patty? It's Captain Brown, Miss Susan. Captain Brown.
Captain Brown reports himself at home again.
Oh, you call this home?
When the other men talked of their homes, Miss Susan, I thought of this room. Well, what's this? Maps, desks, blackboards? Why, it looks like a schoolroom.
It is.
Ah, well. Hi-ho, it is still the same dear room. Miss Susan, I rejoice to find no change in you. And Miss Phoebe? Miss Phoebe of the ringlets? I hope there be as little change in her.
Phoebe of the ringlets, oh. Ah, Captain Brown, you need not expect to see her.
She is not here. I vow it spoils all my homecoming.
Susan, that dreadful Smith boy.
Oh, Captain Brown.
Miss Phoebe? Is it you, Miss Phoebe?
Yes. I have changed very much. I have not worn well, Captain.
We are both older, Miss Phoebe.
Phoebe, dear, the cloth.
I think you can dismiss them, dear.
The back way, Phoebe.
The back way, Susan, and keep them quiet.
Yes, dear.
Teaching school is sometimes a trial, Captain Brown. The children are very dear.
Oh, ma'am. If only you had invested all your money as you laid out part by my advice. What a monstrous pity you did not.
We never thought of it.
You look so tired.
I have the headache today.
You did not use to have the headache. Curse those dear children.
Nay, do not distress yourself about me. Tell me of yourself. We are so proud of the way in which you won your commission. Will you leave the army now?
Yes, and I have some intention of setting up a surgery and pursuing again the old life in Quality Street. I came here in such high spirits, Miss Phoebe.
The change in me depresses you.
I was in hopes that you and Miss Susan would be going to the ball. I had brought cards for you to make sure.
But now you see that my dancing days are done.
Miss Phoebe, what a dull, grey world it is.
Phoebe, I sent them off and asked Fatty to make some tea. You will have some tea, Captain Brown.
Oh, thank you, Miss Susan, but I think not. Some other time, perhaps.
Oh, yes, of course. You've just returned. There must be many duties to perform.
Oh, but just wait a few days. And then the dashing Mr. Brown will drop in as of old. And behold Miss Susan on her knees once more, putting tucks into my little friend, the Ottoman. And Miss Phoebe... Miss Phoebe...
Phoebe of the ringlets. I have no ringlets now, Captain Brown.
You keep school now, ma'am. There are more important things than ringlets to be considered.
You will come again soon, Captain.
Oh, I shall regard it as a privilege, Miss Susan. Good day.
Good day, Captain.
Good day, Miss Phoebe.
Good day, sir. I wish you very happy at the ball.
Thank you, Miss Phoebe.
Phoebe.
Susan. He thought me old.
My dear.
He thought I was old because I'm weary. He looked so pityingly at me. How dare he look so pityingly at me? Because I've had to work so hard. Is it a crime when a woman works? Because I've tried to be courageous. Have I been courageous, Susan?
Heaven knows you have.
But it has given me the headache. It has tired my eyes. Alas, Miss Phoebe, all your charm has gone, for you had the headache and your eyes are tired. My eyes are tired because for 10 years they've seen nothing but maps and death. 10 years ago I went to bed a young girl, and I woke with this spinster's cap on my head. No, it isn't fair. This is not me, Susan. This is some other person. Oh, I want to be myself.
Phoebe, Phoebe, you who've always been so patient.
Oh, no. No, not always. If you only knew how I've rebelled at times, you'd turn from me in horror. Susan, I have a picture of myself as I used to be. I sometimes look at it. I sometimes kiss it and say, poor girl, they've all forgotten you, but I remember.
I cannot recall it.
I keep it locked away in my room. My room. Oh, Susan, it's there that the Phoebe you think so patient has the hardest fight with herself. I've heard her singing as if she thought she was still a girl. I've heard her weeping. Perhaps it was only I who was weeping. But she seemed to cry to me, let me out of this prison. Give me back the years you have taken from me. Oh, where are my pretty curls, she cried. Where is my youth? My youth, Phoebe. I'm going to my room, Susan. I shall show you the picture of Phoebe. The Phoebe who used to be.
Miss Susan. Oh, yes, Patty.
Here are the tea things, ma'am.
Oh, thank you, Patty. But I don't think we shall have it just now. Captain Brown couldn't stay.
Oh. Is Miss Phoebe to go to the ball this evening, ma'am?
I'm afraid not, Patty.
Oh, 'tis a pity, ma'am.
Yes, 10 years ago she might have gone. But now...
Ah, the pretty thing that she was, Miss Susan.
Do you remember, Patty? I think there's no other person who remembers, unless it be Miss Willoughby or Miss Henrietta. Susan! Susan! Why, Phoebe, what have you done? I brought you the picture of the old Phoebe, Susan.
Miss Phoebe, is it really you?
It is, Patty. Please to leave us for a while. I wish to speak to my sister.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, Miss Phoebe.
Phoebe, that dress you're wearing.
An old one, Susan, that I've kept away all these years. Is it pretty?
It's beautiful. And your hair, your ringlets, oh, they're just as they used to be, Phoebe.
Yes. Oh, Susan, this is a picture of my old self that I keep locked away in my room and sometimes take out of its box to look at.
How marvelous.
Perhaps I should not do it, but it's so easy. I have but to put on an old gown and tumble my curls out of the cap. Sister, am I as changed as he says I am?
You almost frighten me. You're so young, Phoebe. Oh, you're like a girl again.
Like a girl? Listen, the music at the ball is calling to me, Susan. See, my curls have begun to dance. They're so anxious to dance. One dance, Susan, to Phoebe of the ringlets, and then I will put her away in her box and never look at her again. Ma'am, may I have the honor? Nay, then I shall dance alone.
Phoebe, there's someone at the door. Phoebe, stop your dancing and hear me. Someone is coming.
Miss Phoebe.
No, Patty. Not Miss Phoebe. I'm someone else tonight. Let me see. I'm my niece.
The door, ma'am.
Go down to the hall window, Patty. Look out and see who it is.
I did see, Miss Susan. 'Tis Captain Brown.
Captain Brown. Oh, Phoebe, stop. Go upstairs.
Nay, Miss Susan. Let him see her. I'll show him in.
I'll not stay here. I'm going to my room, Phoebe. Oh, dear, oh, dear, oh, dear.
Come in, Captain Brown. Come in.
Thank you.
If you'll just step in here, Captain Brown.
Thank you. Ah, good afternoon. I'll wager you didn't expect to see me so soon, Miss... Oh, I beg your pardon.
Good afternoon, sir.
I'm sorry, I thought it was Miss Phoebe.
No, sir. 'Tis me mistress's niece. She's on a visit here.
Oh, excuse me, ma'am. Patty, I obtained this bottle of medicine at the apothecary's for Miss Phoebe's headache. It should be taken at once.
Oh, Miss Phoebe's lying down, sir.
Is she asleep?
No, sir. I think she's wide awake,
Well,
sir.
it may soothe her.
Patty, take it to Aunt Phoebe at once.
Yes, miss. Yes, ma'am.
Perhaps I may venture to present myself, Miss
Libby, sir.
I am Captain Brown, Miss Libby, an old friend of both your aunts.
How do you do?
I was sure you must be related. Indeed, for a moment, the likeness, even the voice.
Law, sir, you mean I'm like Aunt Phoebe? Everyone says so, and indeed 'tis no compliment.
It would have been a compliment once. You must be a daughter of the excellent Mr. James Thrushell, who used to reside at Great Buckland. Miss Libby, you go to the ball tonight?
Alas, sir, I have no card.
I have 2 cards for your aunts. As Miss Phoebe has the headache, your Aunt Susan must take you to the ball. You'll enjoy it tremendously, I'm sure.
Oh, sir, do you think some handsome gentleman might be partial to me at the ball?
If that is your wish.
I should love, sir, to inspire frenzy in the breast of the maid. But I dare not go. I dare not.
Good afternoon, Captain Brown.
Ah, Miss Susan, I have ventured to introduce myself to your charming niece.
I beg your pardon. Aunt Susan, do not be angry with your Libby. Your Libby, Aunt Susan. This gentleman says he's the dashing Mr. Brown. He has cards for us for the ball, Auntie. Phoebe. Aunt Phoebe wants me to go. If I say she does, you know she does.
But, my dear.
I shall see to it, Miss Susan, that your niece has a charming ball.
He means he'll find me sweet partners.
Nay, ma'am. I mean that I shall be your partner.
Aunt Susan, he still dances.
Still, ma'am?
Oh, sir, you are indeed dashing. Oh, nay, sir. Please not to scowl. I could not avoid noticing them.
Noticing what, Miss Libby?
The grey hairs, sir.
I vow, ma'am, There is not one in my head.
Oh, sir, dissuade her.
Nay, nay, I entreat her.
Auntie, think, my dear, think. We dare not.
No, we dare not. But we will.
My dear.
No use to talk on, Susan. I fixed my mind. We go to the ball tonight. We shall be bright and gay and thoughtless and merry. And we shall dance for the dashing Captain Brown.
We pause for station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. We continue shortly with Quality Street, starring Ruth Chatterton and Brian Ahern. Ambitious newcomers are not the only ones given screen tests. The most famous stars in Hollywood are frequently tested to see if they're suited to certain roles. Tests are expensive and are conducted with great care because they're the talent laboratory of the studio. The gentleman you are about to hear directs the tests at Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer Studio. 20 years ago, he worked for me as a property man. Leaving his job to serve in the war, he has since then been a writer and director. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Harold S. Bouquet.
Let me first explain how we make a screen test. The person to be tested rehearses a scene from a play. Then in costume, she goes before the camera, and the scene is shot with as much care as is given a full-length picture. In testing a newcomer, we watch especially for these points. Does she photograph well? Can she act? And has she a screen personality? By that I mean, does she have the ability to convey to the audience what she's thinking as well as what she says? In casting a new production, we test established actors to choose the ones best fitted to balance the cast. I remember in one picture starring Joan Crawford, I had to direct and listen to 34 crooners before finding one who could act as well as he crooned.
You've certainly suffered for your art. I've always sympathized with the screen test director. He's probably the most unpopular man on the lot, because every performer fears his camera.
That goes for some of the biggest actors, too. I've seen them go to pieces and forget their lines when it's a test for themselves. On the other hand, they're always willing to help out a newcomer by playing opposite him, giving him confidence and support. Perhaps you've been told you're the image of Miss Greta Garbo or Mr. Robert Taylor. That won't help you pass the screen test. At best, you'll only be a good imitation. Be yourself. Develop your own dignity, humor, sweetness, or strength. The truth will out in your screen test. Clear, vibrant skin helps immeasurably to convey charm and life. A good way to achieve vibrant skin is by using soap and water. And, of course, the soap used so much here in Hollywood is Lux toilet soap.
Perhaps you can tell the girls listening to this program how to make their own screen test without a camera.
Surely. Just check the following points. Have you an honest, natural smile? Do you keep your appearance attractive with lovely skin, clear, sparkling eyes, even, regular teeth? Is your voice pleasing? Watch your friends while you talk, and if they become restless, you can be reasonably certain your voice is irritating. Can you retell a story you think is funny and make other people laugh? If you can't, don't blame it on the story. Your timing ability and sense of dramatic values need developing. Do you use your hands gracefully? Is your posture good? Do you walk with a spring or a slouch? Let your mirror answer that. Do you keep your friends when you're financially embarrassed? If they don't drop away when you're unable to entertain them, you can be positive you have a personality that stands at least an even chance of success. Thank you. Good night.
Good night, Harold. Back to our story, Quality Street, starring Ruth Chatterton and Brian Ahern. We're at the ball, where Miss Phoebe, disguised as her non-existent niece, Miss Livy,
is trying to recapture her lost youth and attract the dashing Captain Brown. On a balcony overlooking the garden, Miss Susan is talking to Miss Willoughby and Miss Henrietta, the oldest and most maidenly ladies the town has to offer.
Your niece, Miss Livy, seems to be enjoying herself, Susan.
Yes, Miss Willoughby. She loves to dance.
The young men are quite infatuated about her.
Do you think so, Miss Henrietta?
Ensign Blaze and Lieutenant Spicer have claimed her every dance, when the gallant Captain Brown has not.
It is remarkable, Susan, how greatly your niece favors her Aunt Phoebe.
Oh, yes, yes. Is it not strange, Miss Willoughby? We've often commented on that fact.
And how is dear Phoebe, Susan? We have not seen her for nearly a week.
Oh, she's poorly, Miss Henrietta. Very poorly.
Oh, how sad.
Miss Livy is your brother James' child, I believe you said, Susan.
Yes, brother James' child.
Strange. I cannot remember that your estimable brother ever had a daughter. I thought all the three were sons.
Oh, no. 3 sons and a daughter. Surely you remember my speaking of little Livy, Miss Henrietta?
No, Susan, I do not.
The music has stopped. Your niece is coming this way.
Oh, yes. If you'll excuse me.
Oh, are we not to meet her, Susan?
Oh, yes, certainly. If you wish it.
Why, of course. Give me the pleasure of the next time. Don't come now. You've been dancing with Lieutenant Spicer all day.
Nay, gentlemen, you must excuse me. I must speak to my aunt.
Will you be long, Miss Livy?
I shall try not to be.
Then we shall try to wait patiently, ma'am. Come, Ensign. Farewell, Miss Livy.
Farewell, ma'am.
Farewell, gentlemen. Oh, Aunt Susan, Oh,
my dear.
Oh, I beg your pardon. I didn't know you were engaged.
Livy, my dear, these are 2 old friends of mine. My niece, Livy, Miss Willoughby, and Miss Turnbull.
How do you do?
How do you do? Excuse me, Aunt.
One moment, Miss Livy. May I ask how many brothers you have?
2.
2. I thank you.
Oh, that is 2 excluding the unhappy Thomas.
The unhappy Thomas?
Yes, we never mention him.
I think I shall go. Come, Miss Henrietta.
Yes, my dear.
Good night, Susan. Good night, Miss Livy.
Good night. Good night, Susan. You think they suspect?
I know they do. How could they help it?
Why didn't you tell me they were here?
I didn't know myself until they came and sat next to me. Oh, Phoebe, the scandal. You, a schoolmistress, flirting outrageously with every young gallant at the ball.
And allowing them to propose to me, too.
You didn't? Yes. Oh, who were they?
Ensign Blades, Lieutenant Allen, and Major Linkwater.
Phoebe, what is to be done? If Miss Willoughby and Miss Henrietta find out about these proposals, they'll tell all Quality Street.
We can never open school again.
We shall starve.
That horrid, forward-flirting, heartless, hateful little toad of a Livy.
Oh, it's not her fault. I know who it is that has turned you into this silly, wild creature. That odious, cruel Valentine Brown.
Poor blind man. To weary of Phoebe. Patient, ladylike Phoebe. The Phoebe whom I have lost. To turn from her and then become enamored in a single night of a silly impostor like Miss Livy.
Yes, he is infatuated with Livy.
Susan, there's been a declaration in his eyes all tonight. And when he cries, "Adorable Miss Livy, be mine," I mean to answer with a, "Oh, law, how ridiculous you are. You're much too old. I've been but teasing you, sir."
Oh, Phoebe, how can you be so cruel?
Because he's taken from me the one great glory that is in a woman's life. Not a man's love. She can do without that. But her own dear, sweet love for him. He's unworthy of my love. That's why I can be so cruel.
Oh, dear.
Miss Livy.
Oh, 'tis Captain Brown, Aunt Susan. Lord, Captain, why are you not dancing?
Indeed, ma'am, it is because I have something of more importance to attend to. I wish to speak to you, Miss Livy. May I, Miss Susan?
Oh, yes, Captain. Livy, I think it's almost time we left. I'll go fetch your cloak, dear.
Thank you, Aunt Susan. Won't you sit down, Captain?
Thank you.
You're looking rather grim, Captain. What is it you have to speak to me about?
Miss Livy. You're an amazing pretty girl, ma'am.
Oh, Captain.
But you're a shocking flirt.
Oh, Lord.
It has somewhat diverted me to watch the men go down before you. But I know you have a kind heart. And if there be a rapier in your one hand, there is a handkerchief in the other, ready to stanch their wounds.
I have not observed that they bled much.
The blades and the like, no. But one may, perhaps.
Perhaps I may wish to see him bleed.
For shame, Miss Libby. I speak, ma'am, in the interests of the man to whom I hope to see you affianced.
Oh, please to say nothing. I am feeling faint.
Nay. We must have it out.
Then if you must go on, do so. Who is this happy man?
As to who he is, ma'am, of course I have no notion.
Oh.
Nor, I am sure, have you, else you would be more guarded in your conduct. But someday, Miss Libby, the right man will come. Not to be able to tell him all. Would it not be hard? And how could you acquaint him with this poor sport? His face would change, ma'am, as you told him of it, and yours would be a false face until it was told. This is what I have been so desirous to say to you. By the right of a friend.
I see.
Oh, it has been hard to say, and I have done it bunglingly. But believe me, Miss Libby, it is not the flaunting flower that men love. It is the modest violet.
The modest violet? You dare to say that?
Yes, indeed. And when you are acquainted with what love really is...
Love? What do you know of love?
Why, ma'am, I know all about it. I am in love, Miss Libby, with a lady who was once very like you, ma'am.
Not... Oh, no.
I hadn't meant to speak of it, but why shouldn't I? It'll be fine lesson to you, Miss Libby. Ma'am, it is your Aunt Phoebe whom I love.
You do not mean that.
Most ardently.
It is not true. How dare you make sport of her?
Is it sport to wish that she may be my wife?
Your wife?
If I could win her.
May I solicit, sir, for how long you have been attached to Miss Phoebe?
For 9 years, I think.
You think?
No, I want to be honest. Never in all that time had I thought myself in love. Your aunts were my dear friends. And while I was at the wars, we sometimes wrote to each other. But they were only friendly letters. I presume the affection was too placid to be love.
I think that would be Aunt Phoebe's opinion.
Yet I remember, before we went into action for the first time, I suppose the fear of death was upon me. Some of them were making their wills. I have no near relative. I left everything to those two ladies.
Did you?
And when I returned and saw Miss Phoebe, grown so tired looking and so poor.
The shock made you feel old, I know.
Oh, Miss Libby. But it filled me with a sudden, passionate regret that I had not been killed in that first engagement. They would have been very comfortably left.
Oh, sir.
Oh, I am not calling it love.
It was sweet and kind, but it was not love.
It is love now.
No, it's only pity.
It is love.
You really mean Phoebe? Tired, unattractive Phoebe, that woman whose girlhood is gone? Nay, impossible.
Phoebe of the fascinating, playful ways, whose ringlets were once as pretty as yours, ma'am.
Memories. Yes, that is the Phoebe you love. The bright girl of the past, not the schoolmistress in her old maid's cap.
Ah, there you wrong me. For I have discovered for myself that the schoolmistress in her old maid's cap is the noblest Miss Phoebe of them all. When I enlisted, I remember I compared her to a garden. I've often thought of that.
'Tis an old garden now.
The paths, ma'am, are better shaded.
The flowers have grown old.
They smell the sweeter. Miss Libby, do you think there is any hope for me?
There was a man whom Miss Phoebe loved long ago. He did not love her.
Oh, he was a fool.
He kissed her once.
If Miss Phoebe suffered him to do that, she thought he loved her.
Yes. Yes. Do you think that this makes her action in allowing it less reprehensible? It has been such a pain to her ever since.
How like Miss Phoebe. But that man was a knave.
No, he was a good man. Only a little inconsiderate. She knows now that he has even forgotten that he did it. I suppose men are like that?
No, Miss Libby. Men are not like that. I am a very average man, but I thank God I am not like that.
It was you.
Did Miss Phoebe say that?
Yes.
Then it is true.
It was raining, and her face was wet. You said you did it because her face was wet.
I had quite forgotten.
But she remembers. And how often do you think the shameful memory has made her face wet since? The face you loved, Captain Brown. You were the first to give it pain. The tired eyes. How much less tired they might be if they'd never known you. You who are torturing me with every word. What have you done to Miss Phoebe? Do you think you can ever bring back the bloom to that faded garden?
I vow I shall do my best. I shall go to her. Miss Phoebe, I will say. Oh, ma'am, so reverently. Miss Phoebe, my beautiful, most estimable of women, let me take care of you forevermore.
Beautiful. Oh, Lord, Miss Phoebe.
Ah, ma'am, you may laugh at a rough soldier so much enamored, but 'tis true. Marry me, Miss Phoebe, I will say, and I will take you back through those years of hardship that have made your sweet eyes too patient. Instead of growing older, you shall grow younger. We will travel back together and pick up the many little joys and pleasures that you had to pass by when you trod that thorny path alone.
Can't be. Can't be.
Nay, Miss Phoebe has loved me. 'Tis you yourself have said it.
I did not mean to tell you.
She will be my wife yet.
Never.
You are severe, Miss Livy. Ah, but it is because you are partial to her, and I am happy of that.
I partial to her? I'm laughing at both of you. Miss Phoebe, Lord, that old thing.
Silence!
I hate her and despise her if you knew what she is.
I know what you are.
That paragon who has never been guilty of the slightest deviation from the strictest propriety.
Never.
That garden.
Miss Livy, for shame.
Your garden has been destroyed, sir. The woods have entered it, and all the flowers are choked.
You false woman, what do you mean?
I'll tell you. What faith you have in her?
As in my God. Speak.
I cannot tell you.
No, you cannot.
It is too horrible.
You are too horrible, is not that it?
Here is your cloak, dear. The carriage is waiting to take us home.
Answer me, Miss Livy. Is it not that you are too horrible?
Yes, that is it.
Livy, horrible? Explain yourself, Captain Brown.
Ma'am, I leave the telling of it to her, if she dare. And I devoutly hope that those are the last words I shall ever address to this lady. Ma'am, your servant.
My love, my dear, what terrible thing has he said to you?
Not terrible, glorious. Susan, 'tis Phoebe he loves. 'Tis me, not Livy. He loves me. He loves me. Me, Phoebe.
Why, Miss Phoebe, home from the ball so early?
Miss Phoebe has had a shock.
No, Miss Livy's had a shock, a glorious shock that she richly deserved.
Then you must have had a delightful time at the ball, and that's the main thing.
Who can that be?
She's an imperious knock. A military knock.
It's a dashing knock. Maybe it's Captain Brown.
Oh, he mustn't see me. Patty, don't answer the door till I'm out of sight. Susan, tell him Miss Livy's been taken suddenly ill. I can't see him. I won't see him.
Oh, Patty, have the ladies retired? I must speak to Miss Livy. Ah, Miss Susan. Where is Miss Livy?
Oh, sir, you cannot see her. She's been taken with a sudden indisposition.
She is ill? Where is she?
You cannot see her. She's at death's door.
But then I must see her. As a physician, it is my duty.
Oh, no.
Patty, where is Miss Livy's room? I shall go to her at once.
No, I beg of you. I shall rouse her and escort her to you.
Good. And bring some heavy wraps and a shawl. She mustn't catch a chill.
Yes.
Patty, why have these dear ladies been deceiving me?
Why, whatever do you mean, sir?
I have talked to Miss Willoughby and Miss Henrietta at the ball. I feel that their suspicions are correct.
Oh, sir, what suspicion?
Patty, there is no such person as Livy. Is there?
Captain Brown?
Miss Phoebe has been posing as Miss Livy, hasn't she?
Yes, sir.
Why has she done this?
'Twas you that began it all by not recognizing her in her ringlets the last time you was here.
Why has this deception been kept up for so long?
Because you would not see through it. She thought you were infatuated with her when she posed as Miss Livy because she was so young and silly.
Oh, it is infamous.
It was all in playful innocence at first, but now she's so feared of you that she's weeping her soul to death.
That will be all, Patty. You may go now.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
Captain Brown.
Oh, yes, Miss Susan.
I am happy to inform you, sir, that Livy finds herself much improved.
It is a joy to me to hear it.
She's coming in to see you.
Oh, I shall be happy to see the poor invalid.
Come in, Livy, dear. Yes, Aunt.
Oh, your servant, Miss Livy.
How do you do?
Allow me to help you to the couch, Miss Livy.
No, I can walk alone. How do you think she's looking, Captain Brown?
A little drawn. But I believe she will recover.
Thank heaven.
May I say, Miss Livy, it surprises me that you should be said to be like your Aunt Phoebe. Of course, you have the ringlets, but Miss Phoebe is decidedly shorter and more thick-set.
No, I'm not.
I said Miss Phoebe.
Oh, yes.
Well, Miss Susan, I think I could cure your niece if she is put unreservedly into my hands.
I'm sure you could.
Then you are my patient, Miss Livy.
It was but a passing indisposition. I'm almost quite recovered.
Oh, nay, you still require attention. But I believe that your home is the best place for you.
Would that I could go.
You are going.
Yes, soon.
Indeed, I have a delightful surprise for you, Miss Livy. You are going tonight.
Tonight?
Not merely tonight, but now. As it happens, my carriage is standing idle at your door, and I am to take you in it to your home.
Sir, I decline to go.
Oh, what a stubborn patient you are. Miss Susan, can't you persuade her?
Indeed, Captain, I cannot.
Oh, well, then I must speak to Miss Phoebe.
Oh, dear.
Where is she?
I cannot tell.
You don't know. Very strange. She is your aunt, is she not?
Oh, sir,
You are her niece.
Yes, her niece.
And yet you don't know where she is.
I cannot tell.
Then perhaps, ma'am, I can help you.
You, sir?
Miss Phoebe, dear creature, is here in this room with us now. She calls herself Miss Livy. But we know it's just in sport. And more to her own confusion than mine.
Phoebe, he knows.
Captain Brown, I will explain everything to your satisfaction.
No need for explanations. Miss Livy is no more. Good riddance to that charming little flirt. And now, Phoebe Thrushell. Will you be Phoebe Brown?
You know everything. And that I am not a garden?
I know everything, ma'am. Except that.
Then the dictates of my heart enjoin me to accept your too flattering offer.
Miss Phoebe, it is not raining, but your face is wet. I wish always to kiss you when your face is wet.
Oh, sir. Kiss Susan also.
The romance of Phoebe Thrushell and Valentine Brown comes to its happy conclusion. But before our program concludes, Ruth Chatterton and Brian Ahern will be back at the microphone. When the late Theodore Roberts, one of the screen's great character actors, was performing on the San Francisco stage, he took a liking to a young newsboy and got him a job in the play Barbara Frietchie. All the boy had to do was perch on the limb of a tree and shout, "The Yankees are coming." During his performance, the lad took a bow. But it was a bow from the tree on which he was sitting, which crashed to the floor with him, creating the biggest laugh in the play. From then on, he insisted he was an actor, and for a $2 raise, agreed to fall at every performance. That literally is how Mervyn LeRoy crashed into the show business. Today, as producer-director at Warner Brothers Studio, he has to his credit such pictures as Tugboat Annie, Little Caesar, Five Star Final, I Am a Fugitive from a Chain Gang, and the great current hit, Anthony Adverse. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Mervyn LeRoy.
Thank you, C.B. My first job in pictures was in the wardrobe department for $12.50 a week. I thought I was getting into the movies, and I found myself in the cloak and suit business, so I quit.
Then you managed to catch my brother William DeMille in a weak moment and convinced him you were a great cameraman. I remember the first picture you shot under his direction was all out of focus, which gave it a soft, attractive quality never seen before, and we decided you were a genius.
But I was smart, so I quit being a genius and got myself a job as an actor for you, Mr. DeMille.
Mervyn played the role for me in Triumph. The scene was in a canning factory. And among other things canned during the picture was Mervyn LeRoy.
Let's skip over that and just say I became a comedy constructor and then a director. You know, I always wanted to be a big director like you, C.B.
Oh, thank you, Mervyn.
It's those clothes you wear, those boots and those breeches. Boy, they got me.
Why don't you wear them?
I haven't got a horse.
Then let me give you a plug right now. You did an excellent job on Anthony Adverse. It's a grand piece of work.
I had a swell time shooting it, too, with one exception. When I was making the African scenes, I kept the cast at work for 4 days in the drenching rain. I, of course, sat in comfort under a big umbrella. When the scene was finished, Frederick March, Pedro Cordova asked me, meekly, if that was all. Thanks, boys, I replied. No more rain. Oh, yes, said Freddie. That's what you think. And with that, he and Pedro poured a bucket of water over me.
Of course, they offered you a cake of Lux soap with it.
That reminds me. You've been knocking me since this interview began, so knock, knock.
All right, who's there?
Lux Soap.
Lux Soap who?
Lux Soap the people haven't tuned out.
Oh. They won't if you'll stop gagging. Now that you're a producer as well as a director, would you have made any changes in Anthony Adverse?
Just one.
And that?
I would have fired Mervyn Leroy. Good night, and thank you.
Good night, Mervyn. Last week, the National Air Races were held in Los Angeles. Tonight's leading lady sponsored one of the features, the Ruth Chatterton Air Derby for sportsman pilots. Brian Ahern planned to compete, but his motion picture contract forbids flying, and he found himself grounded on Quality Street. However, it's a one-way street that leads our stars right back to the microphone. Ladies and gentlemen, Ruth Chatterton and Brian Ahern.
I really had no thought of ever flying, Mr. DeMille, but Ruth bullied me into a plane last year. And I decided to take lessons until I knew how to fly around the field and land the plane, just to prove to her there was nothing in it.
While Brian was up in the air, a bug bit him. He's had the flying fever ever since.
It's a bad case, too. But long before Miss Chatterton or I came to Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. DeMille was flying his own plane. And nearly 20 years ago, he started the first air passenger service in the United States. It operated between Los Angeles, San Francisco, and San Diego.
Right now, my interests are in the other extreme. I have a diving apparatus. I'm doing a little exploring at the bottom of the ocean. Do you ever dive, Ruth?
Only in planes, Mr. DeMille.
Oh, well, come down and see me sometime.
Gladly would make the date soon, because, you see, I think I'm leaving Hollywood this fall for a season on the New York stage. Brian is, too.
Well, success to you both. Are you flying back?
Of course, I always fly, weather permitting. I know of nothing more invigorating. It's almost as invigorating to put my ship down and step into a shower with Lux toilet soap. Lux has flown with me all over the country. I'm never without a parachute or Lux.
You can depend on either to save your skin. I'm particularly glad to have had you and Brian in a DeMille production before you left. I tried to get him before, but he was afraid of Hollywood.
Well, Hollywood no longer terrifies me, but I still can't understand the autograph hunters. They ask me for my signature, but usually they haven't the slightest idea whether I'm King Solomon or Mickey Mouse. So, Mr. DeMille, thanks for a grand show. Good night.
Good night, Mr. DeMille.
Good night, pilot. Happy landing.
Thank you, Miss Chatterton and Mr. Ahern. Ladies and gentlemen, this is your announcer, Melville Ruick. In a moment, Mr. DeMille returns with word of next week's program. Mr. Ahern appeared on this program through courtesy of Samuel Goldwyn Productions. He is now co-starring with Merle Oberon in the Samuel Goldwyn picture Covenant with Death. Mr. Leroy appeared through courtesy of Warner Brothers Studio, where he has just produced and directed Three Men on a Horse. Mr. DeMille through courtesy of Paramount, Mr. Bouquet, Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, and Mr. Silvers, 20th Century Fox, whose new picture, Ramona, was musically arranged by Mr. Silvers. And now, Mr. DeMille.
As a novel, as a play, as a motion picture, Trilby ranks as one of the classics of literature and drama. Next Monday night, we bring you this story of the little French singer and the hypnotist Svengali. Our stars, Miss Grace Moore and Mr. Peter Lorre. This musical and dramatic event will mark the opening of the fall season of the Lux Radio Theater. With Miss Moore in the title role and Mr. Lorre as Svengali, I can assure you a performance worthy of the occasion. Our sponsors, the makers of Lux Toilet Soap, join me in inviting you to be with us next Monday night in the Lux Radio Theater presentation of Trilby, starring Grace Moore and Peter Lorre. Today, the motion picture industry suffered one of its greatest losses. Irving Thalberg. The Lux Radio Theater joins Hollywood and the entire nation in extending deepest sympathy to his wife, Norma Shearer, and his family. To Irving Thalberg, who has brought so many hours of happiness to people the world over, we dedicate these 10 seconds of silence. This is Cecil B. DeMille saying good night to you from Hollywood.
This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
The Warrior of the Woodland, Ranger Bill, is coming up next.
Ranger Bill, Warrior of the Woodland.
Ranger Bill, Warrior of the Woodland, struggling against extreme odds, traveling dangerous trails, fighting the many enemies of nature. This is the job of the guardian of the forest, Ranger Bill. Pouring rain, freezing cold, blistering heat, snow, floods, bears, rattlesnakes, mountain lions. Yes, all this in exchange for the satisfaction and pride of a job well done. You know, fellas and girls, sometimes we think that Mother and Dad are just a bit stuffy with their advice and counsel. We even feel that our parents try to take the fun out of life. Well, that's not true. What Mom and Dad tell us is for our own good. Life would be so much better if we'd listen to what older folks tell us. This is the story about two young fellas who wouldn't listen to experienced advice, and it almost cost them... Well, say, I'm almost giving the story away. Stick around for a breathtaking story. The End of the Rope.
Hey, Bill, here's a telegram for you. I came past the Western Union office on the way up here, and Sid stuck it in my hand as I went by.
Oh, thanks, pal. I wonder what's up.
Maybe his uncle left him his old swayback mule.
Yeah, or his Model T Ford.
Bad news, fellas.
Well, how bad?
My old friend Nathaniel Norton is sending his son Bart and a friend of his out here for a couple of months on a vacation.
Uh-oh.
And what kind of rascals are these young whippersnappers, Bill?
Well, I guess they're well behaved as far as that goes, Stumpy.
Well, then we haven't anything to worry about.
Perhaps not, but I don't like being responsible for his son and friend.
No, I'll keep my eye on them, Bill.
Oh, thanks, pal. We've got lots of trail work to do in the next couple of weeks.
When are these youngsters coming, Bill?
Tonight. We'll meet them at the station.
There's two young tenderfeet, Sonny.
Yeah, they're coming toward us.
Yeah, they must be Bart Norton and his friend. Excuse me, sir. Are you Bill Jefferson?
Yes. You must be Bartholomew Norton.
Yes, I am. Just call me Bart. This is my friend Jeff Murdoch.
How do you do? Fine, thank you. I'd like you to meet Henry Scott and Stumpy Jenkins.
Hi, Henry.
Hi,
Jeff. Hi, Bart.
Our station wagon's just outside the depot. We'll give you a hand with your luggage.
Say, this is a wonderful place you have here, Mr. Jefferson.
Thanks, Bart. Just call me Bill.
I've never been in a ranger's office before.
Oh, is that right? Well, I hope we'll see a lot of you in the next few weeks, Jeff.
Say, did you ever see a hoop snake, Sonny?
No, Stumpy. What do they look like?
Well, they're big, long snakes. They grab a hold of their tail with their mouth and roll down the road like a hoop.
Oh, go on, Stumpy. That's not true.
It ain't, huh? Where do you think they get the name hoop snake from?
Well, maybe you're right.
Sure, that's just like the snake we got out here that milks cows. It's called the milk snake.
Hey, wait a minute. I'm not going to swallow that one.
Why don't you guys lay off? Why, it's like the yarn about the left-handed monkey wrench.
Monkey wrench? What in the world are we coming to? I've heard of a cow ranch and a sheep ranch. Never heard of a monkey ranch before.
All joking aside, though, Bill, I've never seen a left-handed monkey wrench.
You haven't? Why, they've got one down at Pete's garage.
Can we go look at it?
Why, sure. The garage is just a block down the street.
Come on, Bart. I want to see that wrench.
We'll be back in a few minutes, fellas.
You got your nerve, Bill Jefferson. If I'd have pulled at you, it'd turn blue in the face.
Well, old-timer, it's like you said. We're trying to harden up their tender feet. We'll pick them up at the garage in a couple of minutes and head for home. It's almost supper time.
It sure is peaceful and quiet out here. I could sit on the porch all night and listen to the crickets and katydids.
Yeah. Lord sure knew what he was doing when he created the earth. He knew that man needed time to rest so they'd be fresh for a new day.
That's right, Sonny. Say, I hope you ain't got no hard feelings about that left-handed monkey wrench.
And the hoop snake and the milk snake?
We had to initiate you fellas into the ways of the West. But Stumpy's right. We hope you haven't taken offense.
Oh, no, Bill, we haven't. We expected to have tricks pulled on us.
Yeah. This is milder than we expected.
Well, I think it's time we hit the hay, fellas. Why don't you sleep here tonight, Stumpy?
Twist my arm, will you?
How about Mom's wheat cakes for breakfast?
That does it. I'm staying.
Let's have our devotions and then turn in. In the morning, we'll saddle up for a long trip on the trail. Easy, Tom. Easy, boy. Bart, Jeff, I'm leaving Henry here to entertain you.
Well, we appreciate that, Bill.
Just one thing I didn't mention, Bart.
Yeah?
Your father said in his wire to me that you're not to do any mountain climbing.
What?
That's right.
But that's what we wanted to do most of all. Well, what's Dad thinking about?
He's thinking about your safety, Bart. I must say I agree with him. So remember, no mountain climbing.
Oh, okay.
Now, you can use one of our cars to take the fellas around, Henry.
Oh, fine, Bill. I'll take them sightseeing. When you be back?
In about 10 days.
Well, fellas, we've seen about all there is to see around Knotty Pine.
We sure appreciate how you've taken us around, Henry.
That's right. You've been a swell host.
Oh, forget it, fellas. I'm glad to do it.
When will Bill be back, Henry?
Oh, about Wednesday, I imagine, Jeff.
We'll have to dig up something to keep us busy for a few days.
Well, I won't be able to help you for a day or so. I have some work to do over at headquarters.
Jeff, I'm bored stiff. Henry's got work to do, and here we sit.
Yeah, what'll we do?
Go mountain climbing?
What? What? Your dad'll scalp you for that.
Oh, Dad won't care as long as we're careful.
Oh, don't take me wrong, Bart. I'm all for it, but...
But nothing, Jeff. As long as we're careful, who'll care?
Yeah, maybe you're right. When will we start?
How about right now?
Okay, let's go.
Oh, you got to this ledge without any trouble, Jeff?
Yeah, but it scares me when I look down. What? We've been climbing almost straight up.
Never look down when you're climbing. What do you say we start again?
Yeah, we can't stay on this ledge.
Right. Say, Jeff, what do we do if a strong wind comes up?
Oh, don't worry. I got my pick set. I'll go first.
Okay.
Here goes.
Got the pick set again, Jeff?
Yeah, come ahead, Bart.
Jeff, hang on. The pick's slipping.
Bart!
Jeff, are you all right?
No, Bart. I think my ankle's broken.
Here comes Grey Wolf down the trail.
Bill, Stumpy.
We'll head back to Knotty Pine right now. Let's go, Storm. Hey, Matilda!
Plenty good to see you fellows again.
Got kind of lonesome on the northern boundary, didn't it?
Long time not see anybody.
Maybe you started talking to yourself, eh, Sonny?
Not quite.
Hey, get out of here, fellas. A rock slide's starting. Come on, Storm. Let's go, Matilda! Where's the rock slide, Sonny? Oh, Storm Boy.
Easy, King.
It's all right, fella.
Oh.
I don't know where the rock slide is, old-timer.
Easy, King. It sure sounds like rock slide start.
I wonder where those large stones came from and why.
There, answer. Up on ledge on side of mountain.
Huh? Great Scott, how'd those men get up there? You'd have to be a monkey to scale that mountain.
You have to be monkey with magnets in feet. That's straight up, 500 feet.
There's two of them up there, as far as I can make out. Let's go back to town and get some rescue gear. Come on, Storm.
Get him up,
let's go, boy. Come on.
Get him up.
Come on, Matilda.
The Rangers are leaving. What do we do now?
Oh, maybe they've gone for help.
Oh, sure. Why didn't I think of that? They know we're up here.
No.
They'll be back, I hope. I'm sorry I got you into this mess, Jeff.
Well, you couldn't help it. The rock gave way.
Perhaps. But if I'd listened to my dad's advice, we wouldn't be in this mess. Bill warned us, too.
Well, what's the use of crying over spilt milk?
Even if you weren't hurt, we couldn't climb down with the wind blowing up the way it is.
That's right, Bart. All we can do is wait and hope.
Yeah, and pray.
There's Henry in front of the office. He looks worried.
We find out what's wrong in a minute.
Something's up by the look on his face. Whoa, Storm.
Okay.
Matilda. Henry, what's the matter?
It's Bart and Jeff. They've been gone all day.
You know where they went?
No, I left them at the house when I came over here to do some work. Mom says they took off about an hour after I left.
Bill, you think maybe they fellas up on ledge?
I don't know, Grey Wolf. I'm going to find out. How do you figure to do that, young feller? With a helicopter.
Bring copter closer to mountain, Bill. Okay. Hold on, though. I gotta be careful of downdrafts.
Hey, Bill, what are we going to do if those crazy guys did climb onto the ledge?
Get them off, pal. Can you see them now, Grey Wolf?
Get dark now. Hard to see through glasses.
Use the landing spotlight on the copter.
I'll shine it on the ledge, Grey Wolf. How's that?
Oh, I see plenty good now.
Can you tell who they are yet?
You're right, Bill. That Bart and Jeff on ledge.
Jeff, that must have been Bill and Henry and the other rangers in the copter.
Yeah. Well, now they know we're up here.
Hey, Jeff, you're shivering.
I'm getting cold, Bart. I think I've got a fever.
Jeff, I guess it's no use to tell you how sorry I am about getting you into this mess. Your ankle looks worse all the time.
That's all right, Bart. You couldn't help it.
Here, put my shirt on.
What'll you do to keep warm?
I can move around. You can't.
You'll need your shirt. The wind's getting colder.
No, you take it. Bill will get us off of here soon.
Sure, but how's he going to do it? Nobody can climb up here in this wind.
These boxes look like they'll take a beating. Use plenty of rope around them, Henry.
Okay, Bill.
We got everything in boxes they need. Food, blankets, first aid kits, waterproof canvas.
Fine. Let's take off then. Everybody aboard? Go ahead. I'll close the door. Take her away, Sonny. Henry, you man the spotlight. Grey Wolf, Stumpy, you fellas man the winch and lower the supplies.
Okay, Bill.
Me too, Bill.
Bring the copter closer, Bill.
Shine the light on the side of the mountain above us.
There. How's that?
That's fine, Henry. I won't be able to get much closer because of that overhanging part of the mountain.
That bad.
What do you mean, Grey Wolf?
You're not able to lower supplies on ledge. We're too far away from ledge. We ain't got nothing but thin air to drop these here supplies on now, young feller.
Well, I can't move any closer to the mountain. A sudden gust of wind could push us toward the rock and smash the propeller blades to bits.
Well, how are we going to get the supplies to Bart and Jeff then?
Try swinging the cable back and forth like a pendulum. Perhaps you can get them on the ledge that way.
Maybe that's a good idea. We try it. Now lay on the floor and reach through the winch hole and swing the cable. You lower away, Grey Wolf. You say when lower. All right, lower away. I got the box and cable swinging.
Let the copter down a little, Bill. It might help.
Okay. That enough?
Yeah, that's good.
It ain't no use. We can't get close enough to the ledge.
I'll take in the cable, fellas. I've got a better idea. We'll go back to the airport and rig it up.
Bill, what's your idea to get those supplies on the ledge?
We'll take this rifle and make a weighted plug. It's just a hair smaller than the rifle barrel.
Well, I get it. You're going to do the same thing as the lifesavers do on the coast.
Exactly, pal. We'll tie a thin and light rope to the weighted plug. Stumpy, you can fire it at the ledge. As soon as the line falls on the ledge, then Bart and Jeff can haul in the thin line.
Say, that's all right. On the end of the thin line, we'll tie a heavier line. When the lads get the heavier line, we can put the regular line on the end of that. When they pull third line in, Then we can send supplies.
Right. Henry, is the power megaphone on board?
Yes, it is, Bill.
All right, let's go, fellas.
Bart, you're freezing. Here, take your shirt back.
Nothing doing. I'll just move around a little.
Watch out for the edge of the ledge.
Hey, here comes a helicopter again. There's the spotlight.
Unless we're going to try something else to get those boxes to us.
Bart, Jeff, listen closely. We've got supplies here for you. Food and blankets. We're going to fire a weighted plug at the ledge. On the end of the plug is a lifeline. When you get your hands on the lifeline, start pulling until you get a heavy line on the ledge. Stay right where you are and don't move around. When you hear the plug hit, then try to grab the line.
Did you hear that, Jeff? We're going to get supplies.
Yes. Oh, thank the Lord for that. Boy, I'm so hungry I could eat rocks.
Okay, fellas. Keep your heads down and don't move. Here it comes.
There it is. Get it, Bart.
I got it.
Start pulling it in, Bart. Oh, you won't have to be hungry and cold now.
They've got the last box.
Good work, boys. Henry, tell them we'll be back in the morning to get them off the ledge.
Bart, Jeff, we'll be back in the morning to get you off the ledge. Just take it easy until we get to you. Don't worry. We'll get you off.
I hope you ain't bragging, young feller.
That's going to be plenty tough climb.
Well, let's go back home and get some rest. We'll find out how tough a climb that is in the morning. Ready, Grey Wolf?
Me ready now, Bill.
Stumpy, Henry, you fellas just hold tight here until we find out if we can climb this mountain or not.
Okay, Bill.
We won't run off and leave you. Grey Wolf, I think we ought to climb parallel to each other.
That's a good idea. Then it won't be dangerous from loose rocks.
Yeah. All right, let's climb.
Me got first solid hold with pick. Now me climb wall like fly.
I hope we can say the same thing when we're 400 feet up. Let's rest a while, Grey Wolf.
That's plenty good idea.
How far are we?
Let me say about a third of way up.
I think that's about right. Boy, this wind is terrible.
It tears right off mountainside.
Let's call it a halt, Grey Wolf.
Yes, it's no use fool ourselves.
Jeff and Bart must have climbed this with little or no wind interference. Well, let's back down.
Yeah, wall gets steeper as we climb. It's suicide to go higher.
Take it easy climbing down. We'll have to take us some other way to get Jeff and Bart off that ledge.
Boy, am I glad to see you fellas with 2 feet on terra firma.
That's right, Bill. Grey Wolf. We can see the wind push you around on the side of the mountain up there. Yeah, the winds up there are savage, all right. Bart and Jeff must have climbed up when the wind was fairly still.
Nobody'd be able to climb up or down to rescue Bart and Jeff.
Well, how are we going to get them off then?
I wish I knew.
They can't stay up there forever, Bill. If we can't get supplies to them, we can get supplies to them, why can't we get them off the ledge?
Well, getting them on the ledge is one thing, but Getting them off is another, Henry.
Boxes are supplies and people are two different things.
Hey, wait a minute. I've got it. What you said was right, pal. If we got the supplies on, why can't we get the lads off? Sure. Why not?
Well, how can we do it, Bill?
I'll explain on the way to the airport. Let's get a helicopter and get busy.
Are we going to set this up just like we did for the boxes?
Yeah, it's exactly the same, with one change.
What change is that, Bill?
Use the cable as much as possible. It'll take the strain better on the winch. Put the heavy rope on the end of the cable. It'll work fine. There's a stout eye spliced on the end. I'm going to bring the copter in as close as I can.
Do you think it would be better to wait until the winds died down, Bill?
No, pal. Probably won't be another windless day in this canyon for months.
Yeah, I guess you're right, Bill.
Stand by the power megaphone, Henry. I'm going to hug the mountain.
Okay, I'm ready. Only don't hug it to death.
We're going to try something again, Bart.
I wonder what it'll be this time.
Bart, Jeff, listen closely. We're going to take you off the ledge just like we put the supplies on. Now trust us. This is the only way we can do it. Be sure and tie the rope securely around your chest. Here comes the shot.
Jeff, they're going to swing us off the ledge like a pendulum.
It'll work. It has to. There it is, Bart. Grab it.
I've got it.
Pull a thin line until you get the heavy line over to the ledge. Tie the heavy line securely around your chest. When you're ready, wave your arm. Then Bill will raise you off the ledge with the helicopter. Do just exactly as we say. Your life depends on it.
Don't worry, we will.
Okay, Jeff. Raise your arms and I'll get this rope around you.
That feels good and tight. I'll hang on to the rope, too.
And all set?
Yeah, I guess so. Go ahead. Give him the signal.
Take him away!
Here I go!
Here comes the end of the cable.
Me stop, winch. Us pull, Jeff, rest of way now.
Yeah, let's lift together.
Here he comes.
Boy, am I glad to see you fellas.
We're glad to see you.
You said it, Bill.
You all right, Jeff?
I've got a bad ankle.
Well, make Jeff comfortable, fellas. Then we'll get Bart off the cliff the same way with this flying banana. How's it feel to be safe and sound, Bart?
It feels wonderful, Bill.
You tell him, Bart.
There's one thing I want to tell Bill and the rest of the fellas.
Now, what might that be, Sonny?
Oh, I'm awfully ashamed of myself for getting Jeff and myself into this mess.
Well, did you learn something from it, Bart?
Boy, and how. I'm going to wire Dad that I won't do any more mountain climbing and no more disobedience.
Oh? When did you decide that?
When I was dangling 500 feet in the air on the end of a rope.
I guess that's as good a place as any to learn to be obedient, Bart. Well, fellas and girls, I think Bart found that his dad and I knew just a little more than he did. Only it almost cost him his life and the life of his best friend to learn that lesson. I hope it doesn't take you that long to find out.
See you next week for more adventure with
Ranger Bill!
Hi there, boys and girls. This is Ranger Bill back again for just a third of a minute with an extra word of thanks to you for joining us today. Hope you'll team up with the Rangers every week at this time when your local station gives us this chance to get together. See you then. 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 See you then.
The first couple of radio comedy, or Burns and Allen, are up next.
Well, hello. Come right in. Oh, George, we've got company.
And now meet the people who live in the Burns house, George and Gracie. As we look in at the Burns house today, we find Gracie at the front door being greeted by an old friend.
Good morning, Mrs. Burns.
Oh, hello, Mr. Postman. How are you feeling this morning?
As always, Mrs. Burns, incredibly superb. Not much mail today. Just this magazine your husband gets every week.
Oh, Cowboy Love Tales. Those silly stories about Oklahoma Tex. How can he read such trash?
Well, I must confess, I, too, read Cowboy Love Tales, Mrs. Burns. It has a tremendous appeal for every virile, red-blooded he-man. Though what your husband sees in it, I can't say.
Oh, you actually enjoy Cowboy Love Tales, Mr. Postman?
Oh, yes. It gives me great joy and a bad shock now and then. What joy to read of Oklahoma, Texas sweetheart Lucy, the beautiful school marm. Her eyes of cornflower blue, her luscious red lips, her hair like wild honey.
Well, where does the shock come in?
When I look up and see that thing I married.
Well, I'll tell you, I'm surprised your wife lets you read junk like that.
She doesn't like it. She caught me reading it the other day and tried to stop me. I stuck my tongue out at her.
Oh, you shouldn't have stuck your tongue out.
It always comes out when she's choking me.
Well, sometimes I feel like choking George for reading Cowboy Love Tales. It's changed his whole life. He talks like a cowboy. He acts like a cowboy.
I've noticed he even walks like a cowboy, with his legs bowed.
Oh, well, that he did before he read the magazine.
Oh, I see.
Oh, well, I think I hear him stirring around in there, Mr. Postman. I'd better say goodbye.
Oh, goodbye, Mrs. Burns. Remember, keep smiling.
Oh, good morning, George.
Morning, my little heifer.
Oh, no.
When I wake up, I seen you wasn't in the bunkhouse. So I came ambling to the corral looking for you.
Oh, George, please stop that silly cowboy talk. It's become very embarrassing to me.
Embarrassing?
Oh, yes. I asked you to call the beauty shop the other day and make an appointment for me, and what did you say to Pierre? Get your heating iron ready, Frenchie. My little doggies are coming in to get clipped and curried.
Well?
And I was mortified when you spoke to the head waiter at Ciro's last night.
How come?
George, you do not refer to Ciro's as the chuck wagon where your victuals get it.
I like that Western talk.
Well, I don't.
You
I don't like it. It's bad enough to call Ciro's a chuck wagon, but please stop referring to me as old paint.
That's a term of endearment, gal.
Oh, George. I'm trying to get into Mrs. Randolph's exclusive literary society. I haven't a chance if she finds out my husband reads Cowboy Love Tales.
I enjoy Cowboy Love Tales.
But there are so many fine things to read. Shakespeare, Dickens, Beethoven.
I don't care much for Beethoven. Give me a good mystery writer like Irving Berlin.
Well, believe me, I didn't think I'd like the classics either at first. But now I've studied Shakespeare until I practically know it by heart.
Really?
Oh, sure, and you can, too. There's a book right here in our library called The Complete Works of, what's his first name again?
William.
Oh, yes, William Shakespeare.
Yes, it's hard to remember. Shakespeare and those guys are for sissies. Us virile, red-blooded he-men don't want stuff like that.
Well, do you consider Bill Goodwin a virile, red-blooded he-man?
Well, sure.
Well, he just drove up in his car, and in a minute, you'll see how much fine literature has done for him.
Bill?
Mm-hmm. I've gotten Bill so interested in the classics, he's given up women.
Oh, stop.
I mean it, George. He doesn't whistle at girls anymore. He just whistles at books.
He whistles at books?
You should have heard him when he read Forever Amber.
Well, I don't believe that Bill has given up girls for literature.
Well, here he comes. Ask him.
Okay, I will.
Hi, folks.
Hello, Bill. Bill, I'd like to ask
Not now, George. I'm in a hurry. Gracie, where's your big volume of Shakespeare?
Oh, right here, Bill.
Thanks, Gracie. I'll take it in the den. See you later.
Well, I'm son of a gun.
Now, I told you so. Fine literature has helped Bill. And it could help you.
How?
Well, now, suppose a little bobolink were to perch on our windowsill and sing. Now, if you are familiar with the classics, you could quote to him from William Cullen Bryant's famous poem, Robert of Lincoln.
How does it go?
Bobolink, bobolink, stink, stank, stink.
That's a classic?
Sure.
Spink, spank, spink. From that, Brian made a living?
Certainly.
Well, he could have cleaned up with a thing like Robin, Robin, Sispum, Bobbin. And, of course, quail, quail, shoot me in the tail. On that, the man could retire.
Oh, not at all. Stop
Spink,
that.
spank, spink.
Oh, Gracie, can I take your copy of Plato in the den?
Oh, sure, here it is, Bill.
Thank you.
You want Shakespeare and Plato, too?
Isn't that wonderful? Now, if you take an interest in literature, think of the inspiring talks about books that we could have together.
I'd rather not.
Oh, but they'd be so fascinating. Come on, let's try one now.
Gracie.
George, have you read Vanity Fair by William Makepeace Thackeray?
No. Have you?
No. You see how we could while away the hours?
Yeah, must have more of these talks.
Oh, look, here comes Meredith Wilson. Now, he's another reason why I want you to give up Cowboy Love Tales.
What do you mean?
Well, he looks upon you as his hero. If he discovers that you read it, he'll want to read it. And, George, we don't want Meredith to start that cowboy talk. Think how silly he'd sound saying something like,
Well, slap a saddle on me and call me an ornery maverick if it ain't the Burns of Stallion and Filly.
oh. It's too late.
How are you this morning, my little filly? And how's your wife?
Gracie's the filly, Meredith, not me.
Really?
Really?
Yeah, and I'll thank both of you to stop referring to me as a horse. It's beginning to affect me. Yesterday, I shied away from a car.
Meredith.
Yes, partner?
Gracie thinks this cowboy stuff is bad for you.
But I find it most enjoyable, particularly as portrayed on the screen by such excellent rooters and tutors as Gene Autry.
Cowboy movies, too?
Yeah. I saw a ring-tailed dandy just yesterday. It was called The Outlaw.
Oh, no.
However, the audience puzzled me. They stopped and whistled when there were no cowboys visible. Only a young woman named Jane Russell.
That's all, huh?
Sure. What were they whistling about? She wasn't shooting anybody.
Meredith, Jane Russell was the star of the picture.
Really? Well, I must confess she didn't impress me.
No?
No. What's she got that Gene Autry hasn't got?
The makings of a great cowboy.
Well, thanks, partner. Well, I reckon I'll be a moseying along.
Well, goodbye, Meredith.
Yippee.
And a happy doodle to you, too.
Oh, George, you should be ashamed of yourself. Meredith might have become a cultured, refined lover of the classics like Bill Goodwin. But no, you turned him into...
Quick, Gracie, hand me that big volume of Charles Dickens.
Oh, of course, Bill.
Hey, wait a minute. How can you read all those books at the same time?
Who's reading them? The dame next door is taking a sun bath. I'm standing on them so I can see her.
I thought so.
Well, sure. Every time she moves, I have to get another book.
Oh, Bill.
Explains it yet.
I'm so disappointed in you. You said you were giving up girls for good books.
Well, I tried, Gracie. Honest, I did. After you talked to me, I broke all my dates and went right to the library to see if the librarian had anything worthwhile.
And did she have anything?
Yeah, that's what got my mind off books. But not for long, Gracie. One look at Milton and I forgot her.
Oh, good. John Milton?
No, Milton Davis, her husband.
Oh, Bill, didn't you try reading it all?
Well, sure, Gracie, but everything I read reminded me of a girl. First, I tried Longfellow's Hiawatha by the shores of Gitche Gumee. Gitche Gumee was as far as I got.
Oh, that reminded you of a girl?
Yeah, a redhead in Pasadena. She's always chucking me under the chin and saying, Gitche, Gitche.
How about Gummy?
She changes that to gimme.
Gimme, gimme.
Bill, wait. Mrs. Randolph wanted you to come to her literary club meeting. You're supposed to give a report on Jane Eyre.
How can I give a report on her? I was never out with the dame. So long, Gracie. So long.
Oh, men are so disgusting. Where would the world of literature be without women? Women like Elizabeth Barrett Browning and Francis Bacon.
Bacon was a man.
Oh, I might have known it. Anything that close to ham. But I can name plenty of other women writers. There's, the Gypsy Rose Lee.
Oh, yes. She wrote a classic.
Well, at least she wrote. Name one man stripteaser who's written a book.
Sidney Newman.
Oh.
Very good.
George, give up Cowboy Love Tales. Try the classics. Now, here, I'll just open this book of famous poems and read you a bit. Now listen to this. Hail to thee, blithe spirit, bird thou never wert.
What does that mean?
Oh, George, how can you be so ignorant? Didn't you see that picture, Blithe Spirit?
Yes.
All right. Hail to thee, blithe spirit, bird thou never wert. In other words, the picture wasn't a turkey.
No.
Yes, and here's another classic.
Well, never
Build the
mind.
most
One
dangerous-
classic a day, I think is
Georgia, Meredith Wilson and his orchestra. Meredith, when I heard you rehearse that song you're playing, I couldn't help thinking how music naturally conjures up definite pictures.
Well, that's certainly true, Bill. Except that I think this song about Georgia must call up a lot of different picture impressions. For instance, there are not only the rolling fields of cotton and tobacco and the famous Georgia peach orchards, but there's the seacoast with its own salty, sun-bleached charm.
Yes, then there are the Pine Ridge Mountains, too. You know, as all the old shaded roads wind from one contrasting section of the state to another, they carry memories of a past rich in history. No wonder Georgia is so well-loved a part of our American scene.
I'm so excited Mrs. Randolph is coming over to see if I qualify for her literary club.
She is, huh?
Mm-hmm. Help me scatter these books around. I want the house to look very cultural when she gets here.
Okay. Where do these go?
Oh, now, put that book on philosophy there on the table.
Yeah.
And the ethics book on the top of the piano.
Okay.
And this volume on geopolitics here.
Well, Mrs. Randolph may not go for stuff like this. Some of it's pretty heavy.
Oh, well, that's all right. So is some of Mrs. Randolph.
I see.
This whole set of Dickens goes on the table, too. Oh, no. You better take The Tale of Two Cities out. That might be out of place in a California home.
Why?
Well, I haven't read it, and one of the cities might be in Florida.
Yeah, we can't be too careful about that.
Oh, and did you notice the 3 statues of the famous authors I bought?
Yeah. Who are they?
Well, that one's Keats, and that one's Shelley, and that one's Venus de Milo.
What did she write?
Nothing. But I couldn't find a statue of Shakespeare, so I'll just paint a beard on her, and Mrs. Randolph won't know the difference.
Believe me, she'll know the difference.
Forehead's too low.
Yeah, low forehead, yes.
Well,
And really parted his hair on the side.
Oh, look, there's Mrs. Randolph driving up. Quick, George, out the back way. I don't want you confusing her with that cowboy talk.
Confusing her?
Yes, if I introduced her, you'd probably say, "Put her there, old critter." And the old critter wouldn't know where to put what.
Okay, I'll go down to the drugstore.
Come in.
Oh, good afternoon, Mrs. Burns. I'm afraid I'm a wee bit late for our appointment.
Oh, really, Mrs. Randolph? I hadn't noticed. Time passes so quickly when one has one's book.
How true. I'll wager you've had your nose in a book all day.
Oh, yes. I only took it out once or twice to powder it.
Yes. Oh, my dear, what joy, what rapture is to be found in literature. Shakespeare's classic romances, Romeo and Juliet, Othello and Desdemona.
Yes, and that other sweet couple, Mac and Beth.
Mrs. Burns, one does not separate Mac and Beth.
Oh, I wouldn't think of it. They're crazy about each other.
You say such amusing things.
I do?
Oh, I see you have some French literature. Isn't this book Les Miserables?
No, I thought it was pretty good.
Les Miserables is the title. It was written by Hugo.
Hugo?
Victor.
Oh, Hugo Victor. Yes, he's very good.
The name is Victor Hugo. Of course, there are so many splendid writers. But of them all, my favorite is the inspired Scotch poet who wrote to a field mouse.
He wrote to a field mouse?
Yes.
Well, I hope he wasn't silly enough to expect an answer.
My dear, surely even in jest you wouldn't claim so little knowledge of the works of Robert Burns.
Who?
The incomparable Robert Burns.
Oh, him.
Well, really, my dear, I can hardly consider you for membership in my literary club if you're so unfamiliar with the immortal Robert Burns.
Well, you see, Mrs. Randolph, I pretended not to know about Robert Burns because one doesn't boast about one's own family.
You mean?
Mm-hmm. My husband is George Burns, the great-grandson of Robert Burns.
No.
Yes.
Robert Burns?
Yes.
The Scotch poet?
I.
I had no idea your husband was Scotch.
Oh, really? Well, you should go out with him sometime.
Oh, why, this is most thrilling, Mrs. Burns.
Oh, well, now can I join your club, Mrs. Randolph?
Oh, I shall be delighted to welcome you to my fold.
Come in.
Hello, Gracie. I just dropped... Oh, Mrs. Randolph. How are you?
Oh, how do you do, Mr. Goodwin?
Well, what are you girls so happy about? You're fairly beaming, Mrs. Randolph.
Oh, I've had a most pleasant surprise, Mr. Goodwin.
No, really?
Yes. I just discovered Mr. Burns is Scotch.
Well, you better hurry and drink it up before he gets home.
I think you misunderstood me.
Well, let's talk about Bill joining your literary society, Mrs. Randolph.
Oh, well, I'm sure you would enjoy it, Mr. Goodwin. I have quite a large fold.
So I see. Why don't you exercise?
I never.
Well, you should. I'll see you later, girl.
Well, really, Mrs. Burns, if that is the caliber of your friend, I don't see how I can make you a member of...
Mrs. Randolph, you seem to have forgotten that my husband is a direct descendant of your favorite Scotch poet, Robert Burns.
Oh, so I did. Oh, Isabella, you foolish girl. Oh, do forgive me, Mrs. Burns. Oh, please tell me all about your husband. When did you meet him?
Oh, in Scotland. Oh, I shall never forget it. It was spring on the Robert Burns estate. The panatellas were in bloom. Suddenly, I saw him walking down the path toward me, dressed in kilts and smoking a bagpipe.
Aren't you a little confused?
Oh, probably. I was so excited when he spoke to me. He said, "Weel, lassie, isn't it a braw brick moonlit next to Nick?" Well, I tried my best to reply in his native tongue.
Oh, and what did you say?
I said, "Yes, it certainly is."
How perfectly adorable. Then what happened?
Oh, then we got to talking. One thing led to another, and finally he invited me to his barn for a cup of heather. The family insisted that I'd stay for the weekend.
Oh, and of course you followed the old Scottish custom and went grouse shooting.
Oh, of course. I shot 11 grouse.
Oh, that's such a charming romance. When did you sail for America?
Oh, early the following month. We sailed from the 1st to the 4th on the 5th. Or maybe it was the 5th to the 4th and the 1st. I forget exactly.
Oh, what a divine story.
Oh, well, I hope you'd like it.
I'm dying to meet your husband. I simply adore to see him in kilts.
Oh, you'll be thrilled, Mrs. Randolph. You know, he has perfectly gorgeous knees. The cutest little dimples in them.
Oh,
really? Yes. Oh, excuse me, Mrs. Randolph. There's someone on the phone in the den. I'll be right back.
Well, Isabel, this is your lucky day. Wait till the girls hear that you've been in the home of Robert Burns' great-grandson. And you may even get to see him in his kilts.
Oh, hello. You're Mrs. Randolph, aren't you?
Yes. Oh, and you must be George Burns.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm so disappointed you've got pants on.
You are?
Oh, yes. Oh, I suppose you wear them because you don't want to be ostentatious.
Yeah. I don't want to be arrested either.
But here in the privacy of your own home, couldn't you discard them? Well, I'd so love to see you in your plaids.
They're in the laundry. I'm wearing the ones with the polka dots today.
Polka dots? For a descendant of Robert Burns?
Descendant of who?
Didn't your great-grandfather write coming through the rye?
He couldn't even write when he was sober. What's all this anyway?
Oh, I'm sorry if you've been to... Uh-oh. Oh, hello, George. Can you whom? Hein? Haim?
Okay. Forget it.
Never mind, Mrs. Burns. It's quite obvious that your husband's great-grandfather was not Robert Burns, the poet.
Of course not. My great-grandfather was Max Burns, a fish peddler. Now, handing my cowboy love tales, I'd like to go in the den and read.
Cowboy love tales? Mrs. Burns, does your husband read that childish drivel?
Well, yes. Yes, I have to confess, Mrs. Randolph, that I'm so ashamed of him.
Well, you should be. It must be unutterable trash.
Oh, it is. I don't see how any grown person could read. Now, just listen to this.
Now, Gracie.
Oklahoma Tex backed slowly toward the edge of the cliff. Hank, the half-breed, aimed his rifle at Tex's heart. his tobacco-stained fangs bared in a vicious snarl. Surely this time Tex was doomed. You see, Mr. Randolph?
Well, don't stop there. What happened?
I'd like to know myself.
Give me my magazine.
Oklahoma Tex glanced to the right. A den of hissing rattlesnakes barred his escape. He glanced to the left. 10,000 savage Indians stood between him and safety.
Oh,
girls, I want my magazine.
Oh, go read Shakespeare.
Next, hunt the biggest of all game with the Green Hornet.
The Green Hornet. He hunts the biggest of all game, public enemies that even the G-men cannot reach. The Green Hornet. Adventure, bait for a two-timer. The events and characters depicted in this drama are fictitious. Any similarity to actual persons, living or dead, is purely coincidental.
Look out! That building's going to collapse! Look out for the falling bricks! Stand clear there!
I'm the working press.
Stand back there. Let the doctors through.
I said that concrete was wrong. This has been a murder job from the start.
That's political craft for you. Who saw it happen? I did. I was right here.
I want you to come to the office of the Daily Sentinel with me.
Daily Sentinel, H.P. Pepper. Read all about the building crash. Sentinel prophecy fulfilled. Sentinel H.P. Pepper!
Phone calls. Good gravy, Lowry. I bet I've had a dozen phone calls in the past half hour about that building that collapsed. I can't give those people information.
Well, then tell them so, Clicker. That's what you're here for.
I'm here to fill in as Mr. Reed's secretary while Casey's on vacation. Not to play a parrot on the telephone. Holy cow. Mr. Reed's office.
They told me in your general office that you had no list of casualties on that cave-in. I know you must have.
I'm sorry, but what the city room told you is correct.
But I don't
We
understand.
have no information. I am sorry. One more call and I'll go wacky.
As if that would be a long trip.
You're the guy that's to blame for this, Lowry.
Me? Say, are you sure you're not already wacky?
The way you kept writing those articles about that building, hinting at political graft, suggesting that the place was unsafe, telling the world that if the building inspector was honest, it would be condemned.
All right, I wrote those stories. Sure I did. Because Britt Reed wanted them. He called a turn on that building. He's been hammering at the ring of crooks in town for the past 6 months, and now he's proved right. Don't tell me that the building would have caved if the cement had been right or if the iron girders had been of specified strength.
I've learned not to try to tell you anything. Why isn't Lenore Case back in town?
Because, my little Primrose, Miss Case happens to be on her well-earned vacation.
If she'd been here, I wouldn't be. And if I wasn't hogtied to this desk and that confounded phone, I'd have been out and might have shot some real pictures of that cave-in.
Answer the phone.
And how I will. Mr. Reed's office, and we...
Oh, golly. Hello, Casey.
This isn't Casey, and her name is Miss Case.
Don't try to kid me, youngster. I know Casey's voice. This is me.
Oh, so this is me, huh? Well, what about it?
Holy crow, don't you recognize me voice? It's Michael Axford.
Mike Axford?
Is he in town?
Yeah. How's everything at the office these days?
Look, Axford, Casey's on a vacation. My name is Benny, and I'm filling in.
Oh. Well, I'm glad I am to know you, ma'am. I wonder, could I talk with Britt Reed?
Are you in town?
No, I'm sort of stalled on my way there. I was to put in this morning. Only I stopped off part way to visit my cousin.
Just a minute. Here's Britt Reed now.
Okay, youngster.
Who's that, Miss Benny?
Axford, calling long distance.
Oh. Hello, Axford.
Oh, golly, Reed, it's good to hear your voice. I wrote you the other day.
I got your letter.
I sort of thought I'd phone you and make sure it was all right for me to be coming back.
Oh, of course it's all right. Come ahead.
Good. Tell me, Reed, has the Green Hornet been captured yet?
No, the Hornet's still at large. Why?
Good. By golly, I'm glad he is.
Oh, you're glad he is. I might say that I'm not displeased about it.
If only the cops don't get him till I get there, then by golly, I'll start in where I left off. I've been thinking about that Hornet, and I got me some new theories as how he can be run down.
I'll bring your theories with you.
I will that, Reed. I'll be seeing you soon.
Good. I'll be looking for you, Axford.
Goodbye for now.
Goodbye.
Axford, huh? When's he coming back?
I don't know, but he's on his way.
From what Case said about him, he'll barge in when he's least expected and when it can cause the most complications.
He'll be welcome whenever he comes. Lowry? There's a leak in this office.
Huh? A leak?
I don't see anything.
Information. I just came from the Civic Club, and I saw Manders there.
Manders? You mean Manders of the Clarion?
Yes, your pal, Manders of the Clarion.
That cheap four-flusher's no pal of mine. As for the Clarion, that's one of the punkest sheets on the face
Hold it, Lug. Mr. Reed said he saw Manders at the Civic Club. That means...
Nothing in Manders' case. He was there as a guest, not as a member.
That heel couldn't get into any club.
I knew from the way he kept grinning at me that he had something up his sleeve. When I saw the noon edition of the Clarion, I knew what.
What?
The Clarion has interviews with Snodgrass, Bingham, Dorset, and Plummer. All involved in that building collapse.
Oh, the Clarion can't have. I tell you, it can't have, boss. Why, it took me half the morning to find out the names of the people that make good interview material. I phoned in the names and got the assignment to contact them. They were all too hard to reach. I got to go back again.
The Clarion has interviews?
I don't believe it. I never been scooped like that in my life. If I couldn't get to see them, no one could. Why, those dimwits over at the Clarion couldn't get an interview with an office-seeking politician, let alone one of those people.
Well, there are your interviews. Read them and give me the answer.
Oh, but darn it, boss.
It's there in black and white.
I still can't believe it. Say, you said something about a leak in this office.
Exactly. This isn't the first time the Clarion has had information that I thought was exclusive with us.
How'd they get those names?
Well, that's it, Lowry. How?
Someone was on the line listening in when I called you.
That's the only answer, Lowry.
By thunder. Clicker Benny.
Don't you look at me, you ape.
You knew about those names.
Sure I did. Now tell me I blabbed and I'll wrap this inkstand right around your neck.
That'll do.
Oh, I'd like to know who squealed. Boy, what I'd do. This burns me up. Now what's left for me? Now where's my story? Where's my interview?
Well, never mind the interviews. I'll give you a story, and you prove it and write it.
Yeah?
Take it down in shorthand?
You might make some notes. The reason 5 people are dead tonight due to that building collapse is because underweight material was used. To verify that through Hudson, the contractor. He'll know the truth.
Yeah.
Why was faulty material used? So that Hudson's firm could make money on the job.
Check.
Why did Hudson have to bid so low on the job that he had to do that to make money? Because he wanted to be sure his bid got the job.
Sure. The same as he's nailed a lot of other bids around town.
Why did Hudson dare go ahead with that sort of material? Because he knew the building inspector would pass on the job and take a cut of the graft. All right, Lowry, there's your story.
What a sweet story. As if it wasn't generally known. But where's the proof?
Hudson will put the blame on his foreman. That's what he's done before. The foreman won't talk because he knows that there's a nice cut for him if he takes the rap and keeps still.
So where are we? We're right where we've been right along. We know the whole rotten grafting story, and we can't get proof of a blasted thing. Hudson passes the buck. The foreman takes the rap. Foreman makes dough. Hudson makes dough. Building inspector makes dough. On the other side, 5 people die. A dozen are hurt. The taxpayers take one more licking.
And you don't even get an interview.
Oh, what's the use? I don't know why I stay in this newspaper game. It's enough to drive a man crazy.
You gotta be that way, Lowry.
Get proof, Lowry. As a bonus if you do. And in the meantime, find out who's listening in on phone calls to this office and reporting our news to the Clarion.
2 sweet assignments.
Call in to me late this afternoon. I may have a third assignment for you.
Third? And what'll that be?
Well, I'm not sure yet, but I am on the track of something. Call me later. I'll be in my office. That third assignment is going to be the one that starts the Green Hornet on a couple of moves.
At the office of the Clarion, mid-afternoon of the same day.
Sit down, Porter, and I'll have a check for you in a few moments.
I've got to hurry and get back to the Sentinel, Mr. Manders. They're short-handed right now.
What's wrong? Can't Reed get men to work for him?
The kind of men he wants are hard to find, I guess. That's why I wouldn't want it found that I'm double-crossing the paper.
Don't worry, Porter. It won't be found out.
I've got to be mighty careful. If anyone saw me coming in here,
Well, maybe better if we send the dough to you after this.
It would be, Mr. Manders. Much better, and...
Well?
Would you mind terribly giving me cash instead of a check?
What's the matter with our checks?
If one of them signed by me ever got into Mr. Reed's hands, I...
You'll grow old too soon worrying that way, Porter.
Well, I can't...
I'll give you the cash, though. You just keep your ears open and give me a few more beats like that one today, and I'll see you in real money.
Oh, thanks.
But remember this, Porter. Make the stuff good. I don't want any run-of-the-mine stories that we'd get in the course of a day anyway. I want big stuff. I know that Reed's close to the political setup.
Yes, sir.
And in spite of the way he likes to run around in clubs and parties, he's in on a lot that he doesn't talk about. Now you watch for things.
I certainly will, Mr. Manders.
Late that afternoon, while Porter sat at his desk in the Sentinel City room, a very faint buzz of his secret wiring told him that an outside call was coming through Britt Reed's phone. He listened, making believe he was making a call, and heard Lowry.
You said to call in, boss, and you might have a third assignment for me.
Yes, Lowry, I do have a special assignment. It's been checked and proved and verified in every detail.
You don't mean to say you got proof on something?
That's just right. I'll take the chance on it being authentic, Lowry, and you can wrap out the story and leave it in my desk. I'll drop back this evening. I'd like to look it over.
Fire away, boss. Oh, wait. Maybe I better come in and get it from you.
I'll not be here. I'm leaving my office at once. Now, here's the angle. That Filbert building, it was completed only a short time ago.
Yeah, I know the place. They're renting the space in it right now.
Well, got this. The fire sprinkler system in there is a dummy.
Huh? A dummy?
There are the automatic sprinkler outlets, and they're supposed to let the water out in case of fire, but they don't mean a thing.
Holy mackerel, that's a lulu of a story.
Now, what can you do with it?
Do with it? Why, say, that'll rock the city. That's something that can be checked on.
It's been checked on. Never mind any further proof. Just write the story. I'll give it an 8-column head and give you a byline.
Swell! Hot dog! Why, if a fire broke out in that place, there'd be the devil to pay.
Yeah, of course there would. I'll look for your story on my desk tonight.
But can't we make the next edition with it?
Yeah, we have an exclusive. I'd prefer to wait and make sure it's handled as I want it handled.
Okay, boss. Whatever you say.
Dummy sprinkler system, Filbert building. Manders must know that. Must know it.
Hey, Porter, where are you going? It's not quitting time.
I have a headache. I'm just going to the drugstore for a bromo. Must tell Manders right away.
Hello, Mr. Porter.
Just making a phone call.
Read all about the Filbert building. Tax Street, sensational revelation. Filbert building story, Clarion Extra. Clarion Extra, Clarion.
Clarion Extra,
What is it, Miss Rip?
The Clarion's out with an extra, Cato. They beat the Sentinel again.
They have?
A story that Lowry is doing is already finished. When he hears that the Clarion's on the streets with it, he'll be fit to be tied.
But you're not angry?
Oh, not at all, Cato. In fact, I wanted the Clarion to run that story. I wanted the story run in spite of the fact that it's not true. A double-crosser in the Sentinel office has been a great help to the Green Hornet.
The Hornet?
Exactly. And tonight I'm going to make a couple of phone calls.
Yes, sir.
And then we'll move out. I want the mask and the weapons as usual.
And the car?
The car and the smoke bombs. Lots of them. This will be a night that'll be a regular July 4th celebration with fireworks.
How's that, Mr. Red?
You'll see, Cato. Get ready for action while I step down to the corner and make some phone calls from the pay station and the drugstore. And, Cato, be sure to bring some of the seals of the Green Hornet.
The curtain falls on the first act of our Green Hornet adventure. Before the next exciting scenes, please permit us to pause for just a few moments. Now, to continue our story. When the Clarion hit the street with the sensational headlines, there were certain people in the city who raged in fury. One of these was Lowry.
Of all the dirty, double-dealing, two-timing, double-crossing...
He raged up and down the city room, speaking for the benefit of everyone who cared to listen.
I told the boss. I wanted him to smash that story in the next edition, but he wouldn't do it. He wanted to wait. He wanted to edit it. Well, he waited all right. He waited too long.
Now, relax, Lowry, relax.
Relax? If you know the way I worked over that story, one of the best I ever turned out. A wow, a humdinger.
It can't be true. It's too far-fetched.
Don't tell me it can't be true. The boss himself checked it. Do you think Reed would tell me to write it, to run it, to give it both barrels, otherwise the works if it wasn't true?
Don't ask me, pal. Don't ask me.
Two men read the headlines, and one of them grew pale. His newspaper trembled in his hands.
This will ruin us, Merkel. Why did you let them get away with that sort of thing?
Give me credit for a little sense, Hudson. Do you think I'd have passed that building inspection if I knew there weren't any water pipes connected to the sprinkler system?
I don't know. I don't know how far you'd go.
Well, not that far. You better get in touch with the foreman of that job and do it in a hurry.
But I can't.
Why can't you? He'd know what sort of plumbing was installed. Maybe the Clarion is wrong.
No, they can't be wrong. They wouldn't dare publish a story like that unless they had proof.
Doesn't seem so.
I tell you, this is the end. The end. We'll all be indicted. A grand jury.
Put the blame on your foreman. Get hold of him and fix him up.
But I've already sent him out of the city. Don't you see? He's gone. I had to get him away so he couldn't be questioned on that other building, the one that collapsed.
We've got to think fast on this. We'll have until tomorrow morning. Then they'll be storming the doors of our offices. They'll want to know how I could have passed the building on my inspection.
You can blame a subordinate for that, can't you, Merkel?
No, I'm responsible for everything that's inspected.
We've got to find some way. We've got to.
Seems to me there were water pipes in the Filbert building.
Did you see them? Did you?
Well, no. You know how I make the inspections for your jobs.
This exposure coming right after that collapse. Merkel, what's to be done?
Think. We've got to think. Now, calm is the word, Hudson. Between the two of us, we can figure a story that will be accepted.
I might phone the Clarion. Ask their source of information.
Then what?
And then let me see. Thank them for informing me of something I didn't know.
Yes?
Then I'd have to install the system as it was supposed to be. That will cost me a fortune. Tearing out all the ceilings, half the walls, pipelines, outlets. 15 stories. Cost a fortune.
Money's nothing right now, Hudson. We're trying to stay out of jail. I wish we could reach the foreman on that job. Don't you know where to locate him? Maybe long distance.
I've no idea where he is, Merkel. Not the slightest idea. I paid him and told him to skip and stay away.
Alibi. Fall guy. Let me think.
While you're thinking, I'm going to have a drink. I need it. Want one?
No, thanks, Hudson.
Confounded fool. Should have known better than to go that far.
Why haven't the other papers tried to get interviews?
I had a few calls, and I had the phone cut off for the night. I mustn't talk till I know what to say. This headline struck me like a bombshell.
What's that?
The door. I won't go. I won't answer it. I can't see anyone yet.
You better find out who that is anyway, Hudson.
No.
Oh, wait a minute. I'll have a look out the window.
I don't care who it is. I won't see them.
That's a telegraph boy.
Telegraph messenger?
Yes.
Well, I'll get it. It might be important.
Calm yourself. You're getting yourself into a bad shape. There's a way out of this. There's always a way.
Telegram from Mr. Hudson.
Oh, very well.
Sign here, please.
All right. There you are.
Who's that from, Hudson?
I'll know when I've opened it.
Anything bearing on this problem?
It might be. It's from the night man at the Filbert building.
Yeah? What does it say?
He has important information for me. He asks me to come and see him as soon as possible.
He does? What's he know?
I don't know. Tried to reach me on phone. Couldn't do it. Come along, Merkel. We'll go and see him at once.
Building isn't half bad to look at, is it?
Of course not. I can leave the car right here at this time of the night. Come on in with me.
Okay, Hudson. I hope that watchman has something to make this trip downtown worthwhile.
The place isn't renting as it should.
That's no worry of yours, is it?
No. Bank's carrying the paper on it. No worry of mine.
Funny thing.
What's funny, Merkel?
Front door's wide open. That doesn't seem like a smart thing to do.
None of our affair. Come on inside.
Where's the watchman?
Hello. Is there anyone here?
Don't answer.
Mighty odd. Why isn't he here looking for me?
Well, maybe he's in the basement. Or maybe ringing his boxes.
Hello, Morris. Where are you?
Hudson.
What is it? What is it, Merkel? What's the matter?
Look. We left that door open behind us. It's closed now.
Who closed it? Hello. Where are you, Morris?
Someone had to close that door. It was braced open. Oh, I wish this corridor had some lights on.
Merkel, I feel something due to happen. I know it.
There's a light in the elevator down the corridor. Maybe the watchman fell asleep there.
Maybe we should leave.
Come on, we'll take a look at the elevator.
I don't like this, Merkel. I tell you, I don't like it.
Dark here.
Yes, but there's the elevator right ahead.
Yeah.
Hello!
No answer.
Building this size at night, vacant. It's creepy. Merkel, look. The elevator.
What? Good heavens, a man on the floor.
Dead. Morris is dead.
Who did this?
We'll be accused. We're here. We'll be accused of the murder.
Now, wait.
Let go of my arm. I'm getting out of here. Let me go, Merkel. I won't stay here any longer. This is more than I bargained for.
We don't know that he's dead. Wait till I have a look at him.
Don't touch him. Don't touch him, Merkel.
Take it easy. Well, this man isn't dead.
No. Not dead? Are you sure?
Certain. His pulse is steady enough. There's no mark on him. See, he's breathing. Well, he's just fallen asleep. Maybe he's been drinking.
That's different. Maybe that's it, huh?
Quite likely.
That's why he didn't answer me.
You're covered, both of you.
That mask.
Don't shoot. Don't shoot me. Wait, listen to me.
The Green Hornet.
Oh, no. No, don't tell me. Don't say that, Merkel. Not him.
Your friend is right, Hudson.
What do you want? What are you doing here, Hornet?
Settling a few old scores, that's all. With both of you. You, Merkel, are the worst. That's why you're getting the worst punishment.
Me? No.
You neglected your inspection. This building has no fire protection. That's why I brought you both here.
But wait, Hornet, let me explain.
Close that door, Hudson.
Let me...
Close the door you're at.
Yes, I am. There, now, what do you want?
Now we're going up.
Up? Where?
To the 8th floor.
For what?
I said up. Pull the lever and be quick.
Put that gun away. I did what you asked.
You better keep right on doing that. You two have gone too far.
What are you going to do?
You'll find that out soon enough, Merkel. Too soon. Here's where we get out.
I opened the door. Don't jab me with that gun.
Straight across the hall. You'll find the door of that office open and the lights on. There we are. This is a nice, cozy little place. Very well suited for the purpose.
What's this room for?
They put a lot of waste paper and Excelsior in here, Hudson. Highly inflammable material. Perhaps if you knew who I was, you'd realize my motive for what I'm going to do. There are a lot of people who've paid in pain and with their lives for the racket you two have carried on. Now it's your turn to pay.
Oh, no.
Merkel, you get the works like this.
No!
It's gas, Merkel.
Oh, what have you done to him?
That fixes him.
Yes.
If the sprinkler system in this place worked, Hudson, you'd have nothing to worry about. The fire that's being started in the corridor wouldn't follow the trail of oil along the floor and beneath that door until it hit this room. If it did, the sprinklers in this room would automatically open with the heat and extinguish the blaze.
Fire? No, not fire. Don't. You can't.
Oh, yes, I can. The fire has already started, you see, Hudson.
There's smoke coming through the door. I see it.
Of course there's smoke.
Let me out. I'll die.
You'd like to save your life, eh? I told you that Merkel was going to get the worst. He's a public servant. He has a public trust, and he betrayed that trust. He won't have a chance.
But my life.
There's a full confession of your racket on that table. There's a pen beside it. Sign that. It tells all there is to tell.
Confession?
You've not much time to make up your mind. The smoke is getting thick.
This means jail. I can't sign that. I can't.
That's up to you.
Now, wait. Don't shoot. Don't shoot me yet.
I don't propose to be trapped in this building. It's a fire trap.
I'll sign it. This smoke. This smoke.
Hurry.
There.
Thank you, Rat. Now you can have the same as Merkel.
You double-crossing.
You had this coming. That'll hold them both. All right, Cato, good enough. Never mind starting any more smoke bombs. We've got to get the name of Britt Reed beyond any suspicion.
Yes, Mr. Red.
Set fire to some of that stuff, just enough to start the sprinklers working.
Very well.
They'll think when they recover that the Hornet intended for them both to die, but that the sprinkler system did work and saved their lives.
Yes, sir.
Then the story will go out that the Hornet was misled by the Clarion and his murder plans failed.
That's right.
Stand back. Fire's going pretty good.
Maybe too good.
Oh, wait. Better have the fire extinguisher ready just in case. Never mind. There goes the sprinkler. Now to get out of here. We have his full confession involving most of the rats who worked with him. He'll pay in full, Cato, for what he's done. Even though the sprinklers in this building are all right.
Yes, sir.
Let's get out.
The next day, in the Sentinel office, Ed Larry came into Britt Reed's office with a grin from one ear to the other.
Hot dog flicker. Oh, Mr. Reed.
Hello, Larry.
Here he is, Mr. Reed, bright and smiling.
I understand that you were fit to be tied last night.
Boy, was I. Holy smokes, when I thought the Clarion had scooped just because you didn't want to publish that story about the Filbert building till you looked it over, I was sore. But what a laugh.
The Clarion stole
Yeah.
it. Because they had a spy in our office. That was the reason I planted the story, Larry. The Clarion won't have much more to do with anyone who works for the Sentinel. And the spy, incidentally, is known and will be fired.
Great.
Well, what's the news on the street?
Well, the Clarion has plenty of trouble for running that story about no fire sprinklers in the Filbert place. And to prove them a fake, the sprinkler saved a couple of lives last night.
In the Filbert building?
Yeah. The Hornet read the Clarion, concocted a scheme to pay off Hudson and Merkel. Thought he'd burned them.
Rather drastic.
Yes. Only they came through. The sprinklers put the fire out. Merkel and Hudson gave the cops a clue, though. The Hornet is a friend or relative of someone who was hurt in the collapse of that place yesterday.
Oh, the Hornet has supplied more than that, Larry. Now I do have a headline for you. This came in the morning mail.
What is it?
A confession signed by Hudson.
Confession?
And wow, he'll spend the rest of his life in jail.
Names, dates, places.
Everything we already knew but couldn't prove.
Well, this is good for an extra.
Sure it is.
The Green Hornet's compliment.
He intended to ruin the name of the men after they were dead.
But this is even better. Now they can go to jail. It's an extra,
What
boss.
are you waiting for? Get it going. I know it's good for an extra. I saved it for you to write.
Green Hornet fails in murder try. Newspaper star misleads Green Hornet. Read all about the building racket. Confession delivered by Hornet. Green Hornet still in ours. That's the Lex Street paper.
you have just heard is a copyrighted feature of the Green Hornet Incorporated.
Hi-ho, Silver! Away to those thrilling days of yesteryear with The Lone Ranger.
Fiery horse with the speed of light, a cloud of dust, and a hearty hi-yo Silver, the Lone Ranger. The wild and untamed West of yesteryear, with all of its stirring action, is brought back to us in a vivid word picture as the phantom figure of the plains rides on another exciting adventure. Listen to those silver-shod hoofs racing down the trails of old. The Lone Ranger rides again.
Come on, Silver, old boy. We have a big job to do. Now is waiting for us somewhere ahead. Hi-yo, Silver!
Jim Burton had made himself absolute master of a large district in the Southwest. All who lived in that territory were forced to pay him tribute or suffer the consequences. His men, outlaws and hired gunmen, openly punished those who refused to pay. Homes were stripped, buildings burned, cattle stolen or poisoned. Men who stubbornly defied Burton were murdered. The gang had become so powerful that the law was helpless. In the first scene of tonight's story, we see Burton and his lieutenant, Bat Jordan, riding to the home of a rancher named Tyler.
How much do old man Tyler owe us?
Tyler? Now, let me look at the book here. Just a second, Burton.
Well, don't be all day finding it.
Yeah, here it is. He ain't paid for last month yet.
Oh, he ain't, huh? Well, I'll have to teach him a lesson. That's his prize bull over yonder, ain't it?
Yeah.
All right.
That got him.
Hey, what? Stop it! Burton, look at what you done. Ain't that a downright shame? I rid over here to have a talk with you, Tyler. Why, you... Just an accident, that's all. I'm mighty sorry. I was just looking at my gun and went off and got that bull. Accident, my eye.
Accidents do happen, Tyler.
Yep, that's why it's smart to keep signed up with my company. Now, if only you'd paid up your fee last month, I'd have stood the loss of that bull.
And because I didn't pay you, you shot the critter.
I wouldn't be so quick to say things like that, Tyler. Especially when they can't be proved in court.
Court? Everyone's afraid of you. You run the court the same as you run the sheriff and everything else in this part of the country.
You'd be smart to pay up your dues and button up your lip, Tyler. You know, I think that just the fact that a man has signed up with me is enough to keep thieves and troublemakers away. Now look at how all my clients have been let alone. And look at how thieves have troubled them that ain't been registered with me.
I know. When Bob Frisbee refused to pay you, he lost 100 head of cattle from Poison Pool. Then when he still held out, his house catch fire.
Bad accident. I was sorry to see Bob wiped out like that.
Yes, you was.
And then there was Hank Fenton. My, but he had a streak of tough luck. Remember, Jordan, how them prowling thieves kept busting in his house and taking things? Yeah, he done well to sign up with us. His house is likely to catch fire easy. Yeah. Well, enough of that. Mr. Tyler, you owe just $50. That'll bring your payments right up to date.
I ain't got no $50.
No? Seems to me you sold some cattle last month. Ain't you been paid for it?
I sent the cash to my niece at Red Bluff.
That's bad. That's mighty bad. You should have thought of your own protection.
Look here, Burton. I ain't a man to ask favors, but I've got to. My niece Betsy lost her paw, and she's coming here to live with me.
So you sent her all your money, huh?
Her paw had some debts that she wanted to clean up before she left there. Now, look here, Burton. Just leave me alone, and I'll pay you. I'll pay up in time if you just let me be.
Tyler, I wouldn't do anything to you. You seem to think that I'm behind all the trouble around here.
You ain't fooling me, Burton. Everyone knows about your gang and how you tell them to go to work on anyone that won't pay you.
Well, when do you look for this niece of yours to get here?
As soon as you can. Might be tomorrow, or next week, or next month.
Well, we'll be on the way. I sure hope you'll be able to pay up what you owe, Tyler. Been quite a long dry spell. There ain't no telling when a man's house might catch fire.
Yep.
Come on, gentlemen. We'll go call on Mrs. Simmons. She's behind in the payments, too. Yeah, come on.
Get up here.
Get up
here. Tad rat it. That poor bull. He ain't dead. I gotta take care of him. I'll go get my gun.
Wait, Tyler.
Hold back,
Tonto.
Here, 2 shots?
Yes. If there's a third, 3 shots, Tonto. That's always a danger sign. That's right. No man fires 3 shots spaced like that unless he wants help and wants it bad.
Shot come from that way.
Come on, Silver.
Get him up,
Hi-yo,
right, Tonto. Get him up.
The Lone Ranger and his faithful Indian companion Tonto were riding along the trail when they heard the 3 shots. Throughout the West, 3 spaced shots were known as the signal of distress. The masked rider lost no time answering what he believed to be a call for help, and soon he and Tonto pulled their horses to a stop alongside of old Tyler, who stood beside the dead bull.
What's the trouble here?
Trouble? Plenty trouble. But you're talking to the wrong man, stranger.
How's that?
I reckon you're looking for the boss of all the outlaws, Jim Burton. Well, he went to see poor old Widow Simmons. Reckon he'll be drilling her cattle about now.
Didn't you fire 3 shots for help?
Huh?
I'm no outlaw. Came here because I heard 3 space shots.
Oh, land sakes, I never thought of that. Gosh, stranger, I didn't mean to signal for help, even though the good Lord knows I need it plenty bad. I fired them shots to put this bull out in his suffering. Jim Burton purposely shot this critter just because I ain't paid him for protection.
I see. Jim Burton, huh?
Yeah.
We hear a story about him. Yes. I didn't think there could be any truth in those stories.
Stranger, ain't none of my affair, and a smart man don't ask too many questions. But why are you wearing that mask around here?
I want you to tell me more about Jim Burton.
Well, if you ride hard for the first white house you come to heading that way, you'll likely catch him talking to Widow Simmons.
Very well.
If she don't tell you all you want to know about Jim Burton, just come on back here, and I'll tell her plenty.
Come on, Silver.
And there ain't nothing that crook won't stoop to, stranger. I had to give him my last penny, or the chances are my house would have catched fire tonight.
Doesn't the sheriff do anything to stop that sort of thing?
The sheriff, he can't do anything. No one can ever prove that Burton's the one that does all these things. Not even the United States Marshal can do anything about it.
Why don't all of you band together and refuse to pay him?
There ain't no one with spunk enough to even speak again him, except an old man Tyler and me. I tell you, stranger, just to tell everyone I get the chance to tell. Jim Burton's the orneriest skunk that ever breathed. You go ask Tyler to tell you a few things that he's done.
I'm going to.
The Lone Ranger gathered all the information he could find concerning Jim Burton and his men. Among other things, he learned that many members of the gang were wanted by the law in other sections of the country. This knowledge suggested a way to break Burton's power. In town the next day, the men were gathered in the cafe. The masked man suddenly appeared in the doorway, his 2 heavy 6-guns covering every person in the room.
Hold it! Every one of you stand still.
It's a stick-up.
It's no robbery. The man I want is Scar Lewis.
Hold on there, mister.
Grab him. Take his mask off. Don't try it. I'll show. My hand. Leave your guns alone. Come on, Lewis. You're wanted for murder and Pecos.
Burton, you ain't gonna let him get me.
Burton has nothing to say. Come on.
No, let me go. Let me go.
I'm covering the rest of you with 1 gun. Stay where you are. I'll be back, Burton, for some more of the crooks that you're shielding in this town.
No, let me go. Jim, boss, help me. Help me.
During the next 3 days, the townspeople talked of nothing but the daring action of the masked man. We hear Burton and Jordan, with 2 of their men, discussing the matter on the porch of the general store.
He must have taken Scar all the way to Pecos.
I reckon he must have.
Just who's he think he is, Burton? He ain't no right to drag a man across the county line that way.
He's wearing a mask, too. If he comes back here, Butch, you better duck for cover. You're wanted in Red Bluff.
That's where he's going.
Huh?
What? Why, you?
Hey, come from the side of the building.
You won't
Come
get
on,
me.
Butch. Burton, be back. You too, Jordan.
See you here, stranger.
Hey, Silver. They say you're pretty slippery, Butch. I'll put a rope on you.
Stop him, Burton. Jordan, stop him.
And more of your gang that I want, Burton. I'll be back.
Let me down. You can't let me on your horse like this.
You're going to Red Bluff, Butch. Hip. Hi-yo, Silver!
Jordan, get in. Come on, boy. After him.
Within the next 2 weeks, the Lone Ranger struck at Burton's gang 4 more times. He appeared when least expected, forced an outlaw to go with him, and made his escape before his surprised victims could defend themselves. In all, he had taken 6 of Burton's men, and the gang leader was furious. We see Burton with Jordan, considering a method to get rid of the Lone Ranger.
If that man is the Lone Ranger, he wouldn't touch you unless he had proof of something against you.
I don't know about that.
Maybe we've seen the last of him.
I hope not. Jordan, I ain't gonna rest till I see that man shot, unmasked, and planted 6 foot deep.
As for me, I'm willing to let well enough alone.
Well, I ain't. I'll get him, Jordan, if it's the last thing I do.
Mr. Burton.
Huh? Oh, it's you, huh, Tyler? You're about due to pay me some money.
I know.
Did you bring it with you?
I ain't no money.
Well, I ain't waiting no longer.
Now, Mr. Burton.
You pay up or there might be some accidents happen on the trail to Red Bluff. An accident that might affect this niece you're expecting.
Wait. Won't you listen to me?
Money talk's the only language I care to listen to.
There's something we'll talk louder.
What?
Look, you'd like to get this Lone Ranger, wouldn't you?
I'd give up plenty to get him.
Well, if I showed you where you could trap him, would you call what I owe you square and give me your protection for a few more months?
For the rest of your life? That's what it means to me to get that masked man. He's made things too darn tough around here.
Do you know where he's at?
Well, do you?
Yeah. I think I can find him.
Sit down there, Tyler.
Oh, thanks. I don't mind if I do.
Where's the Lone Ranger?
I ain't saying I know where he is.
You don't know?
Why, you old four-flusher, you?
Wait. I know where he will be. Ain't that something?
Where?
Come on, speak up. Where?
Now, let me tell it my own way. I got a scheme all worked out so's you can get him.
Let's hear it.
You promised me that you won't make me no trouble.
I told you I wouldn't.
And you won't make no trouble for my niece Betsy?
No, of course not.
All right, then it's a deal. Listen close, gents, and I'll tell you how to get the Lone Ranger.
The curtain falls on the first act of tonight's thrilling Lone Ranger drama. Before the next exciting scenes, please permit us to pause for just a few moments. Now to continue our story. You will recall that in the first act of tonight's drama, the Lone Ranger learned of Burton's crooked activities. And in a series of daring raids, the masked man carried off those of Burton's men known to be outlaws. In the meantime, Burton tried desperately to defend himself against the Lone Ranger's attacks. Let us pick up the threads of our narrative as Tyler completes the outline of his plan.
Now, let me get this straight, Tyler. You're to show me where to get this Lone Ranger. In exchange for that, I'll see that you're protected from trouble of all sorts.
It's a deal, then.
You don't know when this niece of yours is coming, do you?
No. She ought to be getting here soon, though. She was only going to stay in Red Bluff till she paid up her pa's debts, then take her horse and ride down here.
Maybe if she's good looking, I might take her to a couple parties.
Now, hold on. One other thing I want in that agreement, Burton.
Well?
Jordan or none of the rest of your bunch are to come annoying Betsy.
Oh, now, Tyler.
All right, I'll see they don't. You hear that, Jordan?
Yeah, I hear it.
Now, suppose you tell us how you aim to get this Lone Ranger while we can get at him.
Well, there's an Indian friend of his.
I heard about him. His name's Tonto.
That's right.
What's Tonto got to do with it?
I know where to capture the Indian.
Yeah?
You see, him and the Lone Ranger have been friendly with me. The Indian has been to my place several times already, and he'll be back again.
Hmm?
Now, if you was to capture Tonto, the Lone Ranger would blame seem know about it.
Yeah, I suppose he would.
All right. Then what'll he do?
Come riding like lightning with a couple guns blazing?
You needn't fear about being shot. The Lone Ranger never shoots to kill. He'll come in fighting fair.
What about it?
When he comes along the trail where you men are holding Tonto, making out to torture him so's he'll tell where the masked man is, he'll hit a pitfall.
Pitfall?
Sure. You boys dig a deep hole in the ground, then cover it with branches and things so he won't see it. He drops to the bottom of it, and that finishes it.
By thunder, Tyler, you got an idea there.
Why don't we just blaze at him with our guns?
I'll tell you why, Jordan. You ought to know already. You tried to shoot him once before, and one of them silver bullets blasted your 6-gun out in your hand.
And blame near broke my hand.
Of course.
If he sees any of us drawing a gun, why...
He'd let you have it.
That's right, Jordan. Tyler's right.
You wouldn't have a Chinaman's chance of getting him.
Just don't pay no attention to him, and let him come at us and drop into the pit.
How do we know he'd get killed?
What if he was to capture a few rattlers and put them in the pit?
Rattlers?
Sure.
When he falls in the pit, they'd finish him.
Sure they would. What's more, I'll provide them.
Can you get him?
Sure I can get them.
Tyler, it seems to me that you're doing a lot to get the man that's sort of worked in your behalf. How come?
I'd do anything to make my home safe for my niece Betsy when she gets here.
Yeah, I see.
We'll follow out that scheme. Jordan, get the boys together. We'll dig the pit, and then we'll leave it up to Tyler to lead us to capturing that Injun Tonto.
The Lone Ranger had captured all of Burton's men who had criminal records, but Burton himself was still free. Our next scene opens in the masked man's hidden camp. He and Tonto are speaking of the gang leader.
We can't put another one of them in jail, Tonto. The rest have no crimes chalked against them.
That's bad.
And even if they had, the one man we must get is Jim Burton.
That right.
None of the others count. We can replace them as fast as we can capture them. Burton is the man who must be jailed.
What jail him for?
That's the problem. There's not a thing that can be proved against him.
You know sheriff here?
I've talked to the sheriff. He's honest, and he'd like to see Jim Burton's power broken just as much as we would. But his hands are tied.
Oh. Here, white feller.
You're leaving now?
Time, Tonto, go see old man.
Very well.
Maybe someday we get Burton feller.
Here's hoping, Kimosabe.
See you by and by.
Yes, Tonto.
Get him up, white feller.
Tonto, riding to Tyler's home, entered the trap set by Burton. The faithful Indian drew his horse to a stop before the ranch house, prepared to dismount, and was immediately surrounded by the outlaws who advanced upon him with drawn guns.
All right, Indian, just be quiet. Oh, what's this? Hoist your hands there, Redskin. You're captured. You got him. Make a move and we shoot. Watch him. We're watching him. Rope him tight. You double-crossed friend. Sorry, Indian, but I had to do it. Pull those ropes tight. He won't get loose. You double-crossed. It was you or me, Indian. No, Redskin. It's you or the Lone Ranger. Yeah, you got just one chance to save your neck. What you mean? Tell us where to find the Lone Ranger, and we let you go free. Not Tyler, feller. Him double-crossed. It was you or me. You better do the same thing and lead us to the Lone Ranger if you know what's good for you. Me not double-cross. Oh. So you figure you won't tell us, huh? Not right. We got ways of making any man talk. Tonto not talk. We'll see about that. Take him to the post, boys. Yeah. Here's where we see just how much pain an Injun can stand. Keep a close watch on him. Don't give him a chance to get free. Jordan, you ride ahead with Tonto and them others. Me and Tyler will follow you. Come on. Come on. Get up, boy. Get up there. Come on. Get up, boy. Get up there. Well, it was easier than I figured. Yeah. He didn't put up no fight at all. No, he seen there wasn't no use against such odds. I wonder if the Lone Ranger will come after him. I'm betting on it. Just look at the ground around here, how it's trampled. The Lone Ranger will see that Tonto don't get back to the camp. Then he'll come, see the signs, and follow the trail. I hope so. All you have to do is keep the engine at that post just beyond the pit until the Lone Ranger comes. Good. Unless he spots our trail, sees where we went around the pit. Shucks, he won't do that. When he gets that close, he'll see his Indian friend being tortured and come riding hard with eyes on us instead of on the trail. That's reasonable, I suppose. How about the rattlers? Well, Burton, I had to change that part some. What? Yeah. You see, I managed to trap a mountain lion alive. I figured on trying to get bounty for it. When I seen how vicious the critter was, I thought it'd be better to put that in the bottom of the pit instead of the rattlers. It's all the same. Don't matter none. That's the way I figured.
Tonto, bound with strong rope, was carried by Burton's men to a point along the trail that led from Red Bluff to town. There, within sight of the trail, he was tied to the stump of a dead tree. Not far beyond them could be heard the cries of the mountain lion supplied by Tyler, marking the location of the pitfall prepared for the Lone Ranger. We hear the outlaws as they wait for the masked man to appear in search of his companion.
How much longer do you think you'd better wait, Burton?
Guess we waited about long enough. That blame mountain lion down in the pit smells horses.
Yeah, he's downright hungry.
Reckon I'll move back to cover and have a look at him.
Don't you do it.
Why not?
Them critters can leap higher than a man's head. He might get out.
Tyler's right. He's sure making plenty of noise.
Yeah, he's pretty hungry. Oh, by the way.
Well?
I hope you made that pit deep enough.
Sure we did. Took a lot of us all night to dig it.
Big enough for a man and a horse to drop in?
Sure.
Well, Burton, why don't you start on the Redskin?
We maybe should wait till we see the Lone Ranger coming along the trail.
Oh, what's the sense in that?
Well, you seem mighty anxious for things to get hot for the Redskin, Tyler.
Well, taking part in murder don't appeal to me. I want to get it over with.
Murder?
This is your first murder, too, ain't it, Burton?
Mine?
Sure. I figure you never take the risk of killing a man.
Listen to him, Jordan. That's a good one.
Well, have you?
Tell him about the Parker affair, Burton. Yeah, the law ain't never found out about who done for Jack Parker.
Did you?
Well, I wouldn't admit it to the law, but of course... You covered your tracks pretty slick on that job, boss.
And you must have been the one that knifed Hank Green.
Listen to him.
Oh, but I don't reckon you was. Green was a pretty tough hombre. It'd take a sight of nerve for a man to fight him.
Well, I done it.
You did?
Sure. Someone coming. Take a look. Stand ready with them lashes to handle Tonto with.
That ain't the Lone Ranger. That's my niece.
Your niece?
Yeah, she's heading down the trail. She'll fall into that hole.
Stop her! Right ahead and stop her!
We can't. There ain't none of us near to our horses.
If she drops into that, we'll miss getting the Lone Ranger.
Get for the horses. Hurry. They're behind them trees.
We can't get to them in time. There's the Lone Ranger. He was behind them trees with the horses. How'd you get there?
Ride! Ride, mister! Save Betsy!
Come on! He's getting to her.
Thank the good Lord he'll get her.
Look at him travel.
He's got her. He saved Betsy.
All right, Tyler. Now, suppose you tell how he happened to be where he was.
All right, Burton, I will tell. I can tell you now, because you talked all you needed to.
What?
The whole thing was staged just to get you to show your hand.
What's that? Keep your gun on, Tyler. There's something funny here.
You won't think it's so funny. We wanted you to show yourself when all your men is murderers. You done that by setting this death trap.
Well?
Then I got you to talking about other murders you done. You see, Burton? Now there's enough on you to hang you.
Yeah, well, ain't that interesting?
Thought I'd double-cross the Lone Ranger, huh? Well, it was him and Tonto and me that staged the whole thing for your benefit.
I had the Lone Ranger behind them trees to hear what we said. There ain't no one else back there, boss. No. And when Tonto and Tyler are done for, there ain't no one but the masked man to know what was said there. And we're shooting him as soon as he gets in gun range. Get ready, boys.
Oh, no, you won't.
Why?
Because after you gents finished with that pitfall, the sheriff took it over. And now he's got plenty of evidence against you.
With deputies to back my hand.
What? What are they? They've been hid down there to hear the whole thing, with ladders to climb out on.
All the rest of that brush aside, boys. We got all we need.
It's a frame-up. We've got to shoot our way out. Come on. You stand steady. Cover them from behind.
And I've got guns on you from here.
Masked friend, cut rope. Give Tonto gun. You want to... Don't anyone else try to use a gun.
You see, Burton, it's downright foolish to try and beat the Lone Ranger's gun. As for that lion, you polecat, that's an old toothless mountain cat that's just as tame as a kitten. But he kept you boys from trying to look in the pit.
We got you, Burton, and your men with you.
Thanks, Tyler, for helping to trap these men.
Sakes alive, mister. You repaid me in full. You saved Betsy's life.
She's waiting for you beyond the pitfall.
Hi-yo, Silver! Come on, Silver! Press out there, old boy! That looks like a house afire beyond the valley! Hi-yo, Silver! Hooray!
The story you have just heard is a copyrighted feature of the Lone Ranger Incorporated.
Who knows what is coming up next? The Shadow knows.
The Shadow knows.
Again, Blue Coal Dealers present radio's strangest adventurer, The Shadow. Mystery man who strikes terror into the very hearts of shopsters, lawbreakers, and criminals. Today, Blue Coal brings you The Shadow's latest adventure, The Bride of Death. The Shadow begins his exciting adventure in just a moment. Meanwhile, I'd like to make a suggestion to all you homeowners. To protect your family's health and save real money in the bargain, burn Blue Coal. For Blue Coal gives you uniform, healthful, economical heat all winter long. Its harmless blue coloring is your guarantee of better heat at less cost. So when you're buying fuel, insist on Blue Coal. It's Pennsylvania's finest hard coal. Order a trial ton from your nearest Blue Coal dealer tomorrow.
Who are you? What do you want to Castle Money at this hour of the night?
May I come in?
Oh, all right.
I'm the Reverend Colby from the fishing village below. I want to see Mrs. Ackley.
She has retired. Come tomorrow.
I must see her tonight.
Why?
My daughter Isabel is here. She's Mrs. Ackley's companion, but I've come to take her home.
Ah, the girl Isabel. She does not wish to leave.
I've come to fetch her. I'm a man of the cloth, a man of peace, but I will not leave without her. Let me by.
Arthur, Matar, visitor, stop him.
Yes, master, as you command.
Let go of me. Take your hands off me, you heathen devils.
Put him out. Keep him out.
Wait,
Mrs. Ackley.
I will see him. How dare you break into my house this way, Reverend Colby?
Because I will not have my daughter stay in a house that harbors evildoers, Mrs. Ackley. There's talk in the village of heathen rites performed by this man who calls himself Prophet of the Ancient One. This man you've brought to a Christian place from some Asiatic sinkhole of the godless.
Be careful how you speak in the presence of the prophet.
You mean that man there?
Yes, Minister. I am the prophet.
Prophet, where is my daughter Isabel? She is leaving this house on the cliff tonight.
Tell Reverend Colby she does not wish to go. Tell him, Mrs. Ackley.
Your daughter Isabel does not wish to go. Good night, Reverend Colby.
I do not believe you. Let me see her. Let her tell me herself.
She does not wish to see you. Get beyond the iron gates quickly, for in 5 minutes my servants will release my trained guardians.
I'm not afraid of that unholy pack of Black Panthers of yours.
They are dangerous, Minister. Trained in my native land. Trained to hunt and kill animals or men. Go now.
Very well. I'm going, but I'll be back. I'll be back.
Prophet, why do the panthers scream?
It is an omen of death.
Whose death? Tell me. The future is so plain to you. Tell me who is going to die.
I see the minister, Reverend Colby, standing in the pulpit of his church, turning the simple fishing folks against you, Mrs. Ackley.
Reverend Colby is going to die. But how?
The wrath of the Ancient One will strike him down with the voice of thunder and the tongue of fire.
Give
ago this night, I went to Mrs. Ackley's house on the cliff to bring my own daughter, Isabel Colby, home. I could not see her, could not speak to her. She is lost to me, and therefore let my own sorrow be a warning to those of you in this village whose sons and daughters may go to that house of the devil, to this man who dares desecrate the name of prophet. Now, let us offer a prayer for the mistress of Casamane. Though rich in worldly goods and worldly knowledge, and so long one of us, kindly and generous until of late, and now ailing in mind and spirit, who hath turned from God to follow the pathway of a disciple of Satan. Let us pray. We beseech thee, have mercy on this poor lost one who has strayed from the fold.
And so in the midst of those who perished with him, and whom he loved so well, we return the body of our beloved minister, Reverend Colby. Return him to the earth, ashes unto ashes, dust unto dust.
Well, here we are, Margot.
Yes, but where, Lamont? The fog's so thick I can't see a thing.
This is the little village where the Reverend Colby and 10 of his parishioners were killed by a mysterious explosion in his church.
Oh, that was horrible. But, Lamont, it happened days ago. What can we do?
Murder has been committed, Margot. Wholesale murder, and the killer or killers are still at large.
But according to the newspaper report...
Yes, I know. The paper said the authorities have been unable to uncover a possible motive. Investigation is hampered by the refusal of the fisher folk of this quaint little village to cooperate.
Perhaps they're afraid to talk, Lamont.
It's surprising what superstition can do.
What about this rich Mrs. Ackley you were talking about, Lamont? Where does she fit into the picture?
I don't know, Margot. All I know is that about 3 months ago she returned from the Far East with a man who calls himself the Prophet. This man claims to be the leader of a cult worshipping a deity known as the Ancient One.
Is there such a cult?
There was, but it was stamped out nearly 5 centuries ago because its ceremonies and rituals included human sacrifice.
Human sacrifice?
Yes.
Oh, how horrible. Then you think there is a connection between this so-called prophet, the destruction of this Christian church, and the murder of Reverend Colby?
Margot, I don't know. I'm going into that cottage down the road. There are some Christians.
I'll wait in the car. Oh, that awful foghorn. It gives me the creeps.
You'll be safe here, Margot, but don't get out of the car.
All right.
Now, Lamont Cranston and the Shadow are going to find out something more about this mystery of the house on the cliff.
Someone's at the door. Don't answer.
And why not, Marthy? You think it's a ghost from the marshes or that devil from the cliff house? Who's there?
Don't open the door, Seth.
Stranger, I've lost my way in the fog.
Well, tell him there's but one road back to the mainland.
Leave this to me, Marthy. Where are you heading for, stranger?
Can you tell me how to get to Mrs. Ackley's place, Casamane?
Yes, I could, but I won't.
Wait! Don't close the door. I'd like to ask a few questions.
Questions, huh? Well, ask 'em, but I'll not warrant an answer to anybody going to that house.
You needn't be afraid of me.
I'm Captain Seth. 50 years I've sailed before the mast, and I'm not afeard of man, devil of the sea. Who be you?
I'll tell you this much, Captain Seth. I'm here to put an end to the thing that made your wife afraid to let you open this door.
I can't see you out there in the dark, but...
Seth!
Huh?
Those panthers! They've come down the village again.
What? Panthers? Whose are they?
The prophets. Step into the house, stranger. They'll tear a man to pieces. Well, what ails you, Martha?
The blue light. It's him coming in the gate. He always carries it. It's him, the one that calls himself the prophet.
Well, let him come. Get in the house, stranger. What? Well, Martha, there's nobody here. Where is that fellow gone? He was here a second ago.
Oh, I don't know. Maybe he'll run for it. Jeff, what do you suppose that prophet fella wants of us?
Get away from the door, Martha. I'll deal with him.
Good evening, my good captain.
Stop where you be. I'll not have the likes of you in my house.
A stranger came here. His car is down the road. The spirit of the Ancient One told me of his coming. Who was the stranger? Where has he gone?
To all your questions, I'll give you one answer. Get your howling beast and your heathen godless self back to the house on the cliff, or I'll blow you to the very door of Hades.
No man threatens the prophet and lives.
Get out!
Very well, Captain. Since you will not tell me, I will find him. My servants are watching his car. We will find him.
He'll need all the unearthly powers you claim to find a man in this fog. Good night.
I'll find him. He can't be far away.
No. Not far away, but close to you. In the dark shadows and the swirling mist.
Who speaks?
I am looking for a man with blood on his hands. The blood of a minister and 10 innocent people he murdered.
Are you a man hiding in the fog?
Do not try so hard to pierce the fog. You cannot see me, for I am the shadow.
The shadow. A voice without physical presence. Only a voice. No, my friend. In my native India, such things are known, but not here.
The powers of mesmerism have spread beyond the gray monastic walls of the yogi priests. Modern science has advanced their ancient art.
Perhaps, but I am still stronger than you. Strong enough to do what I have set out to do.
And what is that?
I will not tell you, Shadow. And no one, not even you with your borrowed powers, shall stand in my way, for I am the prophet. Prophet of the Ancient One.
Master, the stranger, he does not return to the automobile, but a young woman is there waiting for him.
So, could it be, Shadow, that you are the stranger we seek, that your companion waits for you? Back up.
Yes, master.
So quickly I will follow. Seize the girl. She will be useful to us. Very useful. If I cannot reach the shadow, I can reach his companion.
Yes, master. Matau and the Panthers watch her. She will not escape.
Do you hear, Shadow?
Yes, I hear.
Save her if you can. You say you are a man. If that is true, then my Panthers will smell you out whether they can see you or not. There's the car. Akka, seize the girl.
Matau is a girl. Matana low.
Cover him up, you fools. Take her to the house on the cliff. We will keep her with Isabel Colby. She shall be tortured until she tells us what she knows.
At the beginning of this program, I made you a suggestion. To protect your family's health and save real money in the bargain, burn blue coal. Now, here's the reason for blue coal's superiority. This fine home fuel is selected Pennsylvania anthracite, an American product mined by the Glen Alden Coal Company. And anthracite supplies clean, uniform, healthful heat from cellar to attic, burned steadily, completely, down to a fine, powdery ash. So you see, anthracite combines all of the essentials necessary for perfect heating results. What's more, anthracite is the fuel that furnaces, parlor stoves, and cooking ranges in this part of the country were especially designed to burn. And the cream of all anthracite is blue coal. No wonder it is the largest selling brand of solid fuel in America. No wonder blue coal sales in Auburn, New York this winter show a 15% increase over sales for the same period a year ago. Blue coal is especially prepared for home use. Every carload is laboratory tested for purity and uniform size before shipment from the mine. And every piece of blue coal is trademarked with an unmistakable blue tint so that you can identify it at a glance. So when you're buying fuel, take a tip from Auburn, New York homeowners. Ask for blue coal by name. You can get it in 4 popular home sizes: egg, stove, chestnut, and pea. Order a trial ton from your nearest blue coal dealer tomorrow. You'll find him listed in the Where to Buy It section of your classified telephone directory under the name Blue Coal.
Why did the prophet's servants bring you here to Mrs. Ackley's house? I don't know. But who are you, and why are they keeping you locked up in this room? Oh, I'm Isabel Colby. My father was Reverend Colby, the minister of the little fishing village down the cove. He's dead. They've murdered him. Yes, I know. But you, why are you here? I used to be Mrs. Ackley's companion and secretary before she brought this man, the prophet, to the house. But now, that Hindu has some sort of hold over her mind. He calls her a high priestess, and she let him lock me up in here. Oh, how terrible, Miss Colby. What is happening in this house to Mrs. Ackley and to you? I don't know. It has something to do with a ceremony that the prophet says he and Mrs. Ackley must perform. The climax of some strange religious ritual they go through day after day in Mrs. Ackley's private chapel. He's changed it into a place he calls the Temple of the Ancient Ones. This morning, he came here and said, I'm to be what he calls the bride of death. They're going to take me to that temple tonight. Do you know why? Yes. To kill me. Oh, no. Mrs. Ackley, as the high priestess, is going to sacrifice me to that horrible deity they worship. Don't give up hope, Isabel. There's still a chance we'll get out of this place, both of us. Oh, Lamont, why don't you come before it's too late? Maybe this is...
Akka, unlock the door.
Don't let them take me. Don't...
Isabel Colby, the time has come. The high priestess is waiting to perform her ceremony in the temple of the ancient ones.
No.
Masawa. Yes, master. Take the girl Isabel to the shrine. Tell the high priestess to prepare the girl and herself for the wedding of death. Come. My master commands.
No. I won't get your hands off me, Colby.
Seize the strange girl.
Let go of me.
Yes, master. I kill her now. No. Masawa. Take the girl Isabel to the shrine. Wait there for me. Prepare the sacred fires. Purify the sword of the ancient ones. The sacrificial altar is ready. And death is waiting for his bride. Yes, master.
No, you're going to murder me like you murdered my father.
Now, strange girl, I will deal with you.
No, Prophet. You will deal with me. The Shadow.
Thank heavens you've come.
You, the Shadow here? How? There are panthers chained at every door.
It was easy, Prophet.
Oh, I knew the Shadow would come. I knew he couldn't be far away.
No, you do know the Shadow. This slinking coward who fears to show himself, who hides himself in the shadows.
Shadow, the prophet is going to kill Reverend Colby's daughter. He's going to make Mrs. Ackley kill her in some fantastic ceremony.
Yes. In a few minutes she will be dead and you cannot stop it.
Clever scheme. You've numbed the failing mind of Mrs. Ackley with drugs. Made her do your will, sign a fortune over to you.
Your knowledge will not help you now, Shadow.
You plan to have Mrs. Ackley commit murder, turn her over to the police, blame her for the death of Reverend Colby, and with her fortune in your hands, discard your role of prophet and disappear.
You are clever, Shadow. Yes, that is my plan. It is a pity such a mind as yours will soon be lost to the world. Within an hour, after Mrs. Ackley has obligingly murdered the girl Isabel, this house will burn. A tank of gasoline in the cellar will explode. And this will be the funeral pyre of the Shadow and his beautiful young companion. But I must go now. They are waiting for me.
You are not going through that door. is locked.
You lie. It is. Aka!
They cannot hear you. They're waiting for you in the temple, and I have the key to the door.
You are not too clever, Shadow. Give me the key to the door or I shoot this girl.
Take that gun away from her head.
Throw the key upon that table quick.
Don't give him the key. I'm not afraid of him.
I shall count to 3, Shadow. If I don't get the key, it's a pity. But this beautiful girl shall die. 1.
You wouldn't.
2. 3. You are wise, Shadow.
You fiendish devil. I'll show you the Shadow can do more than warn. Threaten. Take that.
Oh, Lamont. Oh, Lamont, are you all right?
Yes, but I'm afraid I knocked the prophet out cold. Margot, take that key. Get out of here. Down the hall. There's a door. Take the prophet's gun. Drive to that cottage I visited tonight. Get Captain Zest to call the villagers. Tell them they can help to avenge the murder of their friend.
What are you going to do? They may kill Isabel before I can get help.
Never mind. You hurry and get help.
All right, I'll go. I'll get Captain Zest to round up the people of the village, and then I'll come back.
Very well, Margot. I may need your help. Come back to this room.
I'll be back in a few minutes. Lamont?
Yes, Margot?
I saw Captain Zest. The people of the village are coming. He's calling them together.
I can't wait for him, Margot. Beyond that door, at the head of the stairs, Death is waiting for Isabel Colby. The prophet's followers are there awaiting his appearance.
But the prophet's still lying here unconscious on the floor.
Nevertheless, he will not disappoint them.
Lamont, I don't understand.
Margot, I'm going to ask you to do a very dangerous thing. I want you to put on the prophet's robe, cover your face with a hood, and walk in there as the prophet.
Very well, I'll do anything I can. You know that.
Do not show your face till you reach the altar. Don't speak. Keep close to Isabel Colby. Watch Mrs. Ackley and leave the rest to me.
Yes, Lamont, I understand. I'm ready.
Metanalo, etilasi kalavara, kalavara, metanalo, sadamor. O ancient one, vision of eternal life, before thy altar the youthful maiden waits. Thy ancient sword, her spirit, to release unto thine own. Her blood is pledged. Her soul is thine. Metanalo etilasi, kalavara sadamort. All is in readiness, master.
Metawa, look. The hood covers the master's face. The hour has come for the ritual to begin.
See, master. The girl Isabel is lashed to the altar of the Ancient One. The sacred fires burn in the jeweled torches. All is in readiness, master. All as you have commanded. Matawa, bring Mrs. Ackley. Prepare her to make the sacrifice.
I am ready. Ready to do the will of the prophet. To plunge this sword into the girl's heart. But I am afraid. Help me. Give me the sacred drug to give me strength. The will to do the things you have told me I must do. If I am to be high priestess to the Ancient One.
Look, Matawa. It is strange. The master does not speak. Does not answer us. He goes to the shrine alone. Wait. He turns. He is lifting the hood of his robes. Akka, look. It is not the prophet. It is a beautiful girl. It is the strange girl. The one the master stayed below to question about the shadow.
What has happened to our master? Why do you wear the robes of the prophet?
Metawa, you have been tricked. The man you serve as a god is a rogue, a charlatan, a fake.
That voice, Metawa. That is not the voice of the prophet.
It is not the strange girl speaking. See, her lips have not moved.
No! It is the voice of the shadow.
The shadow. The master warned us to beware of the shadow, Aka. McTower. The master must be dead. The shadow has killed him.
Prophet, the time has come. I must drive this sword into the hearts of the bride of death. I will not fail.
Don't do it. They're tricking you, making you murder me. Then they'll kill you.
No.
They'll kill you.
No, I shall be a high priestess. I shall live forever like the prophets, like the ancient ones.
Mrs. Ackley! Mrs. Ackley! Drop that sword. Drop that sword, Mrs. Ackley. Drop it, I say.
Drop the sword. Yes, drop the sword. Oh,
Aka, look! This shadow has broken the master's power over this woman.
I am free now. Free of the spell. Oh, what have I done?
He is stronger than the master. We must escape. We must get away.
You will never get away. Never leave this house.
Aka! The prophet. That guy is wearing my robes. Throw your knives. Kill her. Kill her, I command you. No. No, prophet. We obey you no more. Obey me. You trick us, make us kill. Say you are the true prophet of the Ancient One. You defy me. Don't. Drop the knife. See, the blood runs in his veins. He tells us he cannot die. Now we shall see.
You fools. Now the shadow will destroy you.
He is dead. The shadow spoke the truth, Matawa. He was not the true prophet. The true prophet of the Ancient One was blessed with life, everlasting.
You were right, Aka.
Quick, we must get away. Away from this shadow.
You cannot escape for long. Your sins will find you out.
Isabel!
Oh,
Will be your
you're
safe.
safe. Oh, thank you. But won't you tell me who you are?
I'm sorry, but I'm afraid I must remain anonymous until my work is finished. I will have to continue being known only as the shadow.
Now here is John Barclay, Blue Coal's heating expert, with a few words of heating advice for you.
Thank you, Ken Roberts. Good evening, friends. During the month of March, when the weather is very changeable, a cold spell and a warm spell, some homeowners get the impression that they're economizing on fuel by putting only a little coal on the furnace fire during milder days. As a matter of fact, that is one of the surest ways to actually waste fuel. Shallow fires burn coal quickly, have a tendency to go out easily, can't deliver sufficient heat, and make repeated refueling necessary. The truly economical way to fire a furnace is to keep a deep fire bed at all times. It should always be up to a level with the bottom of the fire door. In mild weather, if you like, you can leave a little heavier layer of ash on the grates. This will keep the fire burning very slowly, yet keep enough coal burning to provide sufficient heat should the outside temperature drop suddenly. Let me impress you with this important point. After putting fresh coal on the fire, be sure to leave an exposed spot of live coals directly in front of your fire door. The hot spot will act as a pilot light and ignite the gases that come up from fresh coal. Allow these gases to become ignited before checking the fire. If you follow this method of firing throughout the changeable March weather, you will get the utmost in efficiency and economy from your furnace. However, if you still have difficulty in properly heating your home, call your nearest blue coal dealer and ask him to send a John Barclay serviceman to inspect your furnace. This service is free to blue coal customers. I thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Barclay. And friends, don't fail to take advantage of the free John Barclay service. Phone your nearest blue coal dealer tomorrow. You have just heard a dramatized version of one of the many copyrighted stories which appear in the Shadow magazine. All the characters and all the places named are fictitious. and a similarity to persons living or dead is purely coincidental.
As you sow evil, so shall you reap evil. Crime does not pay. The shadow knows.
Next week, same time, same station, Blue Coal, America's finest anthracite, will again present another thrilling adventure of the Shadow. Be sure to listen, and be sure to burn Blue Coal, the solid fuel for solid comfort.
Groucho Marx meets some of the most interesting people you could ever hope to hear on radio in You Bet Your Life, coming up next.
The audience during the quiz, we must
throw you out bodily.
Well, we at least have to throw that question out and give another to the contestants, and this often works to their disadvantage, so...
There's no holding him since Stanford won.
Also, if you would stay for about...
Not much fun holding him, anyhow.
If you would stay for about 15 seconds after the show, we will then take...
Ladies and gentlemen, the secret word tonight is car, C-A-R. And now, here he is, the one, the only...
Well, here I am again with $1,500 for one of our couples. If any of them say the secret word, they'll win $100. The word tonight is car, C-A-R. That's right, Duck. He's just verifying what I said. Okay, on the left. Or on the Drake.
Groucho, we asked for volunteers tonight. People...
For the Army?
No. People with interesting stories. We asked that type of person to volunteer. And just before we went on the air, Roxy Jamgogian and Walter Atkinson were chosen to be on the show. And here they are. So, folks, would you go in, please, and meet Groucho Marx.
Welcome for the DeSoto Plymouth dealer. Say the secret word and you'll divide $100. It's a common word, something you see every day. Roxy Amgochian. Who's that?
That's me, Groucho.
That's you?
Yeah.
How far did I miss the pronunciation?
Well, not any farther than the average person.
Oh. Well, I could have made a more serious mistake in pronouncing that. I could have pronounced you two man and wife. What kind of a name is Yamochian?
Shamgochian.
Shamgochian?
Yes. Oh. It's an Armenian.
J means C-H in Armenian.
It means
is that
V-H.
V-H?
V-H.
Oh, Z-H.
That's right. Jean. It's an Armenian name.
Armenian, huh? Well, what should I call you? Araxi?
My friends call me Roxy, which is much easier to say.
Oh, don't mention Roxy.
No?
I played the Roxy in New York. We did 5 performances a day, and each performance lasted an hour. And on Saturday and Sunday, we did 6. So if you must have a nickname, I'll call you the Palace or the Majestic Theater in Chicago. How about the State Lake? Would you like that as a name? That's in Chicago. Or the Temple Theater in Detroit.
I saw you in the Coconuts, Groucho, years ago.
Yes. Well, I've been in Coconuts for years.
Very jolly evening it was.
Yes, I was a hard-shelled Baptist during those days. The first cut. Now, where in Armenia were you born, Roxy?
I was born in a city called Agan. Armenia is in Turkey, and...
Armenia is in Turkey?
Yes, it's a little...
I thought Turkey was in Armenia.
No, there's a...
Well, they have turkey in Armenia, don't they?
Yes, they do.
Just on Thanksgiving?
I wouldn't be able to answer all those questions.
Well, could you answer any
I
of them?
left early in my youth.
Oh, you left it in your youth? How old was he?
May I tell you about Armenia? The city of Agan is I'm told, a very beautiful mountainous city with the Euphrates River flowing in the valley.
What river?
The Euphrates River. And
is that anything like Frikadellen?
I really don't know.
Do you know what frikadellen are?
No.
That's hamburger with vegetables in it.
Well, I know hamburger very well, but
yeah,
not
well, that's in
frikadellen.
Germany.
Yes, yes.
This is certainly confusing so far, isn't it? I can't even pronounce your name.
Shamgutchan.
Oh, yes, Shamgutchan. And how old were you when you left?
I was just a baby, a year and a half old.
Oh. You left under your own power, or?
No. My mother and my grandmother and I left and went to England. And then after a year and a half, we went to New York to live with my mother's family in Albany. And at the age of 9, I came to Los Angeles, so I feel almost as though I were a native daughter.
I see. And where are you from, Walt?
I'm from Madison, Georgia. That's close to Athens.
I thought Athens was in Greece. I know I've seen Turkey in Greece. And I've also seen Greece and Turkey. Is that still your home, Georgia?
No, I was when I left. When I was 10 years old, we went south.
You went south? You went south from Georgia?
Yes, we went to Florida.
Oh. I thought the only thing south of Georgia was Africa, South Pole.
No, we went south. The boll weevil and the zuzu bugs got too rough, and we went south. I mean, they drove us plumb out of Georgia.
What do you mean by plumb out? You had no plums?
No, we loaded up in a truck and headed south for Florida. And then when we got it...
You went by boll weevil to Florida?
No, the boll weevil drove us out. The boll weevil and the zuzu bugs.
Oh. I thought zuzu was a ginger snapper.
The zuzu bug is quite a bug.
It is? Well, evidently. What is could you describe a zuzu bug for us?
You know anything about cotton?
Well, someone had to pick all the cotton. I know Joe Cotton. I've seen
the
him in movies.
zuzu bugs, they suck the blossom, sting the bowl, pull up the stalk, and cover up the hole.
Well, I don't blame you from screaming out of there. Where'd you wind up?
We landed in Umatilla.
Well,
that's between Ascatool and Okehunky.
Well, where else could it be? What was the name of this river?
The Ocklawaha.
Oh. How do you spell that? Do you know how to spell it?
Okay, Lahawaha. Ocklawaha, that's an Indian.
Is that anything like Jamgochian? Jamgochian, yeah. Why did your family decide to settle in Umatilla?
Well,
did they know anybody
Umatilla,
there?
As we were passing through Umatilla on this truck, a rear tire blew out. And we kind of settled out there.
Well, you'd have settled any place where the tire blew out, is that it?
Well, in this case, we settled in Umatilla.
Uh-huh. Did you ever get the tire fixed?
We eventually got it fixed. By that time, though, we had a place to live and job.
And you just left this lonely tire on the road all by itself?
Well, we left the truck sitting there. We've got a tire to get the truck off the road, yes.
I don't think I'm familiar with Umatilla. I haven't been there recently. Where is it located?
Umatilla, I told you. It's between Ascatool and Okehunky.
Well, he hasn't changed the story any. What kind of a joint is Umatilla? Is it anything like New York City?
No smoke, no smog. Lots of rain and very little fog. Apex of the Golden Triangle, the home of the Okefenokee Queen watermelon and the big mouth bass. The heart of nature's wonderland. Umatilla, you'll like it. 3 filling stations, an all-car garage, a post office, and a barber shop.
Wait a minute. You said car. Okay, up you go, Doc. You said the secret word car, so you get $50, and Mrs. McGotchin gets $50.
What did I say?
You said boll weevil, and that's the secret word. You just happen to be lucky that boll weevil was the secret word. It wouldn't happen again in 100 years. It was either boll weevil or Umatilla. I don't remember. Now, what kind of a place is it? Is it anything like New York?
Anything like New York? What? That we have around Umatilla, we have blue skies and white clouds.
That's all?
And a drugstore, an OK grocery store, Umatilla Supply Company, Jarvis's Barber Shop, and the post office. What else you want?
Well, I've had enough. You don't have to go any further. Walter, I hate to change the subject, but are you married?
Yes, Groucho, I'm married. I'm married to a beautiful, loving, charming queen.
Queen? She's almost as attractive as Umatilla, huh? She sounds like a real Southern belle, is she?
On the contrary, Groucho, she's a Republican from Chicago.
Well, how did you meet this charmer?
I had been fishing with a boy, Joe Mabry. We had been in Lake Nickertown for the bass, and we were coming back a sort of a dirt road. And
was this in this car that where the tire blew out?
This was a little later. Oh, we were in the truck before.
It's getting very confidential, huh?
So we were coming this dirt road, and off to one side, I noticed a lot of excitement and commotion down there. Some women down in this pasture. So we stopped and went down to see what it's all about. And these women had seen a snake there in the blackberry patch. So I killed. Where you find blackberries, you'll find
women. Huh?
The birds go there to get the blackberries, and the snakes go to get the birds. So these women are there picking the blackberries, and I killed a snake, and that's where I met my wife, and we were eventually married.
Well, was this snake anybody you knew, or was...
Sometimes I think I did marry the wrong snake, but...
Well, don't let's get rattled right now. Now, Roxy, are you married?
No, I'm not, Groucho.
You're not married? An attractive-looking woman like you, and you've never been married?
No.
Why aren't you married? Remember, it's none of my business.
I'll remember that.
In other words, you want me to go jump in Lake Okeechobee, is that it?
Well, I might say what a friend of mine often says when she's asked that question. She says, well, I don't know how I had such good sense.
Mm-hmm. Well, I'm sure you've had plenty of opportunities, haven't you, Roxy?
What was it I was going to remember?
I see. Well, do you have a job?
Yes, I do. I teach at the Fairfax High School.
Oh, really?
In fact, I've been there since the school opened.
What do you teach?
Well, until just recently, I taught drama and public speaking, had the play production work. But just now, I'm in the English department.
Oh, you teach English?
That's right.
Oh, that's right. What do you think of my English?
Well, Groucho, I would say that you've done very well with your English, as it is.
That's one of the most dubious compliments I've ever received.
And as a matter of fact, I make it a practice not to criticize other people's English.
Well, you're free to go ahead and criticize me.
And I tell my students that, too. I say, improve your own speech, but don't criticize other people. However, you might be interested to know that the modern philosophy, as far as English is concerned, is quite realistic. It has established 5 levels, so that 3 of those levels are considered correct English, and only one of them is the literary level, and that's the level that we aim for in school. But and many others who speak colloquially are on the informal, standard level, and it's accepted as correct English. It's
Well, I'm sorry you're slumming here tonight, Mrs.
No, I'm not. I tried to make that clear that I was.
You have me virtually in the subway as
No,
far as...
correct English. We're not.
It's all right. I subscribe to the colloquialisms, too. Now, Walter, let's get back to you for a moment. Here's a fellow that really slings it around. Tell me, what sort of work do you do, Walter?
I'm an insecticide and fertilizer salesman. And
A what? A footlizer?
fertilizer. Insecticide and fertilizer. It makes things grow.
Well, you're old Dr. Bandini, in other words, huh?
Bandini, yes, somewhat.
Yeah.
And in addition to that, I raise watermelons in the spring.
You sell, raise watermelons in the spring?
Well, spring.
Well, you can only raise them in the spring, can't you?
Well, I raise the Okefenokee Queen watermelon. This is a cross. Now, the Tom Watson watermelon is a tough watermelon. Some days so hard you can hardly drive a nail in them. And
well, you wouldn't get much enjoyment out of that anyway.
And the Stone Mountain.
And less satisfaction. Huh? Imagine a fellow going around driving nails in watermelon.
And the Stone Mountain watermelon is
he doesn't
really,
pay any
really
attention
sweet,
to me at all.
but they break too easy.
He rolls on like the Mississippi River.
We crossed them, and
you crossed what?
We crossed the watermelons and got a hybrid.
Never cross a watermelon until you come to it, is what I always say.
So when we crossed the watermelon, well, the offspring or the hybrid was a melon that was sweet and could stand shipping.
Uh-huh.
And so we have we call it the Okefenokee Queen. Now, there's one thing about watermelons, though, you may not know.
No, there are many things about watermelons.
The temperature in Chicago and
Isn't that conducive to raising watermelons?
No,
how was that, Mrs. Yamgochi? Was that pretty well said?
That was literary.
Did you
level.
like that?
Oh,
I was on a
beautiful.
real high level there for a second. Well, I'll sink right down in a minute. Go ahead, Mr. Yamaguchi.
The temperature, if it's a hot day in Chicago or Pittsburgh, the price of watermelons in Umatilla go up.
Well, that's very interesting, huh? It's boring, but interesting, huh? You sound like one of Florida's leading citizens, Walter. Have they ever erected a statue in your honor in Umatilla?
Well, then on George Washington's birthday in 1952, I won a gold trophy for being the biggest liar in the state of Florida.
Well, that's quite a state to win the championship in. There's plenty of competition there. What kind of a tale did you tell to get the title?
There was a congressman in Georgia by the name of Earl Powers.
Is this the lie? Is this the lie you're telling me?
Yes, it is.
Oh.
Stop.
Once he starts, you know, you can't stop me. So.
He tried to get through a bill through the state legislature to appropriate $50,000 to raise a breed of racing bulls. So they said, well, what about this bull, or how are you going to go about it? He said, well, I have a bull. I live up near Rome, Georgia, and my pasture runs for 3 miles right alongside the railroad. And this bull of mine meets a Dixie Flyer coming out of Atlanta, going to Chicago. And when it reaches my pasture, it's going full speed. So this bull keeps up with this Dixie Flyer for 3 miles. So later, the Congressional Committee decided to go up and investigate it. Mm-hmm. So when he heard that they were coming, why he told his...
Shows you what they have to do in Florida. Time hangs heavy on their hands. They're watching a bull chase a train in the swamp.
So when they heard he was coming, he got out. So he told his neighbor that...
Who got out? The bull got out?
No, the man who told his tale.
Oh.
So he got out, and so when the committee came, they said, well, Earl Powers has gone to Washington, New York, Chicago, and he's coming back by New Orleans, and So I said, well, when did he leave? So he left this morning. So when do you expect him back? I said, well, he'll be back tonight. I said, well, has he bought himself an aeroplane? And the fellow said, no, sir. He's riding that old bull of his.
That won the championship in Florida?
That got the cup, and after I might add this, I got the cup, The word got around to Umatilla and asked the Tula that my wife had to call the hogs because they wouldn't believe me.
Well, you've certainly confused me, Walter. Now, as a Floridian who's temporarily in California, how do you think the two states compare?
Well, actually, there's no comparison. Florida has it on them all the way around.
It has. So why do you say that?
And especially the oranges. Why, a Florida hog wouldn't eat some of the oranges that they have around here.
Well, you almost convinced me, Walter. Except for one thing, you said you were the biggest liar in Florida. I didn't really mean that, Walter. You're really a fine, level-headed, respectable, modest, and charming fellow. Don't you want to thank me?
Thank you. That's sufficient.
You're welcome, Walter. And I just want you to know that I'm the biggest liar in the state of California. Well, it's certainly been a confusing experience talking to you two. But now it's time to play You Bet Your Life. You know how to play our new quiz? I have a list of 10 questions. You pick the category yourself. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Now, of the 10, the easiest pays $10, the next easiest is worth $20, and so on up to $100 from number 10. You pick any 4 of these questions you want. The more they're worth, the tougher they get. Is that clear? All right, now here are the 10 questions. Let's see how much money you can make. You select the dictionary quiz. And being from Fairfax High, you ought to be very good at this, Mrs. Yamagochian. Now, which question do you want to choose first? You can start with 10 or 100 or 50.
Let's start with 4.
You don't want to discuss this with her at all?
That's all right.
Question number 4, that's $40?
Number 4, yes.
All right, a man who grinds grains and makes flour is called what? Talk it over.
A miller.
A miller on the D, that's right.
You now have $40.
Now what do you want to do?
If we hear answers from the audience, we must throw that question out. And even if they have already arrived at the correct answer, they will lose their chance if you try to help them from the audience. They are in competition with the other 2 couples. So please do not shout out the answer.
Now, what have you decided on?
5.
Number 50, huh? If you were indolent, what would you be?
You'd be lazy.
That's right.
You now have $90.
Now, how did you know that was lazy, Walter?
I got good ears.
You also got a good partner. Which one?
Well, we did 8. Shall we try
80?
8.
$80. If an aviary is a place to keep birds, what is an apiary? A-P-I-A-R-Y. Apiary? Apiary. Apiary.
Bees.
That's right. The place to keep bees.
You now have $170.
Now, which question do you want to try for? The 90, 100, 60, 30?
60.
60. What is the Latin phrase that means solid earth?
Terra firma.
Yes, he knew that.
And you wind up with $230.
Thanks and good luck from the DeSoto Plymouth dealers. Real good. Now I want everybody to pay close attention to something special from the DeSoto dealers. Certainly is a great car, the new DeSoto. All right, George, who's next?
Well, we invited some bridge teachers to the program, Groucho, and just before we went on the air, our studio audience selected Rose O'Brien Olson to be a contestant. And her partner is in the music business, Mr. Lucky Wilbur. So, folks, would you please come in and meet Groucho Marx?
Welcome, welcome to You Bet Your Life. Say the secret word and divide $100. It's a common word, something you see every day. Mrs. Rose O'Brien Olson, you're a bridge teacher, is that?
Yes, I am, Archie.
And where are you from, Rose?
Tacoma, Washington.
Uh-huh. Are you married?
Yes, sir.
Burned your bridges behind you, huh? Mm-hmm. Do you have any children?
3 daughters, 7 grandchildren.
Mm-hmm. No son-in-laws?
3 sons-in-laws.
Mm. How long have you been married?
Going on 5 years, 4 1/2, going on 5.
Going on 5 years, and you got 3 grandchildren?
7.
7.
3 children, 3 sons-in-laws, and 7 grandchildren.
Well, I was so confused with the first couple, I'm not going to investigate this. Let's see, your name is Lucky Wilbur?
Yes.
Oh. How old are you, Lucky?
I'm 63.
Are you really call you Lucky?
Oh, yes. It's not my right name.
No.
My right name is Norman.
I see. They call you Lucky, huh? Are you firm and fully packed and
No.
easy on the draw and everything?
I guess.
Are you married?
Oh, yes, I've been married 36 years.
Oh, well, that's pretty good. Don't get discouraged, you know. Well, where'd you get the name Lucky? Were you born lucky? You don't look round, firm, and fully packed.
No, I actually got it in a pool room in Omaha when I was a young kid playing pool. Played rotation pool, which is if you hit the one ball, the 15th goes in, well, that counts. And that's the way I'd make them.
You were a pool shark, huh?
Yeah,
Are you still pretty good?
I graduated to three-cushion billiards.
Snob, eh?
Yeah.
Where are you from originally?
I'm originally from Chicago, proper.
Proper?
Yeah.
I didn't know there was anybody proper in Chicago. Well, I suppose if you're going to be born at all, that's the best way, eh? Proper way.
Yeah.
What do you mean by Chicago proper?
Well, I was born right in the heart of the town.
Under the loop?
Practically.
Whereabouts?
Oh, right in the middle of it.
Middle of the street?
No, no, in the house. I remember that.
What sort of work do you do, Mr. Wilbur?
I'm what they call a song plugger.
A song plugger?
Mm-hmm.
Well, really, of course, I know what a song plugger is, but I'm sure some of our listeners out there have never heard of song plugging. Could you tell them what a song plugger is?
Well,
I mean, without us being arrested up here?
I work for a publisher, and when we get a brand new song, why, it's my job to go out and see how many plugs I can get on it. A plug means disc jockey, orchestra leader, anyone in the entertainment field. By the number of plugs, why, if the song has got a chance at all, we hope it'll become a hit.
Would you get paid by the plug?
Oh, no.
I know a jockey does. I thought perhaps you did, too.
No, not yet.
A disc jockey, I mean. He gets paid by the plug. There's a joke in there, but it isn't worth investigating. Now, suppose a singer won't plug your song. What do? Do you plug the singer?
Well, we have to try to get them to do it, of course, but lots of times...
What means do you use? Do you throw the game in a pool game? Let them win?
That's been done.
Well, how do you go about persuading these people to sing this song?
Well, we persist as much as possible, but if we see there's no chance, we just have to wait until the next song comes. Everybody can't sing the particular song we're plugging. Maybe it's a rhythm tune, and I'm talking to a ballad singer. But we still try.
Well, what makes a song a hit?
Oh, John Public, definitely.
John Public?
Oh,
His
yes.
name has to be John in order for the song to be a hit?
No, but we get the song, we get the top recording artists to do it, and then we all work like mad on it. And if the song isn't accepted by the public, we've got a dog on our hands.
Well, that was a big hit. How much is that dog in the window?
We didn't have it, I'm sorry to say.
How long have you been doing this kind of work?
I've been at
if
it...
you can call it work.
Well, actually 44 years.
44 years?
Mm-hmm.
What are some of the songs you've made famous?
Well, I started on Let Me Call You Sweetheart.
So did I, and got nowhere.
Meet Me Tonight in Dreamland.
I used to sing that.
3 o'clock in the morning
I
in
sang
a
that
little
around
Spanish
midnight,
town.
huh?
3 o'clock in the morning in a little Spanish town.
3 o'clock in the morning, a little Spanish town? I never heard that. Is that all one song?
No, 2 songs.
Oh. 2 songs? That's in Arizona, isn't it?
No. Wow. And then from there I went...
You have to admire me. I certainly keep plugging away up there. I'm not funny, but I'm certainly persistent.
I worked on Night and Day, Begin the Begin. Good night, Irene, if I don't get killed for saying that.
Why should you get killed for saying good night, Irene? Huh?
You don't know what that did to the public.
A hollow laugh, if I ever heard one. Huh?
Big hit,
It was a very big hit, wasn't
yeah,
it? It was a good song.
Tickled to death.
Yeah. Well, Rose, let's talk about bridge. You say you're a bridge teacher?
Yes, I am.
And where is your school?
At 611, the Contract Bridge Studio, 611 South Ardmore. Not Los Angeles. We've been there about over 20 years.
A lot of our listeners don't know anything about bridge either. In addition to song plugging, that goes for me, too. Could you tell us exactly how it's played?
It'll be a little difficult all in a few minutes, but I can tell you this, that it's, you start the hands, you deal 4 hands.
You mean only 2 people play 4 hands?
Oh, no, unless you're playing Honeymoon Bridge. You can do that, too. That's played with
Do you require cards for that game, too?
Yes, you do, Groucho.
I haven't been out of the house much lately. I don't know what's going on. Okay, now the cards are dealt. What is the next step?
The next step is the auction. You start the bidding.
Well, if it doesn't hurry up and get interesting, I'll bid you good night around that time. How do I know how good my hand is?
It's determined by high honor cards and the distribution of suits.
Well, the distribution of suits is easy in my case. I'm wearing the pants and the coat is at the cleaners. Now, go on. What's the next step? How do I know what to bid? Do I get on the phone and call Culbertson?
Oh, that wouldn't be necessary as long as I'm here. I could take care of it. And come down to our studio and we'd give you lessons, Groucho.
Well, I might take you up on that.
Love to
because
have you.
The evenings are pretty long these days. I have my own system in playing bridge. I played a couple of times. You kick your opponent in the shins, and then when they bend over, you just look at their cards. Now, how about cheating? Is there much cheating goes on among these card players in the bridge clubs?
Heavens, no, Harpo. Groucho.
It's all right. You call me Harpo, and I'll talk about stud poker.
No,
you say that they're not crooks?
Oh, never. We have very ethical people.
Well, how do I know they're ethical? I'm afraid of getting card games with strangers. Now, what proof have you that they're okay?
Well, I've played with your family, both Chico and Harpo.
Well, how often were you raided? Lucky, let's get back to you. By the way, did you know I did an album for Decca Records last year?
Yeah, I heard it. Yeah.
I haven't heard a laugh like that since Frankenstein was done by Boris Karloff.
Shouldn't have said it that way, maybe.
Would you? This man is really in hysterics. How about plugging my record, Lucky? This is your racket, eh?
No, I don't work for Decca. I work for Howie Richmond.
Oh. You wouldn't plug my record, eh?
Couldn't.
You realize you're going to have some difficulty in the quiz. Okay, I'll plug my record myself, you know. It's a long playing record. Have you heard it?
No.
It's got 6 songs. Captain Spaulding, Dr. Hackenbush, Show Me a Rose, Father's Day. A wonderful songs that I've done in various pictures and on the stage. And if you're smart, you'll rush out and buy that record tomorrow. Otherwise, I'll have to go on working every week, and your children will all grow up to be illiterates. That's what the lady said. Well, Lucky, I'd like to see how you operate. Pretend I'm a big singer, which of course I am, and you come to me to plug one of your latest turkeys. Now, go ahead. Give me your spiel, huh? Don't tell me you have a song in your pocket, huh?
Any good song plugger would have a copy in his pocket. Now, here's our latest one. Sweet Mama, Treetop Tall, grand record, new organization, the Lancers on trend, and it's really going to be a hit.
Sweet Mama, Treetop Tall?
Yeah, that's it.
Treetop Tall? What is the... Do you mind if I read it aloud to the...
No.
Oh, sweet Mama, Treetop Tall. What does that mean, Treetop Tall? Does that mean she's a timber topper, this guy?
Big gal.
Is that what it means?
I imagine.
Are they preferable?
Oh, no.
You mean you hawk this song around and you don't even know what Treetop Tall means?
Oh, I don't think it makes any difference. I hope not.
Oh, sweet Mama, Treetop Tall, won't you kindly turn your damper down?
No.
I love you. Who wrote this lyric? Keats, Shelley, or Shakespeare?
No.
Here's the next line. I can smell those hoe cakes a burning, honey. They done burned plumb brown. Since ham went up to $1 a pound, I eat so many rabbits I just hop all around. Oh, sweet Mama, Treetop Tall, won't you kindly turn your damper down? Have you any idea what the damper is? Huh?
I think this is a southern idiom of some sort, I hope.
You think I'm a southern idiot, you
No. It's a southern idiom.
Oh. Well, could you sing this for us?
Oh, I can start it, sure.
No, you couldn't sing it?
Oh, maybe.
Suppose if I played the ukulele?
Oh, yeah. Can you play it?
Huh?
Can you play it?
I want you to get a raise in the morning.
Oh.
Suppose I sang it for you. Would you rather I sang it?
No, I think you've done enough for it now.
Well, that's fairly ambiguous, but I think I know what you're driving at. No, let me sing it, then. Because, maybe you'll plug my Decca record if I plug your song.
All right, let's do that.
Well, okay. Will you hold it if I...
surely. You got a
ukulele? Oh. I always keep the ukulele here now because recently we've had a lot of singers on the show.
Oh,
now wait a minute.
Oh, gotta do this. Oh,
mama, treetop tall, won't you kindly turn your damper down? I can smell those cakes burn, honey, they done burn plum brown. Since ham went up to $1 a pound, they eat so many rabbits I just hobble around. Oh, sweet mama, kindly turn your damper down. Turn down that damper down.
This song will lose a fortune. Well, Lucky, there you are. I predict that song will be the biggest thing in the business. I really think it will. Not only that, Lucky, I predict first thing in the morning, you better change your name back to Norman.
That's better had I guessed.
Well, I'd like to continue this conversation. But the time has come to play your bets, your life. The walrus said to speak of many things. Of ships and shoes and sealing wax and cabbages and kings. You know what that's from?
Oh.
That's an old lyric. That's from Meet Me Tonight in Dreamland. Oh. Now, we have questions here ranging from $10 to $100, and you must pick 4 of them. The higher the amount, the tougher the question. Is that clear? Yes, sir. You play bridge. I'm sure you're good with mathematics. All right, let's see how much money you can make. You selected sports. Now, you want to try a $10 question, a $50 or a $100, or just talk it over between you and come to some specific conclusion.
Let's start at 50.
I wish the teacher was here when I said that.
50.
He'd have been impressed with that specific conclusion. I don't think I could say it again. How much you betting?
$50.
$50.
$50, all right. A period in the game of polo will last 7.5 minutes. What is this period called?
Chucker.
That's right, chucker.
You're on your way with $50.
Now, you will be much safer if you decide on an answer before calling out. If you might say one thing, he might say something else, and you'd lose. Which one do you want? Talk out, kids. Lucky, there's nobody up there that can help you, huh? There's somebody up there, but he can't help you, Lucky, huh?
Another 50.
No, you can't say
we got to pick
40
a difference.
or 60.
All right, 60.
60, all right. What is the rubber disc used in ice hockey called?
Puck.
That's right, puck.
Now I have $110.
Don't look so somber, Fenneman. This isn't our money.
But it's my arithmetic.
Oh. Which one do you choose this time?
Go up. 10. 70.
70, all right. In what sport is Eric Guerin famous? G-U-E-R-I-N.
Jockey.
Jockey is right. Horse racing.
You now find the $180.
Now, what do you want for your last question?
80. 80.
All right. Who is the winner of the decathlon in the last 2 Olympic Games? Talk it over.
Mathis. Bob Mathis.
Bob Mathias is absolutely right.
And you wind up with $260.
Thanks and good luck from the DeSoto Plymouth
Thank you
dealers.
very kindly.
Fenneman, who's next?
We have some newlyweds for you, Groucho. Bob and Shirley von Kuznick, would you come in, please, and meet Groucho Marx?
Welcome, youngsters, for the DeSoto Plymouth dealers. Say the secret word, and you'll take home an extra $100. It's a common word, something you see every day. Let's see, Shirley and Bob Van Kuznick, huh? You're newlyweds? Yes, we are. Well, it's always nice to see a young, attractive couple starting out together on life's highway. Just look out, most of the other drivers are crazy. And Bob, where's your hometown?
Oh, I'm from Cleveland, Ohio, on Lake Erie.
And Shirley, where are you from?
I was born in Madisonville in Cincinnati.
Oh, both from Indiana. That's a coincidence. You don't often find a couple like that. What sort of work do you do, Bob?
I'm a lather.
You're a laugher? Well, we could use you tonight out front. Huh? There's been very few of them out there. Let's hear you laugh, huh? You get paid for laughing?
Yeah, I put on wire, paper, and that, and the plasterboard on the inside of the houses.
Oh, you're a plasterer, huh? How old are you, Bob?
I'm 26.
You're pretty young to be plastered, aren't you? Huh? What's your age, Shirley?
19.
Are you a plasterer, too?
No, I'm not.
How long have you two been married, Bob?
Oh, about 10 months.
Oh. Shirley, is he anywhere near the right amount?
Well, to be exact, it's about 8 months, 3 weeks, and 2 days.
Well, he was pretty close. I thought for a man who's lost his mind, he did rather well. Bob, when was the first time you met Shirley?
It was in a hot dog stand in Cincinnati in 1951.
In a hot dog stand?
Yes, mm-hmm.
You mean it was just puppy love at first sight, huh? What was Romeo doing there besides getting mustard all over his necktie?
Oh, he was on a 48-hour pass from the Army.
Oh, 48-hour pass?
That's right.
What all did you manage to do on that 48-hour pass?
Well, we went out to Coney Island, went dancing.
Cincinnati?
In Cincinnati.
Is there a Coney Island?
Oh, yes, uh-huh. And went swimming. Went on all the amusements. Took in a couple of movies. Went to a show and a party.
You must have been loaded with money, huh? It's always a mystery to me how a $50 a week month GI can spend $300 on a weekend. Shirley, was Bob's Army close enough for him to see you regularly after that first date?
It was at Fort Knox.
He was at Fort Knox?
Yes.
That's where that $300 a week came from. What were you doing at Fort Knox? Were you a gold brick?
I was an instructor there. I was teaching GIs while we fight in Korea, troop information education.
What was there about Bob that attracted you the first time, Shirley? I can tell what attracted him, but what attracted you to Bob?
His beautiful hair, the curls.
Is that the only qualification that you thought was necessary for matrimony? How old were you at this time, Shirley?
16. I was quite young at the time, and my mother and father didn't
approve
of going out at that so young. So Bob had a few dates at the house, and then they finally approved of him.
But how did you win them? With your hair?
Oh, I finally convinced him.
You don't remember how, huh?
No.
Just turned on the charm?
Something like that.
How long after you met Romeo did you get engaged, Shirley?
About 6 months.
And what happened after he proposed, Shirley? Did he go and ask his general for a better job?
He went AWOL.
From who? You or the Army?
Army.
You know, you could get into trouble going AWOL, Bob. How long were you over the hill?
Oh, about a year and a half.
A year and a half?
Year and a half.
Surprised the Army missed you. That is, I'm surprised the firing squad missed you. Where'd you go for such a long time?
Well, I was teaching in my lesson plan that the survival for Western democracy was at stake in Korea, and so I just went to Korea.
Well, Shirley, you weren't much flattered by this, were you? You got married and he went away for a year and a half?
Well, I didn't know anything about it till I read it in the papers. I thought he was over there on orders. I thought they sent him over there on orders.
I don't understand. I thought you were AWOL for a year.
Well, that's true. I was at Fort Knox teaching, and classes were always leaving my buddies, and somebody'd always say, wasn't he practice what he preaches, and after a lesson was over, and so I just decided to go and went out to the West Coast on an airliner. And
well, how'd you swing it? I didn't know you could just pick up and go to Korea.
Well, after I got out there, I went up to Seattle there, and I saw the ship there, and I knew it was going to Korea from the way GIs were talking around there, and so I went over to the naval barracks there where they were billeted, and early that morning there was an advance detail of cooks and bakers leaving, and so I put on a white mess jacket and an apron and went down to the dock that morning real early, and there was only about 15 of us, and luckily it was raining at the time because an officer there said, "Are these the men?" And he said, "Yeah," and he says, "Well, it's raining, you better get the men out of the rain," and so we went aboard, and I went forward and got lost with the crew. I got to Japan.
And you didn't do any cooking at all on the ship? There weren't any casualties at all from the cooking?
I managed to give a little bread to the troops.
Oh. And then you got to Japan, you say?
Yes, after
how'd you get from Japan to Korea?
Well, and when the boat docked there at Tokyo Bay, I saw an MP helmet there, a white helmet with MP on it, and a nightstick, and I couldn't get off the regular way because the guys had orders, and so I walked down the gangplank that way, and Nobody said nothing to me.
Did you have the cook's outfit on again?
No, I had an MP helmet on then.
Well, how'd you get past all the MPs in Korea?
Well, I managed to stay with the troops there after I landed at Sasebo, and I worked my way forward.
Well, how far did you get before they finally caught up with you?
Well, they never did catch me. I got right up to the front lines.
What was the first thing you did when you reached the combat zone? And
Well,
all the hot lead was whizzing around you. Did you resign from the Army?
No, I lit a cigar.
Well, that's probably the only place in the world where you wouldn't know if somebody gave you an exploding cigar. You carried a cigar all the way from Cincinnati?
Oh, I had a few in my pocket.
Oh. Well, tell us about your experience as a AWOL soldier on the front lines. How did you get lined up with an outfit?
Well, the first outfit I came across was the British Princess Pats, and I stayed with them for a while and some assaults there, and then I worked my way over to their flank to a South Korean infantry unit, and I stayed with them for about 3 weeks.
What outfit were you wearing by this time?
This was a ROK outfit, Republic of Korea.
Now, weren't you frightened? After all, you had more or less short-circuited all the training the ordinary soldier gets before he goes into action. Were you scared?
Well, I was scared. Some lieutenant might tap me on the shoulder and say I was wanted at Fort Knox.
Well, what finally happened? Did the Army ever find out what became of their wandering boy?
Well, I finally told the platoon sergeant about it.
And what did he say?
Well, he told the lieutenant about it then.
Yeah? What did the lieutenant do?
Well, I went to captain, from the captain on up to the colonel to I Corps.
They were passing the buck private, in other words. So what happened then?
Well, I went to Far East Command in Tokyo, and then from there to the Pentagon in Washington.
Well, it certainly can get lost there. What happened when they got to the Pentagon?
Well,
did they shoot you or anything? Hang you?
They finally court-martialed me and fined me $10.
Well, you can get that hair if the exhaust in your car is smoking. Fined you $10, huh? You know, that's deductible on your tax paper. Now, after you gave yourself up, how did they ship you? Did they ship you home right away?
Well, after my court-martial there at Tokyo, I requested to be sent back to my adopted tank unit in Korea, and so my request was granted, and next morning I was shipped back to Korea. I served a full tour then with that unit.
Well, that's an incredible story, Bob. A man assigned to Fort Knox wants to get something easier? Imagine a guy hanging around Fort Knox and dying to get to Korea and get into action. Shirley, you've probably heard the story 1,000 times. Did he leave out anything important?
Well, he was wounded and decorated a couple times, and there was a platoon up on the hill which needed some ammunition. They needed a volunteer to drive through the front to bring them the ammunition, and so Bob volunteered to go up there, and he got through all the enemies and everything, although he was wounded.
Were you dressed as a cook this time? Well, put her there, huh?
Thank you.
I think this country is pretty safe with fellows like you hanging around. Now, Shirley, how soon after Bob got home did you get married? Did you wait until he closed the front door? Or did you get married immediately?
Well, it wasn't immediately. We got married that evening.
Oh, well. I'm glad you waited a reasonable length of time. You certainly took a chance waiting a whole day. You might have got a telegram from Patagonia saying, having a nice war down here. I'll be late for the wedding. Signed, Bob. Well, now let's see if you two can win a lot of money. I have to be impartial up here. You realize that. I'm not allowed to say what I'm really thinking, but if you don't win the equivalent of Fort Knox, there's going to be some heads rolling in the morning around here. Now, let's see how much money you can make. You selected American history. You know how to play this game? I have 10 questions. I weigh 10, 20, 30, all the way up to 100. You must pick 4 of the 10. As they increase in value, they get correspondingly tougher. Is that clear?
Clear.
Now, which one do you want to start with?
We'll start with the 5th question.
5th question, $50. The first and most prominent signature among the names on the Declaration of Independence has become a symbol for all signatures. Whose name is it?
John Hancock.
That's absolutely right, John Hancock.
We're off to a good start with $50.
You have $50 that nobody can take away from you except the Revenue Department. Now, what is the next one you want to try?
We'll try the seventh question.
$70. Who was the general in charge of the government forces annihilated in the Battle of the Little Big Horn?
General George Custer.
That is absolutely right.
You now have $120.
What is the one you're going to try now?
We'll take 8.
80? William H. Seward, as Secretary of State, was responsible for a land purchase that was known as Seward's Folly. What was Seward's Folly? He purchased some land for the United States. He was Secretary of State. If you don't know, guess.
Louisiana?
I'm sorry, it's Alaska.
But they still have $120.
You have $120 that nobody can take away from you. Now, which one do you want to try for on your final question?
10? Do you want to try the 10?
We'll try the 10th question.
The $100 question?
Yeah.
Who was the first man to become president of all the 48 states?
George Washington.
The 48 states.
Oh, the 48
now,
states.
Think it over for a minute. Not the 13, but the 48.
Calvin Coolidge.
No, it's William Howard Taft. Or, if you want to be really technical, I would have accepted Eisenhower as the answer, since Ohio was formally admitted to the Union in 1953. So anyway, they won.
wind up with $120.
Well, thanks and good luck from the DeSoto Plymouth dealers, and I'm sorry you didn't win more.
And that means the bridge teacher and the song plugger with $260. In just 1 minute, get the chance at the DeSoto Plymouth $1,500 question, Groucho. Now here's the bridge teacher and the song plugger, all set for the DeSoto Plymouth $1,500 question.
In 1889, an American newspaper woman went around the world in 72 days, 6 hours, and 11 minutes. For $1,500, what was the name of this famous New York journalist? Talk it over. Okay, what is the answer you two have decided upon?
Wasn't Francis Quimby, was it?
No, it was Nellie Bly, a very famous name.
Oh, yes.
So that means the big question next week will be worth $2,000. Well, they lost the big money, but how much did they win the quiz, George?
They won $260 in the
Well,
quiz.
that's not so bad. Congratulations, and thanks to both of you and to all of our contestants on the show tonight.
Thank you very much, guys.
You bet your life.
Thank you. Be sure to tune in again next Wednesday night at the same time for the Groucho Marx Show, when the big question will be worth $2,000. And don't miss Groucho's television show, also presented by the DeSoto Plymouth Dealers of America. And remember that the dealers who sell the outstanding 1954 DeSoto Automatic with fully automatic power flight transmission also have on display the remarkable new Plymouth, engineered and built to be your best buy in the low-priced field. DeSoto, Plymouth, two great new cars, both products of the Chrysler Corporation.
And when you drive in, tell them Groucho sent you. Good night, folks, and remember, just be sure to see the DeSoto Automatic.
Folks, here's a reminder from the National Safety Council. Good drivers drive safe cars. So wise up, check up, fix up. You Bet Your Life, transcribed from Hollywood, is produced by John Goodell. Directed by Robert Dwan and Bernie Smith. This is George Fenneman signing off for the more than 3,000 DeSoto Plymouth dealers from coast to coast. You Bet Your Life is heard by our armed forces throughout the world.
this concludes another stream. I want to thank you all for listening with me, and I hope you enjoyed these shows that represent, in my opinion, some of the best of old-time radio. Join me again tomorrow night at 8 p.m. Thank you for listening, and have a good day.